Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Unlocked the Power of the Silent Fox? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Weeks went by, and Naruto worked day and night until his hands bled. He believed he had to atone for being a monster, and he had accepted the punishments the mistress had started giving him. He worked so hard that every surface of the orphanage was always clean, even the outside. It was difficult to maintain, because almost every day new graffiti appeared on the walls, creating more work for Naruto. Things had become harder now that he had stopped rummaging through garbage cans in the village, and he had not had a proper meal since the previous Monday. Naruto felt dizzy and lightheaded from lack of sleep and malnutrition, certain he deserved the punishment and unable to convince himself otherwise. Despite everything, he was excited to see his grandfather after weeks apart. He could finally ask him what he needed to know. Naruto had figured out that simply working harder at the orphanage would not change how the villagers saw him. He decided that becoming a ninja of Konoha was the only way to earn forgiveness. Using the limited logic of a small child, he believed the most important person in the village could help him, and the person he trusted most was his grandfather. Naruto froze at his reflection in the mirror, thinking he could not go to the Hokage looking like that. He ran to the kitchen, found the scissors in the third drawer, and returned to the mirror. His hair was long, matted with dirt and dried blood, and its color was more brown than blonde. He cut it close to his scalp, buried the discarded hair in the backyard, and tried to shake as much dirt as he could from his face before leaving the room. As he reached the door, the mistress grabbed him from behind and held him by the throat. She slammed the skinny blonde boy to the ground. His head struck the stone floor with a heavy thud. Her face flushed with rage as she raised her fist and struck his jaw, leaving a bruise. Seeing her anger, Naruto stopped struggling, believing he deserved the punishment. Her fury only intensified. She pinned him with a hand to his middle and produced a small blade. She accused him of being a demon and of stealing food from her stores, declaring that he would pay. She brought the blade near his face and made a deliberate cut across his cheeks that left painful marks. Naruto struggled and cried out as she continued to strike him. After some time, his screams subsided. Only the mistress's heavy breathing and soft whimpers from the boy filled the room. Satisfied, she hauled him to the basement and threw him down the stairs. Naruto patched his face as best he could and managed to stop the bleeding. The injuries would undoubtedly leave scars. Sarutobi, occupied with his duties as Hokage, had grown increasingly worried about Naruto, whom he had not seen in about 2 months. He promised himself that if Naruto missed the meeting the following week, he would go find him, Hokage duties or not. A short neutral sentence bridged the gap in events. Sarutobi thought it would do Naruto good to learn defense skills. He was too young and might not even be able to write yet, but he had to learn sooner than most to avoid getting picked on and to keep him away from the villagers during the day. Inside Sarutobi's head he weighed the pros and cons. The biggest question so far was whether Naruto could read. Naruto watched Sarutobi's face as it shifted from shock to pride to worry and then confusion. Sarutobi told Naruto that he thought he was a bit young to join the academy. Naruto hung his head sadly. Sarutobi believed it was in Naruto's best interest to join the academy early because it would reduce the harsh treatment he endured, so he planned a literacy test for Sunday to see if Naruto could keep up with the older children. Sarutobi added that even if Naruto passed the exam he could only enter after he turned 4, because 3 was too young. Naruto grinned widely and thanked him enthusiastically. Sarutobi spoke sternly so Naruto would understand he was not joking. For was not much better, Sarutobi thought, but Naruto did not notice his concern. Naruto smiled the happiest Sarutobi had seen him for a while and continued to eat another bowl of ramen. With a low whistle, Sarutobi summoned Enumbu. Sarutobi asked Fish-san to go to the orphanage, arrest the woman in charge, and send her to Ibiki for interrogation, and to have Queen come to see him when he returned to work. Fish-san acknowledged and left. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Sarutobi sighed at the paperwork that this would create. Paperwork or not, he would not make the same mistake twice. Queen could take over the orphanage. She was inexperienced, but he trusted Naruto would help her. Glancing up, Sarutobi noted that Naruto was finishing his third bowl of ramen to the shock of Tsuchi and Ayam, and that his head drooped slightly with tiredness. Sarutobi told Naruto that the exam would have to be on Sunday because there was no time the next day. Naruto groaned and then launched himself at Sarutobi for a surprise hug. Naruto said he would miss him and suggested Sarutobi use the next day for study. Naruto then cheerfully said goodbye and promised he would be fine, using his familiar verbal tick only when extremely happy. Sarutobi smiled. It was rare to hear Naruto use that tick unless he was truly delighted or trying hard. Back at the Hokage building, Sarutobi walked past his office to the interrogation chamber. Borga Funbu, the orphanage mistress, sat sweating in cuffs while Ibiki glared. Sarutobi introduced Ibiki to Borga with a stern expression. Borga shouted in protest that she ran an orphanage and refused to accept the charges. Sarutobi growled that Borga had been arrested for the abuse and torture of Naruto Uzumaki and that Ibiki would interrogate her to collect every piece of evidence. He added that the head of the Yamanaka clan would inspect her memories and record the evidence on a scroll. Borga cried that it was an outrage. Sarutobi told Ibiki to conduct the interrogation and, if Borga proved guilty, to send her to jail so Sarutobi could impose an appropriate sentence. With most of his anger spent, Sarutobi left the chamber and headed to his office. He went to see Queen, the kindest and most unexpectedly simple-hearted person he had ever met. Passing through the door, Sarutobi noticed her short caramel hair cut to her chin. Once he sat, Queen hurried to his desk, visibly worried and asking if everything was all right. Sarutobi grinned and said everything was fine, then suggested a job. Queen reminded him that she was no longer a ninja and could not join missions. Sarutobi explained that since she had been injured and had to quit being a ninja, and had given up her dream of having children, he thought she might like the position he had in mind. When Queen asked what it was, Sarutobi told her that the owner of the orphanage was in Ibiki's custody and would soon be jailed, and he wondered if Queen would like to take over the orphanage. Queen accepted immediately, delighted, and hurried off to the orphanage at once. Sarutobi was surprised by her eagerness. Queen asked where the orphanage was. Sarutobi said he would drop her off and asked her to let Naruto in when he arrived. He then used his instantaneous movement to appear in the middle of the orphanage with her and, after placing her amid the children, he disappeared. Finally reaching the front door of the orphanage, Naruto heard the children screaming but also a woman trying to calm them. Entering, he saw a woman with short caramel pixie hair and forest green eyes who looked upset and worried. Naruto tugged on her sleeve. When she turned, he asked who she was. She introduced herself as the new orphanage manager and said to call her Queen. Naruto timidly gave his name and asked why she seemed sad. Queen said it was nothing, only that she was having trouble calming all the children. Naruto felt sympathy for her. She wanted to introduce herself properly but could not get the children to settle. He thought he should help her. It was the least he could do for her kindness. Letting go of her sleeve, he walked to the middle of the room and stood there. He called for everyone to gather, and the effect was immediate. The children froze, turned toward him, and beamed as they prepared to celebrate him. The others were about to swarm him with hugs, but he raised his voice into a stern, quiet tone to regain order. He took a deep breath and announced that Group 1 should line up. A ripple of gasps ran through the room as the first group hurried forward and formed a line. He smiled briefly at Kiyoshi before calling for Group 2. Around 7 girls moved, including Emi, who limped over and stood behind the first group. Next he asked Group 3 to step forward. 5 children between 11 and 13 came and stood behind Group 2, and he noticed Queenie looking stunned. Finally he instructed Group 4 to assemble. About 17 boys, some strong and some less so, came forward. He glanced at Hataru and the girl returned his smile. Then, speaking barely above a whisper, he told everyone that this very kind woman over there would like to speak to them. They all nodded and turned to Miss Queenie. He slipped from the room to the kitchen to prepare dinner and to make hot chocolate for everyone. Queenie watched the boy Naruto as he stood in the center of the room. He seemed so small and thin compared to the others. She observed how everyone in the orphanage really looked up to him and cared for him. When she snapped back to the present, he had already drawn the children's attention to her. A few offered small smiles. Queenie introduced herself as the new owner of the orphanage. The faces of the older and middle-aged kids went hard at the news. One of the boys from the older group stepped forward and demanded that she treat Naruto fairly. He warned her to be kind to Naruto and to allow the children to help with the chores. A boy from the first group, his eyes shadowed, explained the reason for the warning. He said their former mistress had not liked Naruto and had punished him severely. The boy showed concern as he recounted how the mistress had singled Naruto out. Another boy clarified that Naruto acted like their little brother. He took the punishments for them, tended to their cuts and injuries, cooked their food, and tucked the younger children in at night. Yet Naruto was not permitted to have help with chores, rarely slept, and was fed only once a week. When he did sleep, he was forced to sleep on the basement floor even though there were many spare beds. The boys were angered most by the fact that Naruto believed he deserved such treatment. They had organized themselves when the mistress disappeared for days. The boy explained the responsibilities of each group. Group 1 handled heavy lifting and healing and reported to Naruto. Group 2 prepared food and went shopping. Group 3 cared for the youngest children under 5 years old, excluding Naruto, and Group 4 managed cleaning duties. The children looked to Queenie and insisted that she allow them to help. Queenie promised she would allow them to share the work. She asked where Naruto was so she could tell him about the changes. A girl from Group 2 said with relief that Naruto was probably in the kitchen cooking dinner. Queenie followed her to the kitchen door and went inside. She found Naruto there. She told him to use the groups to complete the chores so he would not have to do everything alone. She also instructed him that he would eat dinner with them every night and sleep in a proper bed in one of the rooms. She thanked him for all his help and observed that the children clearly listened to him. Naruto smiled at the kindness and then called for Group 2. The sound of running feet and cheerful activity filled the kitchen. When Queenie turned around, the smile on her face vanished. The next early morning, Naruto woke groggy. The light showed it was just past 4. He crawled out from under the covers. He thought back to when Queenie had said he could have a bed, and he was surprised and uncertain that the children would accept the change. He still felt like a monster and could not understand why she treated him kindly. He made the bed perfectly so there would be no sign that he had used it and left his sleeping roommate undisturbed. He had hardly slept at all. The villagers, it seemed, still haunted his nights. Trying to occupy himself, he decided to practice reading and remembered the cookbooks in the kitchen. Walking quietly down the hall, he heard crying and followed the sound to the 6th room, the nursery for the little children. The door was ajar. Inside, he saw little Junko hanging half out of his crib, stopped only by a caught piece of clothing. Naruto hurried over and lifted the child, holding him to his chest to calm him. I did not really know how to look after children, but I had learned to do for others what I had wanted when I was little. Giving Junko a rub on his back, the narrator carried him to the kitchen. Junko was the newest addition to the orphanage and only 9 months old. He was quite heavy, and not much smaller than the narrator, but he managed to carry him down the long paths to the kitchen. The narrator placed Junko in a high chair, picked up a book from the counter, and read aloud. 2 hours later, the narrator understood all the words. Reading the text aloud helped bring the memory back. Rising from the bench, the narrator noticed Junko asleep, picked him up slowly, and carried him back to his room. After putting him in his crib and closing the door, the narrator stepped outside, climbed a pipe to the roof, and moved about silently so as not to wake anyone. The narrator began to clean. Scrubbing graffiti off was harder than it looked, but they did it anyway. It had been their fault, and they did not want the others to have to see or clean it. When the graffiti was gone, the narrator went back inside already exhausted, and it was only 7 in the morning. People would be waking soon. Walking into room 6, most of the children were already awake. The narrator gathered the children who could walk and led them to the small playroom, then returned to fetch Junko and Rin, who were the same age. After placing them on bumper chairs, the narrator sat and played with the other kids their age. Another girl, Ami, and the narrator built a tower with blocks as tall as the narrator, and when it fell they both giggled. Turning around, the narrator felt watched and saw Kiyoshi grinning, which made the narrator happy. The narrator walked over to Kiyoshi and tugged his sleeve. asking if he would help with writing. Kiyoshi looked the narrator over, noticed the dark bags under the narrator's eyes, and his smile faltered. He wondered whether the narrator had been sleeping properly. Kiyoshi told the narrator that the room was his as well and that they were roommates, offering reassurance. The narrator's worry was visible, but Kiyoshi let the matter drop and agreed to help. They went outside into the sun to write. When the narrator was sad, they spoke more maturely and did not stumble over words. When they spoke like an average 3-year-old, they were usually in a good mood. Kiyoshi wondered why the narrator wanted to write, but if it made the narrator happy, he would not complain. As they worked, Kiyoshi was surprised by the narrator's writing ability. It was almost as neat as Kara's, who wanted to pursue calligraphy. Kiyoshi compared his own handwriting to scribbles next to the narrator's neat letters and realized how capable the child was. After hours of practice, Kiyoshi asked if the narrator was hungry. The narrator said no. Kiyoshi was not surprised. He knew the narrator was used to eating very little. Leaving the narrator to continue, Kiyoshi went to the dining hall and saw Queenie watching the narrator from the sink window. Queenie looked worried and frowned slightly when Kiyoshi told her the narrator had not been hungry. From Sarutobi's point of view, he puffed on his pipe and finished writing the last question on the narrator's exam. The exam was easier than the academy entrance test, but it seemed perfect for assessing the narrator's skill set. Sarutobi did not expect the narrator to fail. He did not know another 3-year-old who could read or write at that level. He thought that Itachi, who was already in the academy, might be the only other child capable at that age. Most children entered the academy around age 10, and the narrator would be only 4 when he joined. It might not have been the best choice, but he was sure the boy could get it done. Listening carefully, the narrator heard bare feet running on the wooden floor and smiled as he set his pipe down. He counted down 3, 2, 1, then the door slammed open and a messy, yellow-haired boy burst in shouting for Gigi. The boy ran until he collided with Dog, the masked operative, as he always did. The narrator noted how much the boy loved teasing Naruto. Amusement radiated from him. He waved the masked operative away. Naruto ran back and, when the narrator picked him up, the narrator noticed he was not much heavier than the last time. Sighing, the narrator asked how the orphanage had been treating him. Naruto replied in rapid, excited bursts that the orphanage had been a lot of fun. The caretaker had been very kind. He had saved Bubby Junko. Kiyoshi had helped him with his writing. He had read Junko a cookbook. Everyone had helped with chores, and he had even had fun with the other kids. He spoke so fast the narrator needed a moment to decipher him. When the torrent of words was done, Naruto looked bored. The narrator smiled and pointed to a desk, telling Naruto that the desk had writing utensils and his academy entrance exam. Naruto brightened and ran over to flip the test. From Naruto's point of view, he had crept into Gigi's building on his stealthy feet and then run as fast as he could to Gigi's office, slamming the door open. He called out for Gigi while scanning the room for the masked operative, trying to guess where he might appear. He misstepped and tumbled, his tailbone aching from the fall, but he picked himself up carefully and ran back to Gigi. Through one eye hole in the operative's mask he saw worry. He wondered if the operative thought he might hurt Gigi, because that was what monsters did in Naruto's mind, hurt people. Gigi asked how the orphanage had been, and Naruto, in a rush to begin his exam, poured out everything he could think of. He waited on Gigi's lap until he was noticed, then dashed to the desk and turned the exam over. The desk sat right next to where the masked operative was standing, and a small inward sigh reminded Naruto that he apparently was not fully trusted by anyone, not even Gigi. He pretended to be excited and sat at the desk. The first instruction told him to listen to the words and then spell them. Confused, Naruto felt something placed on his head. His hand could not feel it. He shrugged and looked back at the exam. The first spoken prompt in his head said the word strategy, so he wrote strategy in his neatest handwriting next to question 1. After half an hour he had completed the spelling section. The only real trouble had been writing the character for mission. It took a few minutes to get it right. Then came the read and answer questions. On the desk he found a thin book about ninja history. He read it carefully, noting information and page numbers that would help with the questions. Once he finished the book, he answered the questions thoroughly, including everything he knew on the subject. When he finished and checked his work, he realized how easy the exam had been for him. He patted his head to locate the small tag the masked operative had placed there. When his hands felt nothing, he concentrated and sent energy into his fingers until he could sense it again. It took some effort, but he managed to peel the tag off. The tag had squiggly lines and, in the middle, the character for spelling. He noticed he could no longer hear the spelling prompts. Sad that the helpful voice had disappeared, he tried to stick the tag back on his head. At first it would not stay, but with more focused energy he finally affixed it again and the prompts returned. Naruto had been so absorbed that he had not noticed the quiet chuckles from the masked operatives and the village leader in the room. Gigi asked if Naruto had finished. Naruto announced that he had, then eagerly held up the tag and asked if anyone else could hear the funny voice. The masked operative and the village leader reacted with surprise. Naruto giggled, moved close to the operative, and used his energy to attach the tag to the operative's head. He asked the operative whether the voice could be heard. The operative confirmed it could. Naruto removed the tag and asked again. The operative said the voice could no longer be heard. As Naruto looked back at Gigi, he realized how the tag worked. A short pause followed as they all processed the simple trick that had made the exam questions audible, and then the scene moved on. Naruto thought that only magic could put funny voices in someone's head. He slipped the tag into his special pocket to keep it safe, took his test, and handed it to Gigi. Gigi examined the exam, worked over it for about 10 minutes, and told Naruto that he had answered all the questions correctly and had even provided extra answers in case his first ones were not what they were looking for. Gigi remarked that few people did that, not even some of his umbu, and asked why Naruto had gone the extra mile when he had obviously known the answers. Naruto reflected that he had always felt pressured to be perfect since birth and tended to double-check himself. He decided that Gigi might not like that reason, so he told Gigi that he had done it because he wanted to become Hokage. Gigi smiled, said he was impressed, and encouraged Naruto that if he tried his best every day he could become Hokage. Gigi then asked to see what Naruto could do with the strange tag, curiosity plain on his face. Naruto grinned, pressed the tag to Gigi's forehead with its odd energy, watched Gigi chuckle, then took the tag back and put it in his pocket. The memory faded, and Naruto wondered whether Gigi had been impressed by his performance or by the act. He considered whether acting even more cheerful and energetic would make Gigi more impressed. Walking through an alley lost in thought, Naruto did not notice how everyone turned to stare or how the street behind him grew silent until whispers began to follow him. People called him a demon and muttered cruel names: heartless monster, worthless, murderer, unwanted, burden. Each insult made him run faster. The whispers swelled into violence as some voices urged others to attack, claiming they would be heroes for doing so. A childhood memory came back with terrible clarity. He was not yet 4 and begged that he could not die. As he ran toward the forest near the orphanage, something sharp struck his leg and he fell. He dragged himself up and hobbled on despite the pain, trying to escape as his pursuers closed in. A sudden flame knocked him out of the trees and onto the path. He could see the orphanage but could not get up. He watched helplessly as the attackers inflicted cruel markings on him and left him badly wounded. The crowd stepped back, and one voice urged them to finish what had been started. Weapons were raised and hurled. A sword flew toward his head, but it did not strike him. Kiyoshi stepped in front of Naruto and was struck instead, collapsing with a grave wound. Time seemed to stop as Naruto looked at his best friend, who had sacrificed himself. Naruto crawled to Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi smiled through his pain, told Naruto that he had been saving him the way Naruto had saved others, and with one last smile said goodbye. Naruto screamed in anguish. Tears blurred Naruto's vision. Kiyoshi had been the only one who cared for him and had given his life for him. Grief overwhelmed him. He hugged Kiyoshi, lowered him to the ground, and then turned to face the villagers, resigned to die. At the last moment a thrown knife flew toward him and was deflected. Naruto looked up to see Queenie standing between him and the crowd. Queenie glared at the villagers, made a hand sign, and raised a dome of earth that protected them all. She was breathing hard from the effort. An Umbu team arrived and carried Kiyoshi's body away. Naruto sat motionless and then collapsed into darkness. Queenie had been helping with the children's care when she heard the scream. She ran to the window and saw Naruto laying Kiyoshi down. Anger propelled her into action. She used a teleportation jutsu to appear in front of Naruto and deflect the incoming throwing knife. Her chest burned from expending chakra, and she pushed herself to perform another technique. She formed an earth sphere that created a rocky dome around the villagers to contain them. The effort left her gasping and wiping her mouth, breath ragged. An Umbu team took Kiyoshi away, and Naruto fell unconscious. I fell to my knees beside Kiyoshi and checked for a pulse, but there was nothing. A medic from the covert unit came and carried his body away. Naruto stood nearby, staring into nothing, his body swaying until he collapsed. I lifted him and felt my hands stained from the aftermath of the fight. I carried him inside and laid him on the old table. I cut off his shirt and wrapped his torso in gauze and bandages, working steadily until the bleeding slowed. When it stopped, I dampened paper towels and gently wiped the rest of the blood away. As I cleaned, the truth settled over me. I understood why Kiyoshi had died and why the villagers had turned on him. Across Naruto's back and chest were cruel words like monster, demon, murderer, worthless, burden, idiot, killer, all of them spanning inches and covering his torso. I was baffled. Didn't they know he was holding the fox back for them? Didn't they know he was saving them? Unable to look at his scars any longer, I wrapped him in fresh bandages and discarded his shirt and jacket. I laid him down on the sofa and took in the room, children crying and frightened, their faces hollow with fear. Thinking of what I would have to tell them if Naruto woke up filled me with dread. She used instant movement to reach the village leader's office and knocked gently on Saru's door. Saru told her to come in, and she entered with a grim expression. Telling him about Naruto's condition did not go over well, but when she mentioned Kiyoshi, Naruto's first friend, Saru began to tremble with rage. The trembling stopped and he asked quietly where the attackers were. She hesitated and fumbled an answer, embarrassed and nervous. Saru suddenly bellowed, demanding to know where they were. She swallowed and stammered that they were where she had left them. The admission made Saru's expression change to one of satisfaction. He instructed her to deliver them to Ibiki and Snake in the interrogation unit. She agreed and left by the window, running across the rooftops as fast as she could. At the forest's edge, she moved slowly until she found tracks, small, frantic footprints that skidded as if the child had been sent flying. Burnt leaves suggested a fireball attack had thrown him. Scattered kunai and other signs of a struggle littered the ground. She found where Naruto had landed. The scene showed he had been badly hurt, with a kunai lying nearby, its blade marked by the battle. Nearby, an earth dome rose from the ground. She punched a chakra-covered fist through the wall of the dome, then released a sleep gas inside. After waiting for the coughing to subside, she shattered the dome with a physical strike and grabbed 12 civilians, moving them swiftly to the torture and interrogation unit. Naruto floated in a dark, empty place. He felt numb and wrong. He should have been in pain and grief, yet the void made him panic. He told himself he could not be dead. He could hear screams. He forced himself to open his eyes. When his vision cleared, the bright light made his eyes close again, but he soon adjusted and could hear the children screaming more clearly. He noticed tubes in his arm and the ache across his chest, back, and leg flared into sharp pain. He curled into a ball and waited for it to pass, and then the memory came back. Tears came as he realized it was his fault. Kiyoshi had died. If he had taken a different route through the alleys and sewers, Kiyoshi might still be alive. He imagined his friend alive and felt the weight of the loss keenly. Kiyoshi would still be his older brother in his heart. Queenie told herself that if she had just stayed in the basement, Kiyoshi would never have cared about her. It was all her fault. She thought the villagers were right and that she had killed Kiyoshi. Tears fell until her face was clean, and then she forced herself to stand. Her arm throbbed around the tubing, but she removed the lines and pushed the discomfort aside. Hearing children crying, Queenie grabbed the first aid kit from the bedside table. She noticed a small tag on the kit that she had meant to show Kiyoshi, but she set it aside and limped toward the sound. The living room held a few children sitting and crying while others ran and wrestled. Sighing, Queenie took a pan and banged it against the wall until everyone noticed her. When the room quieted, Queenie moved through the group to the first injured child, a 5-year-old named Hachi with curly red hair and freckles. He had a swollen bump on his head, so she asked someone to fetch an ice pack. Hachi offered a watery smile and followed a member of Group 1 to the kitchen. Queenie then attended to Emmy, who had scraped her hands. Hataru was already by her side, offering water and comfort. Queenie cleaned and disinfected Emmy's wounds and wrapped small bandages around each scraped palm. Next she checked on Cora, who was holding a red mark on her arm. Looking closer, Queenie realized Cora had been stung by a bee. She applied a soothing balm, covered it with a bandage, and told Cora to get some ice. Queenie instructed Group 4 to straighten the furniture, asked Group 3 to round up the children and take them to the playroom, and politely requested that Group 2 prepare dinner if they were able. Group 4 immediately set to work arranging the couches, the girls went to cook, and Group 1 helped collect the smallest children. Queenie stayed to clean, scrubbing walls and the coffee table to remove drawings, gathering dirty clothes, and picking up food wrappers. After Ibiki had questioned the civilians and Snake had restrained them, Queenie was told to place the subdued villagers into the holding area. She walked home thinking about how to calm the lingering screams in her head and how they would get Naruto to the hospital. Passing the damaged Earth Dome made her wince, though she felt a conflicted sense of relief that the civilians had been stopped after what they had done. Arriving at the orphanage, Queenie opened the door expecting chaos. Instead, the living room was spotless. In the kitchen, everyone sat quietly eating dinner. She poured a cup of coffee but spat it out when she saw Naruto carrying Rin on one hip and Junko on the other. She took the two children and handed them to Group 3, then approached Naruto closely. Queenie spoke sharply, demanding to know why Naruto was out of bed. Naruto shrank and flinched, and seeing his reaction she immediately softened and took a step back. The silence in the room pressed on them. All the children's faces were turned toward them with an intense focus that reminded Queenie of Captain Yamato's stare. She gently guided Naruto back to bed and told him that she had not yet told the others about Kiyoshi and that they should wait until the next day. Later, Queenie stood outside Naruto's room, nervous and wondering if the others would blame her or stop listening to her. Looking inside, she found the room filled with many small sky lanterns, each bearing a single word written in neat calligraphy. Naruto sat with ink on his face, head propped on his hand, working on more lanterns. When his breathing became quick and his body began to twitch, Queenie hurried over and roused him gently. He jerked awake, eyes darting around before settling on her, then returned to crafting lanterns. Queenie told Naruto softly that they had to tell everyone today. He replied by tossing a crumpled scrap of paper that bore a single word, afternoon. Puzzled, Queenie left the room, wondering what the word meant and whether it had something to do with the lanterns. She went around the house and asked everyone to meet outside at 5 o'clock for an important announcement. Naruto POV had been making sky lanterns since 11 o'clock the night before, after waking from a nightmare of Kiyoshi dying over and over. I decided to write my words down. My last actual words would be said that afternoon before I sent everything I wanted to tell Kiyoshi up to him. Words felt dangerous to me, so I preferred to stay silent and write my thoughts instead. Kiyoshi deserved the perfect send-off. I just hoped he would not hate that his killer had organized it. I was sure the other kids would hate me. By that afternoon, Naruto had finished. There were exactly 42 blue and 42 pink sky lanterns, just enough for 2 each for everyone at the orphanage. The time was 10 to 5, so Naruto called for everyone to come. Naruto called for everyone to come to his room and collect 2 differently colored sky lanterns. It took 2 minutes for everyone to gather. Naruto handed out the lanterns as they came. Outside, Naruto and Queenie each held a lantern. Naruto asked everyone to quiet down and announced that he had some grave news. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Naruto reminded them that a couple of weeks earlier Queenie had dragged him inside when he was bleeding. He explained that on his way home from Gigi's, he had forgotten about some villagers who saw him and chased him. Tears came freely as Naruto recounted being attacked and injured by their assault. A thrown object had struck his leg, slowing him, and a burst of flames had blocked his path some distance from the orphanage. By then he could not move. They had marked him and then prepared to finish hurting him. Naruto explained that one of their older brothers had stepped in front of the fatal blow. He sobbed as he announced that Kiyoshi, their older brother, was gone. Gasps and crying swept the yard. Naruto fell to his knees and then rose to release his lanterns. Soon everyone else launched their lanterns into the sky. They sat together, crying for what seemed like hours, before people began to leave. Naruto sat staring at the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks, until Queenie put a hand on his shoulder and urged him to go inside and rest, warning him to be careful of his leg. Naruto went inside and only then noticed how dark it was. Tomorrow everything will change, Naruto thought. No words, no ties, no one else will be hurt because of him. He did not want people close to him. That night he lay in bed thinking about what having people close to you meant. He fell into a seemingly endless nightmare of Kiyoshi dying repeatedly, the faces of the villagers and mistresses swirling in his mind. You're pathetic. Why did I die for you? Wolf in sheep's clothing, monster, demon, murderer, let's kill him, let's finish what the fourth started. The voices and images chased him through the darkness. Since the funeral for Kiyoshi, Naruto had scarcely spoken. He ate more than he used to but remained thin. October 10th. Queenie POV. Queenie wondered what they would have for dinner and realized there was no food, so she planned to have Naruto go to the shops that afternoon. She still could not believe he had not said a word since his brother's funeral. The other kids tried to get him to talk, but he shrugged them off and walked away. He still performed all the chores no matter what they said, and all they could do was try to help him. Queenie washed the dishes and made sure they were completely dry before putting them away. Hearing a child cry, she followed the sound to Junko and gave him the last of the baby formula. While feeding him, her thoughts drifted to Kiyoshi. That poor kid had tried his best for Naruto and had paid with his life. Naruto had come very close to dying. Queenie could not figure out how anyone had known about the fox inside Naruto. She felt as if she had forgotten something important that day, but she could not remember what it was. Queenie checked the clock and realized it was 4 o'clock. If they wanted dinner, Naruto needed to go to the shops now. She called for Naruto and told him to pick up food for dinner and more baby formula. Naruto looked ready to protest, pen poised over his page, but Queenie insisted that he go. He nodded, eyes close to tears, then left and the front door slammed behind him. Naruto ran through the forest at a dead sprint, hoping to make the trip without being seen. When he burst out of the trees, he ran straight into a mob of people carrying torches. They dragged him to an abandoned building, bound his hands, and forced him inside. There were at least 50 people and looking around he noticed children among them, many around 11 or 12. It dawned on him that those kids would be in the academy. He might have to see them in class if he survived. Once they had him secured, the crowd formed a line. The person at the front stared at him with so much hatred that a wave of blows followed. They struck him repeatedly. The attacks left him battered and gasping. As more people joined in, the assault became overwhelming and chaotic. Weapons flashed and pain spread through his body. He fought to stay awake until darkness closed in. Inside Naruto, the Nine Tails watched in helpless fury. The extra seal that Danzo had placed prevented it from freely using its power to mend Naruto. The seal forced it to watch as Naruto was battered, powerless to intervene. When a villager struck Naruto in the head and another wounded him, the Nine Tails felt rage flare. It screamed and slammed against the barrier Danzo had imposed. The scream reached Naruto in his mindscape, and he woke, collapsing to his knees inside the abandoned building. The Nine Tails told Naruto to rip the seal away or he would die. Naruto, with fierce determination, stood and tore off the main seal and then the additional seal Danzo had added. The Nine Tails froze at the realization that the seals were broken and escape was possible, but instead it reduced itself to the size of a car and rushed to Naruto. It curled around him and offered its chakra to heal him, careful not to give the darker nature it also held. The Nine Tails explained that it had been sealed inside Naruto by his father and that it was not the malevolent force many assumed. It said that a masked man had once controlled it and forced it to attack the village. The Nine Tails also explained that Naruto was in his mindscape because he had passed out from the beating. Seeing Naruto's small, 4-year-old frame, the Nine Tails thought about how advanced Naruto was for his age and decided it wanted to teach him. It noted that Naruto's photographic memory made him unusually capable of learning. The Nine Tails offered to train Naruto, and Naruto leapt up, hugging the creature in excitement, thrilled at the prospect of having a teacher. Queenie, meanwhile, had been taking too long and then checked the calendar on the refrigerator. When she realized it was October 10th and that she had sent Naruto out that day, panic set in. She hurried to the Hokage's office and told the Hokage that she had done something terrible and needed help. She had sent Naruto out for food today. The Hokage froze for a moment, then ordered his operatives, Eagle and Fish, to find Naruto immediately and take him to the hospital. He also instructed that the villagers involved be detained and placed in Ibiki's custody. Kurt nodded as they left. He only hoped they would find him in time. Fish POV. Fish wondered why missions always involved Naruto. He complained to Eagle that they were always sent after Naruto and asked if they could hunt rogue ninja instead, but Eagle did not reply. Guarding the Hokage all day felt dull compared to the action he craved. He noticed Eagle standing near a shop holding a handmade torch and a trail of footprints leading away. Fish followed the prints. After about an hour they heard the sounds of a club, laughter, jeering, and the crackle of fire. For a moment Fish considered returning later to join the party. He called for Eagle, but she had gone ahead. When he caught up he saw her pace turn panicked as she ran into the middle of a crowd and vanished from sight. A moment later her dust spiral burst outward, sending everyone including Fish airborne. The technique struck like a whirlwind of stinging particles that hit from all directions, leaving him reeling. When Fish picked himself up, he saw Eagle fiddling with something and teleported over the fallen logs to her. What he saw was disturbing. Naruto lay on the ground, severely battered. His arms were pinned to the ground by kunai, his clothes were torn, and his legs were bent awkwardly. He was surrounded by the aftermath of sharp projectiles. Naruto looked motionless and badly hurt. Naruto POV. Naruto's thoughts spiraled with guilt. He could not shake the feeling that the villagers hated him and that he had a part to play in Kiyoshi's death. He believed Rama would never hurt Kiyoshi, so the blame fell on him. In his mindscape a darkness pressed in, but the presence of Rama warm and comforting cut through it. Rama's soft, glowing fur soothed him and eased some of the pain. Naruto screamed Rama's name, and Rama told him that it was all right, that he was waking up and they would talk later. As the darkness cleared he opened his eyes and the pain washed over him. Third person. When Naruto opened his eyes he flinched, and the nearby NBU operatives turned to look. Eagle and Fish rushed to his side. Fish felt a sharp guilt for having wanted to join the bush party where Naruto had been attacked. Cradling Naruto, Fish carried him to the hospital bed the Hokage had prepared and teleported to inform the Hokage. The Hokage sent for nurses, grumbling about the added hassle. Hokage POV. Looking at Naruto's weary face as he slept, the Hokage felt a quiet guilt. He had not fully understood the looks and whispers they received whenever he took Naruto out in public. He remembered picking the boy up at 2 years old in his office and how much he had looked like his father, with shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes, giggling and asking where they were going. The memory of the villagers' stares had silenced the child's laughter. The Hokage admitted to himself that listening to Danzo and telling the villagers had been a mistake. He rested his head on the bed, clasped Naruto's hand, and drifted into a restless sleep filled with anxious dreams. Naruto POV. After the NBU laid him on the bed, Naruto blacked out and returned to his mindscape, where Rama lay stretched out, sleeping. Rama was sleeping. He was tired and went to sleep beside her den. He crept over to her and lay with his back against one of her tails. He was almost asleep when he felt her tail curl around him protectively, keeping him warm. The next morning he woke at 4 and saw Gigi sleeping with his head on the bed and his hand on his. His body did not hurt as much as he had feared, and he silently thanked Rama for that. Looking down, he saw 2 casts wrapped from shoulder to wrist. He tried to slip them off but could not reach the other. With stiff arms he bent them as hard as he could until one snapped. The Hokage bolted upright. He laughed inwardly while keeping an emotionless face outwardly. The Hokage looked at him wide-eyed and hugged him as hard as he could. He smiled faintly, stood, grabbed his clothes, and went to the bathroom. Once dressed, he left the hospital. Gigi said goodbye and he waved in return. He walked to the orphanage and heard a faint call of his name. He pet his head and listened, then slipped inside and snuck into his room unnoticed. Someone had called Naruto. He flinched and covered his ears before looking around at nothing and silently shutting the door. He thought that there were only 4 days until the academy and hoped the other kids would not recognize him. Rama reassured him that he would be fine and asked if he wanted to train. He looked around but could see no one. Then he realized the voice had been Rama. He was surprised they could talk that way, and Rama told him to grab some training clothes and come along. He picked out a long-sleeve black shirt and loose black pants to his ankles. They went to training ground 66 as Rama had instructed. He climbed over the fence and started walking. They went so deep into the grounds that he could not remember the turns. Sitting down, he waited for Rama's next instruction. Rama instructed Naruto to meditate and come to her. Naruto asked what meditating meant, and Rama told him to sit down and try not to think of anything. Confused, he obeyed, but his mind drifted. After a few minutes the world faded and he saw Rama again, smaller now and holding a pile of thick scrolls. She set the scrolls on the ground and sighed irritably, telling him to get to work. Naruto examined the titles: Chakra, Surviving in the Wild, Fighting, Hunting, Sword Techniques. Interested in chakra, he began reading and realized it resembled the strange energy he had been feeling. He spent hours in his mind reading the scrolls and eventually fell asleep in his mindscape. Rama decided to watch over his body through the night. By morning he was ready to continue training. Yawning, Naruto stretched and rose from the floor of training ground 66 where he had slept. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and thought about chakra. He wanted to learn jutsu so he could face bad guys. Rama suggested he work on the tree walking exercise he had read about. Naruto told himself he could do it and searched for the biggest tree he could find. He located a huge tree twice the size of the others. In his imagination, Rama appeared with an exasperated expression. He began running at the tree and attempted to run straight up it, falling and trying again. Hours later he had managed to reach the top and lay on a massive branch. Rama told him to get down and begin his physical exercises. Panting, he slowly made his way down, slipping a few times before reaching the ground. Naruto asked what exercises she wanted him to do. Rama instructed him to start with 200 sit-ups, then do a short meditation, run until he found the edge of the forest, and follow that with 5 laps around it. He began the sit-ups, feeling his abs ache halfway through. A few of his scars stung from moving them too much. It was dusk by the time he had struggled through the sit-ups. Slowly rising, panting with hair stuck to his face, he started looking for the fence. He found it after an hour of searching. Wondering where it was, he noticed the trees thinning in one direction and walked that way. After a few minutes he came upon a clearing with a cave. It was not the cave that frightened him so much as the giant bear that appeared and began to chase him. He ran until he reached the fence. Now that the fence had been found, Rama made him run around it 4 times because he had taken so long to locate it. He ran the first lap for about 20 minutes and could barely feel his legs or feet. He began to feel lightheaded, and before he knew it his legs gave out and he fell hard, slipping into darkness before he felt the ground. Some time later, Rama felt bad that the kid had taken such a hard fall. She admitted it was her fault for forgetting he had not eaten properly and was still young. She planned to teach him some techniques when he woke. Hearing a groan, she knew he was awake and could hardly believe he had slept through the night. Naruto groaned as he realized he had not finished the lap and had instead hit the dirt. He worried that if he could not endure Rama's extensive training, he would never mean anything to the village. Calling himself stupid in his head, he pushed himself up and continued running, forcing the pain from the previous day's workout to the back of his mind. It took an hour and a half to reach the part of the circuit he had already completed. Picking up speed, he ran as fast as he could and dove over the finish line drawn in the dirt. Rama praised Naruto for finishing and celebrated his achievement. She told him they could go hunting next. Naruto was surprised that Rama showed she cared. Rama reassured him that she did care and offered to teach him how to track. The following days were spent teaching Naruto how to hunt and track. Rama also taught Naruto the transformation technique at the first opportunity to help protect her young charge. Naruto continued his training every day, running laps through the forest that grew longer and longer. After 4 days he had begun to adapt. The running was now easy for him, even when the number of laps increased. He noticed Rama wearing an impish grin and suspected she was planning something. Finishing his laps, he sat by a nearby lagoon he had found while learning to track. Tracking and hunting had become second nature. Each night he climbed a large tree he had discovered on his first day to sleep and eat. He called it home base, but Rama argued it should not be called home permanently. He told her he considered the orphanage his home for now, though that did not mean he would stay there forever, and that silenced her. After another day of running, Rama put him through an exercise that involved striking a tree stump with his hands and feet. All week he heard Rama muttering about summoning possibilities without a seal, which bothered him, but he did not ask her about it. After cleaning himself at the lagoon, Rama called him over and asked him to sit and meditate. He did his best to remain perfectly still and clear his mind. After a short while he found himself in a familiar meditative space and saw Rama sitting with her tails curled around her. Rama asked Naruto if he could learn to summon her in a small form. Surprised she had not asked sooner, Naruto thought about the offer and knew he would learn the technique. I would try my best to summon her so she could teach me in person and I would not have to meditate every time I tried to learn something. Showing a ghost of a smile, I nodded to her and she stood with her 9 tails swaying. Watching her, I saw her eyes turn gold and her tails lower until their tips pressed firmly against the ground. Gold chakra rippled around her tails and flowed together in front of me. The gold light coalesced tightly into a piece of parchment, then faded. I glanced at the parchment and saw Rama-sensei smiling softly. She mimed biting her thumb, and I followed her example. I bit my thumb, drew blood, and wrote my name on the blank parchment. Rama squealed in happiness. She had always wanted to forge a summoning contract, and her excitement made me laugh. She grinned sheepishly and showed me how to summon before she kicked me out of my mindscape. Opening my eyes, I rose from the lotus position and began the seals for the summoning. Once all 12 seals were set, I bit my thumb, forced chakra through it into the blood, and slammed it down onto the ground. It took me only a moment to realize I had done it correctly. In front of me stood Rama-sensei, about as tall as my head so not too big. My eyes started sparkling and I pounced onto her. She let out a happy bark as she looked around. Feeling sleepy from the chakra drain, I lay on her back and soon slid into darkness, dreaming of my 4th birthday, though this time all the villagers' faces shifted into Kiyoshi's face. Rama-sensei stood once she was sure her little kit was asleep and began walking toward what Naruto called his home base. She marveled at all the colors she had long since forgotten and searched for Naruto's tree. After an hour of content walking, she found it and carefully set Naruto down before transforming into human form. Her long red hair reached the middle of her back and her ruby eyes glowed with happiness as she picked up her kit with her 6-foot frame. She jumped lightly into the air, moonlight illuminating her pale skin. Jumping from branch to branch, she placed Naruto in the small hollow where he always slept. She transformed back into her original state and curled her body protectively around Naruto, dreading the end of the next week. Thinking it over, she knew Naruto would still go to the academy despite what the other kids had done to him, so she devised a plan to make sure they could not hurt him. When the kid went to the academy, she would make sure he became the best there so the other students could not harm him. With that thought, they drifted off to sleep, both anticipating the rigorous training the days ahead would bring. Groaning silently, Naruto stretched his aching arms, sore from weeks of training, and continued to walk to the academy. He forced his weighted body to move and once again marveled at how much burden the body seal placed on him. At first he had not believed that Rama drawing lines over his body and adding chakra would make everything heavier, but the truth was painfully clear now. He lifted his head and stared at the academy doors. It was already class time, so he was a little late. Ignoring the butterflies in his stomach, he approached the front desk. The receptionist glanced at him before handing over a piece of paper with his class written on it. Naruto nodded and made his way through the halls, occasionally sidestepping parents who were talking. He checked the sheet and the sign, then pulled out the paper Gigi had written for him to give to the teacher. He knocked on the door and entered silently, trying not to draw attention to himself, but he failed when the white-haired teacher smirked as he introduced him to the class. Mizuki-sensei announced that Naruto Uzumaki was the newest class member and added that Naruto was mute, telling the class not to bother him and asking if there were any questions. A boy named Shursui raised his hand. Mizuki responded to Shursui, and Shursui asked why Naruto looked so young. He thought children had to be around 10 to join the academy, and he was surprised Naruto could pass the entrance exam at such a young age. Naruto smiled slightly at that but quickly returned to a neutral expression, noting to himself that Shursui seemed nice. A quiet warning echoed in Naruto's thoughts. He told himself he could not have friends, remembering what had happened the last time he had tried. He died. Forgetting the idea of friends, Naruto observed the other people in the class. Most glared at him, some he remembered from his birthday. Out of everyone, there was only one other person who seemed friendly. She had long red hair and eyes that reminded him of Shursui's, who was sitting next to her. Walking to the spare seat near the window at the back, Naruto glanced at the girl with red hair. On her desk was a pencil case with the name Rinako Nakata. Curious, he watched them talk and joke around before paying attention to the lesson. After over an hour of only half listening, the class was told to go outside for practice by teacher Mizuki. Smirking, Naruto dashed outside with his speed and leaned against a tree. Outside, the teacher demonstrated kunai and shuriken throwing. Naruto had mastered the basics in a short time. He set up an elaborate throwing course, blindfolded himself, and imagined the targets. There were 22 targets placed behind obstacles and in different directions. Intent on hitting them all in one go, he leapt into the air, flipped gracefully, and launched the shuriken at the targets. When he landed and removed the blndfld, half the class was watching him with stunned expressions. Naruto walked to the hidden targets and pulled the shuriken from the bullseyes. Teacher Mizuki reminded the students that the exam was only 3 weeks away and urged them to train hard. Naruto walked away from the targets, climbed a tree, and settled on a branch in a precarious position to meditate. Visiting Rama-sensei had been fun. They had played tag and hide and seek, and Rama had taught Naruto how to conjure things into his mindscape to make hiding more interesting. Naruto frowned slightly when Rama-sensei kicked him out, but then he felt a presence behind him. Reacting quickly, he caught a pointed finger aimed at his head and used a swift judo flip to send the boy tumbling forward, then realized he was still perched in the tree. Looking down at the boy sprawled on the ground, Naruto wondered why Shursui was trying to get his attention. He jumped down and offered his hand. Shursui laughed as if it were the funniest thing in the world, then introduced himself as Shursui and took Naruto's hand to hoist himself up. As Shursui fell into step beside him, he grinned and told Naruto that he wanted to learn to throw shuriken like that, claiming it was even better than Itachi's. Naruto raised an eyebrow, considering how to discourage this persistent newcomer. Giving him the cold shoulders seemed the best option. Without warning, Naruto suddenly ran as fast as he could to the Hokage tower to meet Gramps. To Shursui, it looked as if Naruto had vanished into thin air. What an interesting person, Naruto thought, before heading to meet Gramps. It had been nearly 3 weeks since Naruto joined the academy, and the days grew increasingly dull because he already knew much of the curriculum. He had become bored enough to invent playful variations of class jutsu to entertain himself. He also experimented with a shadow clone variation that reacted dynamically to enemy attacks. Naruto called them spiked clones. When Naruto asked Gigi to enroll him in the academy, he had not expected it to be so easy. The only real difficulty was trying to avoid Shursui and Rinako, who had also joined and now sat in his class for 6 hours a day. Zoning out again, Naruto realized it was time to leave. Gigi told Naruto that since he had joined the academy, it would be right for him to have his own apartment. Naruto accepted the plan. Gigi did not want to put the orphanage in a difficult position now that Naruto was training to be a ninja. He decided he would move into the apartment during the 3rd week of the academy. Naruto frowned slightly at the thought of leaving. If he wasn't there, Queenie at the orphanage would likely be overwhelmed, so he resolved to visit as often as possible to help ease her stress. Walking out of the academy, Naruto thought about what he would tell the kids. He was so lost in thought that he did not notice Shursui chatting as he followed him. When Naruto reached the orphanage, it suddenly became silent. Glancing back, he saw Shursui looking wide-eyed at the place. Naruto knocked on the front door 3 times. After a minute, one of the younger children, age 6, opened the door. It was Korra, who loudly announced Naruto's arrival and pounced on him for a hug. Soon all the kids joined in, piling onto him until it became hard to breathe. An arm squirmed through the others, wrapped around him, and hoisted him up. Naruto face-bombed when he saw who had saved him. He should have known it was Shui. He forced the warmest smile he could at the children while keeping his back deliberately turned to Shui, then walked inside. Following the familiar twists and turns, he reached the small room he and Kiyoshi had shared for a little over a week. He began to gather his things and realized he had everything except his orange jacket. That jacket was one of his prized possessions, the only gift he had ever received, given by his grandfather when he was 2, though it no longer fit. After some searching, he saw the edge of the jacket peeking out from under Kiyoshi's bed. Lying on his stomach, he grabbed and pulled it free. He noticed a string tied to the jacket and followed it through the bed to an air vent above. Reaching up, he lifted the vent and a card and a parcel fell onto the bed. With shaky fingers he opened the card. The card told him that although they might not be blood-related, Kiyoshi considered him family, like the little brother he never had. Kiyoshi wrote that Naruto should not worry about those who ignored or hurt him and that he should love the people who were there for him no matter what. Everyone at the orphanage cared about him, Kiyoshi had written, and they wanted him to stay strong and prove the villagers wrong because to them he was already a hero. The card ended with a happy birthday from his older brother Kiyoshi. Naruto reread the card over and over, memorizing it. Despite his pledge of silence, a few muffled sobs escaped as he buried his face in a pillow. He unwrapped the parcel and found a familiar black hoodie, an exact replica of Kiyoshi's favorite. The sight made him swell with emotion. He was tired of feeling sad. The card proved Kiyoshi cared, and Naruto felt painfully aware of his own weakness. He needed to let out his anger. Not bothering to wipe his tear tracks, he gathered his things and walked calmly outside wearing the new hoodie. He was so upset that he did not notice the children watching him leave, nor did he notice Shui talking to them before taking off to catch up. Shui followed him as he headed straight for training ground, itching for Rama-sensei to order him around. Naruto took off at a light jog, not noticing Shui struggling to keep up. Thoughts of his failure to protect Kiyoshi swam through his head, and he flipped gracefully over the 6-foot fence and sat leaning against it. Gathering his energy, he added 4 pounds to the gravity seal and started running laps, leaving his things against the fence. It took 53 laps for him to calm down enough to notice Shui sitting on one of his bags, watching him with a fish-like expression. Walking over to him, Naruto remembered the card that had said to love the ones who are there for you no matter what. He went through his training bag, grabbed both his shuriken and kunai pouches, latched onto Shui's sleeve, and walked toward the forest. Shui followed silently as Naruto went to his tree. Naruto chakra walked up the trunk as far as he could go. Shui waited at the bottom. Once Naruto reached the hollow, he grabbed all the targets he had and walked down to Shui. Shui stood there watching curiously. Naruto could tell he wanted answers but knew he wouldn't provide them. Tugging on his sleeve again, Naruto led him to the lagoon and set up targets around the lake. Naruto had decided to give Shui what he wanted and to see if he would stick around after the lessons. He planned to teach him as much as he could about shuriken throwing, placing the targets around the lagoon so Shui wouldn't be injured if he landed wrong and hoping he wouldn't mind getting wet. Changing into a long-sleeved black shirt and board shorts, Naruto walked across the stepping stones to the rock in the middle of the lagoon and looked at Shui. He handed him the shuriken he would need and demonstrated the technique. When Shui tried it, something clicked and he paid close attention to Naruto's movements. Glancing at the 42 targets, Naruto took a deep breath, flipped off the rock, and threw a shuriken that landed dead center on the targets. Shui seemed eager to try it, so Naruto waded back to shore and watched as he attempted the throw. Shui managed the flip perfectly but missed the marks, so Naruto let him practice for another hour and a half with the same result. Before they chilled any further, Naruto grabbed Shui's wrist and pulled him over to the towels he had brought. Once they were dry and changed, Naruto led him back to the targets, took 4 of them, tucked the rest into his training bag, and led Shui back to the tree. After putting his bag away, Naruto positioned the 4 targets at different angles opposite a sturdy branch. Shisui watched curiously as Naruto hung upside down by his knees from the branch and threw the shuriken, easily hitting each target. Naruto then hopped down and let Shisui try. It took Shisui an hour to get it down, and when he did, Naruto moved the targets to harder angles to increase the challenge. They trained for hours. Eventually Naruto tugged Shisui's sleeve, removed all the targets and shuriken, and placed them back in the hollow. Shisui followed as Naruto walked back to his belongings. Naruto grabbed them with one hand, jumped on top of the fence, and held a hand out for Shisui to grab. He pulled hard and they both made it over the fence despite Shisui's exhaustion. They went their separate ways with Shisui calling a grateful goodbye and Naruto waving back over his shoulder. After Shisui left, Naruto noticed how light his shoulders felt, as if a burden had been lifted. He walked to Gigi's office, ignoring the secretary who had always disliked him. Near the door, he started the usual routine but this time did not call out. He confused the Umbu. When the Umbu appeared in front of him, Naruto quickly sidestepped him and dove onto the Hokage's lap. The Umbu was visibly shocked, his frame stiff with surprise. Naruto giggled silently, his shoulders shaking. Gigi glanced down and asked how the academy was. Naruto smiled and wrote on Gigi's notepad that it was boring. Gigi laughed before telling Naruto that he had enrolled him in the exam in 3 days, giving him a chance to become a genin if he passed. He then handed Naruto a map and a room key with a number on it. Glancing at the map, Naruto made his way to his new apartment. Waking up, Naruto looked around the apartment that was supposed to be his new home. To him, the forest of death seemed more inviting. The walls were stained with mold and the floor lay under a layer of dust that had made him cough all night. The windows had boards over them to keep people from looking in. There was a kitchen with a kettle, a fridge, and an oven. The only other piece of furniture in the apartment was the bed. Looking at his clock, Naruto got up to go to school. He grabbed his shuriken and kunai pouches and some bandages. After preparing, he decided today would be the day. He performed the hand seals for summoning and added the smallest amount of chakra possible. In a soft poof, Rama-sensei appeared at hand size. She glanced at him with displeasure at the new size before settling herself in the hood of Kiyoshi's hoodie. Leaving the house, Naruto walked toward the forest of death to do more training before the exam the next day. He felt the academy had nothing more to teach him, so there was no reason to attend. A block from the forest, he ran into Shisui, who was walking in the same direction. Confused, Naruto walked ahead. Shisui called Naruto's name as he jogged to catch up, and Naruto turned and waited. Shisui arrived with his hands on his knees, panting. He asked if Naruto was not going to school either. Naruto shook his head. Shisui grinned and said that Naruto could meet his friend and then they would train. Naruto nodded and followed, holding Shisui's sleeve to avoid getting lost in the crowd. Shisui pulled him through the throng when suddenly a man in the crowd shoved his boot into Naruto's head, sending him to the ground. Naruto groaned and felt dazed. Shisui immediately ran over and checked his head where it hurt. Carefully sitting up, Naruto took out a strip of bandage and wrapped his head tightly. Looking around, he realized Shisui was no longer by his side and had to search for him in the crowd. When he found Shisui, his mind raced at the sight of him standing up for him. Shisui was confronting the man who had kicked Naruto, making a scene to defend him. Naruto coughed and got to his feet, putting the extra bandages away. He took Shisui's sleeve and led him away from the villager. Shisui looked confused, as if asking why Naruto would stop him from retaliating. Realizing it was pointless, Shisui put his arms around Naruto's torso and hoisted him onto his shoulders. Naruto smiled even if Shisui could not see it. They continued past the forest of death toward the direction Shisui had left the day before. Naruto buried his face in Shisui's hair and thought that this was what friendship felt like. It made his heart feel light, and it was unexpectedly pleasant. They passed through a gate marked with a white symbol topped in red. Naruto asked Rama-sensei mentally where they were. Rama-sensei replied that they were in the Uchiha clan district, which was essentially a small community for clan members. Shisui started running and Naruto giggled aloud. Shisui stopped and looked up at him with sparkles in his eyes, teasing that he had succeeded in making Naruto laugh as he spun him around. Naruto jumped down from Shirsue's shoulders, suddenly nervous to meet Shirsue's friend. He clung to Shirsue's sleeve and hid behind his leg to blend in. They ran to a river behind some trees where someone stood waiting. Shirsue announced that he had brought someone to train with them. A quiet sound was Naruto's only response. The person invited them to come on. Peeking out from behind Shirsue's leg, Naruto saw a young person crouched nearby with a serene, closed-eyed smile. The boy introduced himself as Itachi Uchiha and asked Naruto who he was. Shirsue moved to speak, but Naruto held his hand out to stop him. Naruto walked forward and tapped a rhythm, one long tap, two quick taps, one short tap, and a double tap. Itachi recognized the rhythm and identified him as Naruto. Shirsue watched, both impressed and confused that Naruto and Itachi had understood each other. Wary of a new acquaintance, Naruto grabbed Itachi's sleeve and then Shirsue's before jogging toward the Forest of Death, with Shirsue sprinting and Itachi jogging casually behind. Once sure they were following, Naruto eased his pace for Shirsue and let go of their sleeves. He was still a little dizzy from the earlier strike to the head, and with Rama summoned he could not heal immediately. He released the summoning, thinking it would be difficult for her to train him in person with the others around. When the fence of the training area came into view, Naruto sped up and flipped gracefully to the top, perching like a cat. Waiting for Shirsue, he watched as Itachi made the same move and landed on the fence as well. When Shirsue reached the fence, both Naruto and Itachi grabbed an arm and pulled him over. Walking toward the hollow, Naruto gathered all the targets again and headed to the same branch Shirsue had practiced on the day before, then set up 10 targets. Shirsue grinned and jumped straight to the branch, Itachi watching him curiously as he hung upside down. When Shirsue started shooting shuriken at the targets, it seemed to click for Itachi. Looking around, Naruto went to a small clearing not far away and set up the remaining targets in difficult positions, then gestured for Itachi to try them. Itachi looked at Naruto as if he were insane, but he got into his stance and attempted the challenge. He hit 12 bullseyes, the rest only clipped edges or missed. Naruto gathered Itachi's shuriken and handed them back before demonstrating the technique. He blindfolded himself again, flipped his wrist, and sent his shuriken thudding into the targets. All 46 hit the bullseye. He motioned for Itachi to practice the technique again. When both of them were too focused on their challenge, Naruto slipped out of the forest and headed off. Leaving Shirsue and Itachi behind, Naruto left the forest to check on the children at the orphanage, worried because he had not told them he was leaving. Hopping over the fence, he found himself wishing he could return to practice the new jutsu Rama-sensei had taught him. The jutsu was called Mind Shadow and it allowed the user to write a message into someone's head without speaking. To the recipient it felt as if they were reading their own thoughts aloud. Naruto was excited about the technique and wanted to try it on his friend, but he had to go see his brothers and braced himself for their anger. One of his companions called him Kit and suggested he practice the jutsu on some villagers to see if they reacted. Naruto worried that this might upset strangers. The companion replied that the villagers were not especially kind to him, and Naruto promised to try the jutsu on the children at the orphanage instead so as not to upset people he did not know. The companion muttered that Naruto was no fun. Shadow walking over the rooftops with practiced ease, Naruto silently thanked Rama-sensei for teaching him how to move like that. He reached the forest beside the orphanage faster than usual, convinced that the training had made the difference. Nervously scratching the back of his head, he walked through the trees toward the house he had lived in for the 4 short years he had been there. Smiling as he watched the children running and playing ninja or hide-and-seek outside, he noted that no one had noticed him yet. He was looking for Queenie when he heard a muffled scream from inside. Shadow stepping past the children, Naruto sprinted toward the house. He moved so fast that he was already in the kitchen before he fully registered being inside. Turning a corner, he heard an older person's voice speaking in a harsh, sinister tone and demanding to know what had been done to someone, using a sharp insult in the process. The sound of a kunai striking wood told Naruto someone had thrown a blade into the furniture, and he decided to make his presence known. Rounding the corner, the shock on Naruto's face must have been obvious. Queenie was tied to the wall with strips of sheet. She looked frightened and shaken, her face flushed and her eyes wide. Kunai hovered around Queenie like a ring of cold metal. In front of her stood Yuchika, one of the special people from the orphanage. Yuchika had been 18 and was now a chunin who had been assigned to keep me company when she was a genin a year before. I had thought we were close. After she stopped coming, I had to scavenge for food on the streets until Queenie came along. I smiled broadly to greet them, though inside I felt hollow. I thought about how Yuchika had left me alone, how she did not come until ordered to, and how she had hurt Queenie, the one who had been there for me and who had stopped the mistreatment. I walked over to Queenie and expertly pulled out a kunai, catching her before she could fall. As Queenie steadied herself, my smile vanished and I glared at Yuchika with cold anger. Yuchika flinched, and I could sense the low disapproval Rama-sensei was giving her. I decided to try the jutsu I had been working on. Making the ram seal, I visualized a notepad in my mind and wrote a short message on it. Using chakra, I turned it into a genjutsu and placed it in Queenie's thoughts so she would see the words asking if she was all right. Queenie's eyes widened in surprise. She nodded, and I expanded the jutsu. Carefully composing the words, I traced the chakra signatures of the other children and sent the message to them like an email. Naruto sent a message to everyone saying that someone was being mean to Queenie in the kitchen and added that he was scared. Within seconds, the sounds of running feet filled the air. I had deliberately excluded Yuchika from the distribution so Queenie would understand what was about to happen. Queenie glanced at me and grinned when she saw my smirk, then resumed a frightened posture for effect. I began to shiver and hid behind Queenie's leg, eyes wide and wet to sell the act. As the first children arrived, I watched their expressions change into fierce determination and some even flushed with anger. The group of orphans advanced like an organized swarm, surrounding the chunin and pressing her until she backed away nervously. They had to peel the children off of her, and she fled as fast as she could. I smiled at the kids, and they immediately tackled me in a hug. I frowned and flinched at the contact. I had never grown used to physical affection. Queenie watched the children with a small, relieved smile as though she felt she might have been lost if I hadn't come. Quietly amused by the kids, I held my arms up to Queenie, a habit I kept when it was just the children and her. Queenie leaned down, picked me up, and placed me on her shoulders as she walked to the kitchen to help make breakfast for everyone. After setting down the last bowl, Naruto told Queenie that he could not stay because the Hokage wanted him to move into his own apartment and asked her to tell the children. Queenie frowned at the news and, with a grim look, stood to make the announcement. The guilty feeling in my stomach tightened when I saw the children crying with tears streaming down their cheeks. Seeing them upset reminded me why I rarely spoke. I kept my lips sealed, waved goodbye, and left to see how much the boys had progressed since I had gone. My shoulders felt heavy with guilt as I walked through the forest of death. I was barely holding back my own tears. I had left them sobbing. At the clearing where I had last left Itachi, I frowned to find he was not there. I could see the marks from the kunai targets and felt bad about leaving them. I walked over to Shirsue's clearing and found him and Itachi sitting on the ground having lunch. I plopped down beside them, not hungry at all after what I had done. I sat in silence and felt Itachi glance at me. I met his gaze briefly, then looked away. Nervous, I began tapping Morse code into the dirt without realizing I was doing it, not noticing that Itachi was picking up the pattern. My tapping spelled out everything I hated about myself. I'm so stupid. Why do I always mess things up? Can I be normal? I'm a monster, a demon, a murderer. I make everyone upset. It's always my fault. I don't deserve the food I need. I stopped tapping and looked up to see Itachi watching me intently. Shirsue smiled and continued munching on some odd-looking skewered food. The feeling in my stomach turned sour. Even the thought of eating made me feel ill. Itachi picked up one of the skewered pieces and held it out to me. When I did not move, he frowned and got up, coming closer. Flinching, I backed away toward Shirsue. I kept shrinking into myself until I ran into Shirsue, who continued to sit there, oblivious as he chewed. I curled into a ball and started to shiver and flinch. Itachi paused, his eyes holding something I had never seen before. A short, quiet moment. Was it concern? He kept walking, and when he crouched down in front of me, I squeezed my eyes shut. When something was pressed into my mouth, I froze. It settled heavily in my unsettled stomach, and I knew it would not stay. My face went pale, and in reflex, I stood and ran to a nearby bush to vomit the sweet thing up. I kept vomiting until I was dry and collapsed onto the dirt, coughing and shaking. I felt incredibly weak. Looking over at Itachi, I saw his eyes wide with concern. Shisui looked horrified as he hurried over, picked me up, and took me to the campfire they had set up. Dizzy, I kept my eyes open while Shisui checked my temperature. After they finished, Itachi asked when I had last eaten. I frowned, trying to remember. The last clear memory was of a small bird I had caught 2 weeks ago that I had not finished because it made me feel sick. I was too weak to think properly, my mind would not focus, and my photographic memory was of no use. I held my arm up and Itachi let me tap my uncertainty onto his palm before I collapsed back onto the ground. Itachi's expression turned worried and he pulled Shisui a little away from me. With my sensitive hearing, I could still hear them as Itachi said that he thought Naruto might develop a mental condition if he was not looked after soon, that he was already sick. He asked if it was because Naruto was so light, and Shisui responded that while Naruto was thin, he was simply weak from not eating and should be okay after a good rest. Itachi warned that they needed to make sure he kept eating or it could get bad quickly. Sick of listening in on their conversation, I fought off the dizziness, rose from my spot, and used my shadow step to return to my apartment for a proper rest. Walking through the streets, I was suddenly hit by a dizzy spell and nearly collapsed. Itachi grabbed me before I hit the ground. Itachi concentrated on the challenge Naruto had left for him. He still did not believe it was logically possible to hit so many targets in one flip, but he was determined to try. After many failed attempts over about 3 hours, he grew tired and went to find Shisui and the little boy, Naruto. When he walked into Shisui's clearing, he saw Shisui fall from his perch in a tree and caught him before he hit the ground. Itachi asked where Naruto was. Shisui responded that he had thought Naruto was with Itachi, and Itachi frowned when he realized Naruto had left them in the forest but assumed he would return soon. Itachi made a fire in the clearing and sat down across from Shisui, unpacking lunch that consisted of a large bag of dango and some pocky. Shisui pulled out a similar bag with rice ball. They ate quietly and talked about small things. Suddenly Itachi stopped talking. He felt Naruto's presence and watched as he came through the trees. Shisui had not noticed. Naruto sat on the other side of the campfire. For a moment his eyes looked up and Itachi felt a sharp worry. Those eyes looked broken and almost impossible to fix. Naruto quickly looked down and began tapping with his fingers in a pattern like Morse code. Itachi did not think Naruto realized he was doing it, but the tapping kept going and the words it spelled out troubled him deeply. Itachi read the message in his head and became more concerned. Naruto seemed to think he was the sole cause of everyone's problems and described himself in cruel terms. When Naruto tapped out that he did not deserve the food and that he needed it, Itachi froze and studied him. He could see how thin Naruto had become. His ribs showed through his long shirt. Itachi picked up a stick of dango and held it out, hoping desperately that his worry was only his imagination. When Naruto ignored the offering, Itachi stood and moved to give it to him. Naruto flinched away, eyes wide with fear. As Naruto backed away, he began to panic, his breaths coming in small pants. Itachi stayed close, trying to steady the frightened boy and make sure he would be okay. He curled into a ball and began shivering. I paused, very concerned, and stopped in front of him. I crouched and pressed a piece of dango into his mouth because I had to know if he would eat. My eyes widened when his face went deathly pale and he stumbled away from the spot beside Shisui toward the edge of the clearing. He began retching and I stood frozen. It was exactly what I had feared. He did not look after himself properly, and this was the result. It hurt to see this boy, younger than my own little brother, in such pain. He kept dry heaving and seemed to sway on his feet. Shisui looked absolutely horrified and suddenly ran forward to Naruto, carrying him back to the makeshift bed near the fire. Shisui checked his temperature and told me that Naruto had a small fever. When Naruto's retching stopped, and with only limited medical knowledge between us, I asked the question I needed to know. I asked when was the last time Naruto had eaten. He lay there for around 10 minutes before answering. He raised his arm weakly, and I put my palm under his dangling fingers and read the message. He did not know. I winced at the answer and took Shui to the other side of the clearing. I told Shui that I thought Naruto might not be looking after himself well enough. Shui wondered if it had to do with how light Naruto seemed, saying he did not think Naruto weighed more than one of his wooden targets. I frowned at that thought. Those targets were light, and it was troubling that Naruto weighed so little. I said that Naruto was fine for now, just weak from not eating, and that he should be okay after a good rest. I added that they needed to make sure he kept eating, otherwise it could get bad quickly. Shui nodded and glanced toward the makeshift bed where Naruto lay. He offered to help, but moving around too much in Naruto's condition was not a good idea. Shui went to the orphanage to see if they could find anyone who knew more, and I headed toward the Hokage tower hoping to find answers. After running for a while, I saw a swaying figure with dull yellow hair. I picked up speed as he began to fall and caught him before he hit the ground. Lifting him, I realized Shui had been right. He was very light. Carrying him with his chin on my shoulder, I took him home to the Uchiha district. Naruto POV. Waking up, Naruto realized he was swaying back and forth. Opening his eyes, he became aware that someone was carrying him. Too weak to protest, he let the person take him away. Watching the scenery pass by, he thought about why he had not eaten in so long. Remembered that for the past 4 weeks he had felt sick whenever he tried to eat and would have to spit food out. It had begun just after his 4th birthday. At the time he had shrugged it off, thinking he did not need more food and that more food meant more weight. Lately he had started having dizzy spells, and all of his scars had begun to ache as if they were fresh, the one over his heart hurting the most. Even now the pain was almost unbearable. The person carrying him had his chest pressed against their shoulder, making the wound throb. As the pain registered, Naruto began to whimper and bit his lip to hold in the cries. The figure stopped and held Naruto out from them. When he blinked, he realized it was Itachi carrying him. Naruto pressed his hand over the wound, hoping to ease the pain. Itachi noticed and adjusted his hold so he would not hurt him further. They passed under the lollipop-shaped gates and walked up a path to a house. The streets were quiet, and it seemed to be around 8 o'clock. Itachi slid the door open, and Naruto shivered from the cold as they entered. They passed many pictures along the way until they reached the kitchen, where a man and a woman were talking at the table. When they looked up, the woman rose and hurried over to Naruto while the man pulled a bag of ointments from a cabinet. Naruto was only vaguely aware of Itachi laying him on a couch. He was shivering uncontrollably and his lips had begun to turn blue. The woman pressed her hand lightly against his forehead, then quickly withdrew and began making hand signs. Her hands glowed faintly and she ran them over Naruto's body in a healing pattern. Her expression tightened when she reached his torso. She told Itachi what she had found, and Itachi reached for Naruto's shirt. Naruto weakly held the shirt down, confused and resisting, but his strength soon wavered and his hand fell. Itachi took the chance and pulled the shirt off. Looking down, Naruto saw the scars across his torso and the words that had been carved into him. One, that red monster was still red and had not fully healed. Itachi's eyes widened and tears ran down his cheeks. Naruto lifted his hand toward him, upset that he had caused that reaction. Itachi knelt and placed his hand in Naruto's, squeezing gently. Naruto's lips trembled from the cold as Itachi ran his fingers over his ribs, stopping at the word that had been carved into his side. Naruto flinched. Warm fingers made me feel even colder. The woman had gotten over her initial shock and began applying ointment to the wound. The pink salve helped the cut close, though it would leave a scar like the others. My fever persisted, but I could still make out a brief note. Infection, needs to eat, fever. Only I watched as Itachi gently lifted me and carried me to a small room with a desk covered in drawings, mostly of crows. He carefully set me down on a bed and lay down beside me, so it must have been his. He pulled me close and kissed my forehead. I fell asleep, bracing myself for more nightmares. My dreams began with my friends Shui and Itachi running straight toward me, their eyes wild. They were screaming unintelligible words and ran past me. When I turned, I saw them each clutching a sword that had struck them. They collapsed in a dramatic, devastating fall. I screamed, pleading for them to stop, but it was too late. Itachi opened his mouth. I leaned in, crying, to hear his final words. Itachi first whispered for me to wake up and then shouted for me to wake up. My body bolted upright and my eyes widened when I realized Itachi was holding me against his chest. Itachi started stroking my hair to calm me down. Only then did I notice I had been hyperventilating. My breath slowly evened out and I used my chakra to write thanks into his head. He was so surprised that he fell off the bed backwards. Ignoring his surprise, I got up, staggered a little, and held out my hand to him. He took it but lifted himself without my help. I held his hand and walked out of the room with him. He led me to the kitchen and prepared breakfast for me and another person. Looking at the food piled on my plate, my face paled. Itachi noticed and hid the plate behind his back. Not long after, a child called to Itachi excitedly. I turned and saw a young boy about my age launch himself at Itachi, who nearly dropped the plate. Itachi knelt in front of the boy and introduced Naruto and Sasuke to each other. Sasuke smiled widely and asked why I was there. I stayed silent and hid behind Itachi's leg. Itachi then remembered that I did not speak and explained that I had been very sick last night. Sasuke nodded, smiled, and ran over to the table to eat the plate of food Itachi had set out for him. I sat as far away from Sasuke as I could. Itachi sat next to me, still keeping the plate hidden, and offered a piece of egg on the end of some chopsticks. I cautiously opened my mouth and allowed him to feed me a small amount. I did not like the feeling of food in my stomach, but I knew it would make Itachi and Shisui happy. He then offered some bacon on a chopstick, and I ate it, feeling full and very queasy after such greasy food. It had gone down, but I could tell that any more would make me throw up. When Itachi held out more egg, I sealed my lips shut and shook my head. He seemed frustrated but did not push me further. I felt extremely tired and decided to take a break from my constant training. Sitting where I was, I began to channel chakra throughout my body while Itachi watched with interest. I then removed the 10 pounds I had on the gravity seals. I instantly felt lighter and raised my arms toward Itachi. He did not seem to understand at first but lifted me up anyway, and when he did his face paled considerably as he realized the gravity seals were active. He set me back on my feet and I waved goodbye before leaving through the front door. The exam for the academy was that day and I needed to get my things from my apartment. After acing the written exam, I followed the others to the target area, staying behind Shisui to keep away from familiar faces that still haunted my dreams, who were among the crowd. I watched as the Hokage stood next to Mizuki, keeping a careful eye on each kid as they were called up. I smiled when I saw that there were exactly 10 targets and hoped Shisui had managed to get his aim and flips right. I thought as his name was called. He smiled a face-splitting grin and strutted up to the shuriken, taking them all and holding them the way I had taught him. I caught the Hokage's glance. He nodded at him to give confirmation. Looking over at Shisui again, I watched him take a deep breath, flip his hands, and shoot the shuriken like lightning. The sound of shuriken hitting would echoed through the yard. There were shocked gasps from the other students and a proud expression on the Hokage's face. When my name was called, I walked silently to stand before Mizuki, who searched for me, unaware that I was right in front of him. I tugged on his sleeve and watched his head snap down. He glared at me and, with a very obvious fake smile, told me to go. Taking all of the shuriken, I turned to leave and casually sent them thudding into the targets behind me. I walked over to stand next to Shisui. He looked at me with a huge smile and lifted me onto his shoulders. Bored while we waited for the others to finish, I began braiding his hair. When I was done, his hair was threaded with braids, some woven with little feathers and bits of string I had on me. In my opinion it looked like a bird's nest, but Rinako, the redhead I had met on the first day, told him she liked it, so it must have been okay. Walking back inside, I sat in my seat and looked out the window, waiting for my name to be called. When it finally was, I left the nearly empty classroom to finish the final test. Inside the small room there were 2 desks with Konoha forehead protectors of different colors behind them. Mizuki and Gigi were seated behind the desks. I waved, and Gigi instructed me to perform the clone technique to pass. I nodded and formed the Kage Bunshin hand seals. After releasing the perfect amount of chakra, 50 clones appeared around the room. Mizuki reacted with obvious disdain and declared that I had failed. The Hokage clipped Mizuki lightly on the head and told me to ignore him, then informed me that I had passed. I smiled and walked forward to Gigi. Gigi handed me an envelope and reached into his pocket to pull out a pure white headband. He told me that the envelope had been given to only one other student from the academy and that we both showed great potential, asking me not to tell anyone. I nodded, confused, and left for home to read the letter. I cooked some instant ramen and ate half of it before opening the letter. The letter informed me that, since I had shown potential, I had been nominated to join other skilled ninja in a new training corps in ANBU. It asked me to join the other nominees at the Hokage's office at 5 p.m. I was happy to have a chance to show the villagers that I did not want to be a monster anymore and that I could help protect them. Glancing at the clock, I packed my ninja tools, tied the white headband on my head, and left for the meeting at the Hokage's office. Using my shadow step, I moved undetected through the main streets of Konoha and took the easiest route to the Hokage's office. Once there, I gently opened the door and slipped inside. About 11 other young ninja were already gathered. The first person I noticed was Shursui, wearing a pure white headband just like mine. I flipped into the air and landed on his shoulders. He started a bit until he realized it was me. He was talking to someone and I looked to see Itachi standing nearby, holding his navy forehead protector, while Shursui tied on a pure white one. We were the only three with white headbands. I smiled at Shursui and jumped onto Itachi's shoulder, tapping his arm to say hello. Itachi turned to me and said he was not surprised to see me there. At the front, Gigi stood next to a heavily bandaged man with short dark hair and an aged face. The bandaged man introduced himself as Danzo. Danzo instructed those with black headbands to form a group to the right. Once nearly everyone had moved, he told them they were the weakest in the room and needed the most improvement. They would be squad. Danzo then asked the people with navy blue headbands to stand to the left. He described them as a strong group made up of some of the strongest shinobi, but said they lacked teamwork. He named them Group Z. Finally, Danzo asked the people with white headbands to step forward. He studied us carefully, looking me up and down with a cold stare that sent shivers down my spine. He was not a man to underestimate. He told us that we were a group of prodigies with the potential to become the best shinobi, though we lacked experience. He explained that we would be the only team allowed to take missions during the next year of training and that we would be called Squad A. I glanced at Itachi and Shursui, feeling reassured. The old man must know what he's doing, I thought. If he had placed me with anyone else, I would not have been comfortable. Danzo concluded by telling Squad 3, Squad A, and Group Z that tomorrow we were to meet at the ANBU headquarters for our training. This would be our new home for the next year, so we should not expect to go back to our houses. He told us to bring everything we would need and to be ready. Danzo dismissed them, and Naruto slipped out of the building through a window and headed home for what would be the last time in a long while. Itachi, Shursui, and Naruto entered ANBU headquarters together, returning from a 3-day mission. Kneeling with his head bowed, Naruto waited with his team for Danzo to speak, as he had learned to do over many similar occasions. The captain of ANBU, standing next to Danzo, kicked Naruto's feet out from under him and forced him to kneel painfully. Danzo then assigned their team to a new mission. The three of them would go with the captain to track down the man who had taken Hinata Hyuga. Danzo made clear that Hinata must be rescued and that the target responsible for her abduction was to be eliminated. He added that the captain would remain to evaluate them as they carried out the mission. When the captain turned to study them, Naruto felt the man's killer intent aimed straight at him, forcing his body even harder against the floor. From that day on, Naruto taught himself to kneel properly when reporting into Danzo. Not long after, everyone from their training intake stood kneeling before Danzo, each marked with the seal on their tongues that prevented them from speaking about Danzo. Naruto remembered the first time he noticed that seal on a new recruit. He had pulled Itachi and Shursui aside and crafted a removable base on their tongues so that the seal would stick to that base and could be taken off later. That was the beginning of his deep study of seals. Over the months he had mastered almost all of them, with only 2 remaining beyond his reach, his father's teleportation seals and the Hyuga's caged bird seal, both renowned as master-level techniques. the latter without any known method for removal. The general ordered everyone to attention, and they straightened instantly, arms clasped at their sides as drilled. Danzo then addressed them, announcing that now that the year of training had ended they were free to leave if they chose. Some would stay to train new recruits, some would join Danzo's ranks, and 3 would become the Hokage's personal ANBU. Danzo's one visible eye fixed on them and seemed to look straight through them. Naruto glanced at his teammates. Shirsue's gaze drifted to Itachi from time to time before returning to the front. Danzo moved down the line, whispering in people's ears before they left. Naruto's fox mask itched against his face and the tension in the room made him eager to leave. He exchanged small adjustments with his teammates. Itachi's weasel mask was straightened, Shirsue's bear mask was lifted and set back in place. Patience had never been their strong suit. They acted, they did what needed doing, and waiting in a line was unbearable, especially since Naruto wanted to visit Queenie at the orphanage for the first time in a year. When Danzo reached him, he leaned close and whispered that Naruto was to report to the Hokage the next day at 12 sharp. He would be the Hokage's new personal ANBU and must not let the Hokage die. After that, Naruto ran toward the orphanage. He moved through the forest with silent steps, desperate for someone to remember him. A year had passed. Pushing open the front door, Naruto considered how to make a grand entrance. He decided to visit the kitchen and dining hall where the children were gathered, and he teleported into a chair at the table, casually taking a plate and serving himself as if he had been there the whole time, waiting for someone to notice him. I slowly raised my fox mask to the side and began eating. The kids were talking and eating when a girl stood up and asked Queenie if there was any news. Queenie raised her head and told me that he should be here any minute, if he wasn't already. I watched amused as the children glanced at one another until the child next to me dropped his fork with a loud clatter. His face froze in exaggerated surprise, and everyone turned and then surged across the table toward me. A smile spread across my face and I used a mind shadow technique to convey my apology for disappearing and to let them know I had joined the UMBU. About 10 of the kids shouted, pleading with Naruto II to teach them. In a flashback, a superior had told Kitsune that his first solo mission would be to go to Sunagakure and teach the UMBU there, warning him not to reveal any confidential information and not to let them push him around, since it was meant as a show of strength for their village. I left immediately, sealing the fox mask to my face with chakra so it would not fall off at high speed. When I reached the gates of the sand village, 2 men blocked me and laughed at my height, mocking the leaf village for sending someone so small. I kept my expression calm but felt furious. They were barely Chunin and dared to call me weak because of my height. I frowned behind my mask, walked around them, and sped off toward the Kazekage's tower. I heard someone call for me to wait and come back as I left. Landing in front of the door, I used a shadow step to slip inside, masked my chakra, and made my way to the Kazekage's office. I knocked 3 times and waited. The Kazekage told me to enter, and when I walked in the sand, UMBU turned their heads toward me. The Kazekage raised an eyebrow, his red hair standing out in the dim office. I handed him the scroll containing my mission details and watched him read. He finally sat at his desk. I had to tip my chin up to see him. He looked amused and instructed another UMBU to lead me to the new recruits. I followed his orders and trailed the ANBU who looked to be one of the trainees I would be training. We entered what looked like a giant sand dune, and before me unfolded hundreds of staircases leading down. Taking one look at the rookie ANBU already 2 flights below, I climbed onto the railing and walked along until I was level with him. He looked up, flabbergasted. I scolded the rookie, calling him an idiot and asking why he could not think of an easier way down than a flight of stairs. I stared at him, then leaned sideways and leapt down the side, free falling to the bottom of the stairs. I used chakra to coat my legs on impact so there was no damage. Shaking the thoughts out of my head, I nodded to the kids and we walked outside. I decided to teach them about chakra first and then how to communicate with me using mind shadow. Lying in my bed at my apartment, I closed my eyes and was whisked away to my first ever mission. After leaving Danzo, my team, later known by some as the Pure-Hearted, set out to rescue Lady Hinata, with the ANBU captain tagging along behind us. The mission contained no details about where she had been taken, so we began at her clan home. I summoned a family of foxes and sent them to search for Lady Hinata. It did not take long before they began yipping. Itachi and I ran ahead while Shursui stayed back for the element of surprise in case we failed. As we ran behind the foxes, I stretched out my sensors to detect chakra. After a few minutes, I picked up a chakra source about 4 kilometers away, heading toward the nearest border. If they crossed it, we would lose them. Using ANBU hand signs, I alerted the others. Itachi and I sped up, Shursui not far behind, leaving the ANBU captain struggling to keep pace. While other ANBU teams focused on strength and taijutsu, our team trained differently and spent half the time on speed. My gravity seals had increased, adding the equivalent of 60 pounds, and not long before I had introduced Rama-sensei to my friends. Rama appeared as a knee-high fox with 9 tails. The others were stunned. Shursui was especially surprised, and once they got to know Rama, she began to appear more often and taught me even more. One day she decided that training me alone would not help if my team dragged me down, and she set to work improving my teammates as well. They reached level 12 in their gravity seals and could almost keep up with my slow jog. The ANBU captain, however, lagged behind. He was sprinting full out but still 500 meters behind. We finished the 4-kilometer run in a matter of minutes. I froze in place when all chakra suddenly vanished. In this form I could no longer hear or smell. Dispersing the foxes, I formed a dragon seal with my hands and concentrated chakra, mixing it with a bit of Rama's energy. As I completed the jutsu, my eyes became a bright glowing purple with cat-like pupils, 2 fox ears sprouted from my head, and a long, bushy orange tail grew from my tailbone. The technique, called fox sensory, sharpened vision to see heat signatures and tiny movements, allowed my ears to detect sounds across wide distances, and turned the tail into a chakra detector that conducted ambient chakra into me. No sooner had I transformed than a kunai flew toward me. My tail snatched it out of the air just before it would have struck. Turning around, I saw the ANBU captain with his arm outstretched and a scowl on his face. Shursui rounded on him and scolded the captain, insisting that he was there to watch, not to intervene or attack a teammate while the narrator was performing a jutsu. The ANBU captain stood absorbed for a moment, then coughed and looked away. Regaining focus, I used my tail to gather chakra from the air and detected a signature that did not belong to our group. I formed ANBU hand signs and signaled to my teammates that they should follow my trail while I went ahead. The others agreed. The ANBU captain looked confused, clearly wondering how I planned to get ahead of them. I answered that question by launching into a dead sprint and leaving the forest in seconds. I reached a clearing where the chakra originated. By then I could feel a very small chakra signature, likely from a child with no reserves. Using my purple eyes, I detected 3 heat signatures and realized they belonged to bird summons. Rama-sensei observed that was how they had been so fast. I noticed a green glow surrounding the young heir. I turned my eyes away, poked my head out of the tree, and glanced around. A white chakra net surrounded the girl and used small threads of chakra to pin pressure points on Hinata, keeping her unconscious. My eyes narrowed as I looked toward the man. He had very short hair and dark skin. He was a ninja from the Cloud Village. Glancing across the clearing, I noticed a body lying on the ground. He was a Hyuga and his eyes were damaged beyond recognition. That meant only one thing: he was a member of the branch family. Looking over him, I recognized him as Jonin Hizashi Hyuga. I scowled. He had been a single father to a boy my age, and now the boy was an orphan. Assessing the situation, I immediately decided to take the man alive to the interrogation unit. I jumped down from my perch in the tree and startled the Cloud Village head ninja. The man's eyes widened before a confident smirk crossed his face. He seemed to think that being small and alone did not make him easy pickings. I assumed a fighting stance and silently took note of his weaknesses: a sloppy stance, favoring his left leg, and chakra at the level of a chunin. In my opinion, I had no idea why he was so cocky. I could have taken him back before ANBU. He charged forward at a speed I had matched months ago. I moved my head slightly to avoid the kunai and used his momentum to flip him over my shoulder. Spinning around, I kicked his chin and sent him flying into a tree. He sprang up and called out a water wave jutsu. I raised an eyebrow. The technique required no hand seals, which explained why he was a head ninja. I formed a simple fireball jutsu and focused additional chakra into it. My own technique reacted when my chakra mixed with another's and detonated with force. As the large fireball consumed the incoming wave, he moved back, a smart move. The fireball traveled on, leaving a trail of smoking stumps for several kilometers. His face went pale. I could already tell he would not underestimate me anymore. His expression hardened with determination, and he launched a large dragon of fire. I widened my eyes as he then sent out a large dragon of wind. Knowing what he was attempting, I performed the advanced seals for a rock barrier and jumped to Lady Hinata, who had been the target. I gently lifted her, removed the chakra net, and set her securely in a tree while placing advanced barrier seals around her. The man continued to fire more jutsu at me, and several trees caught alight. I responded by summoning a tornado of water and sent it at him. He failed to evade in time and was SE into the vortex before being slammed harshly to the ground. He was dazed and disoriented from the impact. Using my vast chakra reserves, I created thousands of shadow clones. We advanced on the man, who rose to his feet with eyes wild with desperation. He formed his own hand seals and summoned a large bird. He leapt onto it and attempted to fly away, but my clones launched kunai at the bird, forcing it to vanish back to its summoning land. The man fell roughly 30 feet and hit the ground with a heavy thud. He tried to stand, but I decided I had enough of playing around and knocked him out. I placed chakra cuffs around his wrists and left to check on Lady Hinata. Her small body was curled near the trunk of the tree, leaning against Itachi, who had been watching the fight. Shursui picked up the man while I turned my attention to the stunned ANBU captain. The captain reacted with shock, then coldly demanded to know why the man had been spared and ordered that next time he be killed. Itachi interrupted him in a flat tone, explaining that killing the man would have given the village hidden in the clouds cause to declare war, and that in future they could not act recklessly. I bent down and lifted the heiress, holding her princess style since she was already about my height, and carried her to where Itachi had sealed Hizashi in a scroll while Shursui carried the cloud ninja. We turned and left, the captain following behind us. It took us half the time to reach Hinata's clan home. I walked inside and laid her down on the couch. When I was sure she was sleeping, I handed Hayashi the scroll that contained Hizashi. I saw Hayashi's stony expression crack a little before the other ANBU left to report to Danzo, this time kneeling to him. My eyes opened to a bright morning. It was the day I would finally report to the Hokage for my first mission. After reporting in to the Hokage, I went home and began packing. He had assigned us our first mission as his personal ANBU. We were to escort the Hokage to the village hidden in the sand so he could negotiate a treaty between our villages, hopefully preventing another war among the elemental nations. Once I had packed, I put my fox mask back on, locked up the musty apartment, and teleported to the Hokage's office. Shursui arrived a few minutes after Itachi, and then we set off. The Hokage, Gigi, walked with us until the village was out of sight, then suddenly accelerated to NBU pace, surprising us. We easily kept up and stayed alert for threats. We bypassed a trap to the left and sent a band of summoned creatures back to their realm. We continued on, fending off bandits who charged at us. On one occasion, an ANBU from the village hidden in the mist charged forward but was quickly overwhelmed when our team unleashed 3 massive fireballs. He was neutralized. Before long we arrived at the gate, where those same incompetent ANBU waited. Not noticing the Hokage, they seized my arms, remembering me from our previous encounter. I held my ground and let some of my killing intent show. Their hands shook as they held me until a hint of Kurama's presence slipped through. They went rigid and toppled to the ground. Only then did they notice the annoyed Hokage standing beside me. He stared at them as if they were children caught misbehaving. We continued along the path to the Kazekage Tower. I was on Gigi's left, Shursui behind, and Itachi on his right. The ANBU stationed around the marketplace reminded me of the recruits I had once trained at the village hidden in the sand. In a flashback, I landed at the bottom of the stairs and sent a mental command for the recruits to line up. The new recruits snickered while the older ones complied. Those new recruits were the first to experience my Gai Genjutsu. I was confident they would not cross me again. I heard startled cries and saw one man rubbing his eye, trying to erase the lingering image. Might Guy and his father kept replaying their awkward hug over a sunset inside their heads, and I knew I was the one responsible. I ordered everyone to line up, then lifted the genjutsu I had cast. Some of the older Enbu showed slight amusement and respect. I smirked, knowing these recruits were about to go through hell. Shui told Rama that they could stick to their usual routine and that he would follow instructions. Rama replied that by the end of the training the recruits would either hate them or respect them. And so the training began. Not even a week in, only the older recruits and 10 younger ones remained. The others had been unable to handle Kurama's methods. I smiled at the group that had learned to respect me, the rest simply hated me, which I accepted. The final task was to face the village's best ANBU general. My students and I walked into the training arena, and I sat beside the Kazekage to watch. He observed the fight with a bemused expression as the young recruits overcame his best operative. After the general was thoroughly outmatched, I nodded to the Kazekage and handed him the scroll listing who had stayed and who had left. I walked away slowly, offering a backward wave as my only goodbye to the recruits I had trained all week. In the ANBU halls I heard muffled whispers questioning whether I was truly the one responsible. Rumors circulated that a small ANBU had trained recruits during the usual annual exchange and that they had beaten the general after only a week, a feat normally requiring a month of leaf training. There were also whispers that the training had been so intense only 10 NBU had lasted through it. I smirked and climbed the stairs by sticking to the wall with chakra. Once outside headquarters, I followed the path through the marketplace and slipped quietly through the gates, heading home to report to the Hokage. The flash of memory faded and I pushed away the slight dizziness it brought. Once alert, I focused on the immediate task. When we reached the Kazekage tower, we followed Gigi up to his office. Inside, the Kazekage's hair was as red as ever. I lingered behind the Hokage, and when he noticed me I caught the grateful, respectful look he gave. The Kazekage asked us to unmask so he could see our faces. The Hokage nodded permission, and I slowly lowered my mask. My blonde hair moved in the breeze, and my blue, empty, tired eyes were revealed. The Kazekage made a sharp intake of breath. He had not expected me to look so young. I guessed he had been surprised by Itachi as well, since Itachi was not yet at the typical genin age either. The Hokage smiled softly and told the three of us that we were dismissed until dusk, with permission to wander around the village. I giggled quietly, used a simple jutsu to swap my ANBU clothes with the ones in my scroll, and watched as Shui and Itachi did the same. I launched myself onto Itachi's shoulders and reached up to braid his long hair, handling it as gently as I had handled Shusui's earlier. Itachi held Shusui's hand, blushing slightly as we left the tower. We strolled through the yellow city and stopped at a stall that sold dango. Shui went in and bought 6 dango sticks. I hesitated, I was still not fond of sweet foods, and one was about my limit. Shui and Itachi had worked on expanding my appetite ever since we had joined ANBU together. I remembered that it was Shui who had tried to help me first, and how badly that had gone at the time. When I was younger and avoiding the cafeteria, Shui had burst into our room with a tray of something that looked like mashed potato and had persisted in feeding me spoonful after spoonful until I had to run to the toilet. Itachi had come in then, scolded the older boy for pushing too hard, and decided to help in a gentler way. Gradually, I learned to eat a whole salad and eventually managed 2 small meals a day. That memory passed. When Shui handed me a dango stick, I ate it slowly to avoid getting sick. By the time Itachi started walking again, I had finished it. Shui offered me another, but I shook my head and turned away. His eyes softened. He blushed, offered the stick to Itachi, and Itachi accepted it gladly. Itachi placed one end in his mouth and then fed the other to Shui, who smiled and began eating. Seeing Itachi feed Shui made my heart warm, and I teased myself about wanting that closeness to last. I pushed the daydream away and finished braiding Itachi's hair as we continued toward the Kazekage tower. At one point, Shui stepped back with a camera and took a picture of Itachi and me. I leapt off Itachi's shoulders and landed on Shirsue's, looking down at the photo to make sure I was not pulling a silly face. They sat in a park playing 20 questions. Itachi and Shirsue looked over a picture together and smiled. When Itachi asked Shirsue whether he had a crush, Shirsue admitted that he did. Itachi returned the question and found that Shirsue's expression shifted in exactly the opposite way. When it was the narrator's turn, both Itachi and Shirsue asked at the same time why he did not talk. The question froze him, and his mind slipped back to his 4th birthday. Tears began to fall, and Itachi's worried face blurred at the edges as the scene dragged him toward a long-buried fear. Itachi watched Shirsue and thought that Shirsue might have a crush. The idea made him nervous and hopeful. When Shirsue asked Itachi whether he had a crush, Itachi forced a small smile and admitted that he had feelings for Shirsue. The two exchanged glances over one question they had always wanted to ask but had hesitated to voice. Later, Itachi stared into Naruto's eyes and noticed how empty they still seemed, though there had been some improvement since they first met. Suddenly Naruto's gaze glazed over and he collapsed forward, sobbing. Shirsue raced to help, but kunai flew at him with deadly speed. Thinking quickly, Shirsue used his seals and darted away just in time, then stood beside Itachi and raised his seals again. Itachi watched Naruto writhe on the ground and felt helpless as he and Shirsue dashed forward. A chill ran down Itachi's spine when he saw a small figure appear overhead, a child with short red hair, clutching a worn teddy bear and staring with an unsettlingly cold expression. The child glanced at Naruto with a flicker of recognition, then used sand to anchor Itachi and Shirsue in place, preventing them from approaching further. Despite the child's small size, he moved with the tentative steps of someone very young. Kunai whizzed toward his head, but a sudden wall of sand rose to shield him. The child walked straight to Naruto, set the teddy bear in his arms, and immediately Naruto quieted and lay still, his face finally looking peaceful. Itachi stood stunned, unsure what had just happened. The child hesitated, then seemed afraid of being rejected. When Itachi offered an encouraging smile, the child turned away and vanished into a swirl of sand. Itachi rushed to Naruto and picked him up. Naruto was exhausted but otherwise unharmed. Itachi handed Naruto to Shirsue, who carried him steadily, and the three went to the hotel they had booked for the night. At the hotel, Itachi laid Naruto on the bed and sat on the couch beside Shirsue. He realized they had pushed Naruto too hard. They should not have forced the issue when Naruto clearly did not want to talk. He felt guilty and worried. Shirsue, already half asleep, rested his hand in Itachi's, and Itachi kept watch through the night, feeling a quiet warmth at his companion's presence. Later, Shirsue woke with a blush when he noticed he had slept against the shoulder of the person he admired. He returned the gentle smile and rose to check on Naruto. Naruto was not in the bed. Shirsue found him in the kitchen preparing a simple breakfast of ramen. Looking him over, I noticed a small teddy bear sealing ink tattoo that had not been there before. Grinning at the childish detail and pleased that the kid was finally using it, I walked in and began making my own ramen. When I came too close, Naruto flinched and averted his eyes. I hoped that the trust we had built with him had not been broken by that one question. I forced a grin and greeted Naruto in an exaggerated, cheerful tone. He nodded in my direction. Try as I might, the only sounds we could ever get from him were laughter, and that had taken a long time to achieve. After eating my ramen, I walked into the living room to find Naruto already dressed in his ANBU gear, his mask tucked away, one of the rare times we saw him unmasked. There was a loud poof as Kurama appeared in the lounge. Kurama leapt onto Naruto's shoulder and nuzzled his cheek. She growled when he did not respond, and I felt chakra gather in her paws. I winced, remembering what she did when she was ignored. The last time I had ignored her, I had ended up heavier with extra gravity seals added as punishment. Naruto's shoulder dipped for an instant before he straightened, but I knew better than to believe he had been unaffected. I cleared my throat, and Kurama spun around and hopped onto my shoulder, nuzzling my face in turn. I asked whether Kurama would be joining us on the way home. She snorted and vanished with a small poof, which answered that question. Walking toward the rooms, I noticed Itachi coming out, dressed and ready to go. Itachi complained about always being the last one ready, and I hurried to dress and pack as fast as possible, leaving ready to go within minutes. Naruto blinked his bleary eyes to clear the fog of sleep and remembered what had happened the previous night. He told himself that Kiyoshi would not want him to suffer and that he should move on. A flash of silver flickered through his mind, the smiling face of Kiyoshi with silver hair and dark eyes haunting him. In his memories, Kiyoshi had looked happy, but in his dreams Naruto kept seeing Kiyoshi's pained face and hearing accusations that left him hurt and ashamed. For the first time, Naruto took notice of the small bear cradled in his arms. He lifted it and found its brown, fluffy fur soft to the touch and carrying an earthy, calming scent that seemed to please Kurama as well. He decided the bear would not leave his side. Knowing his priorities, he took his sealing ink brush and drew a seal on his wrist. Placing the bear on top of it, he forced chakra through the toy and into the seal. There was a small poof and the teddy vanished as the seal morphed into a tiny bear-shaped tattoo on his wrist. Sighing, Naruto prepared himself to be treated differently after the events of the previous night and planned to ignore everyone until they returned to normal. Glancing over his shoulder at his sleeping team, he unsealed the camera he kept in a scroll for moments like this. Itachi lay with his head resting close to Shirsue's chest, and Shirsue rested with his head on Itachi's shoulder. Their hands were intertwined in a comfortable, protective way, and both were snoring softly. Naruto smiled at the peaceful sight and left them sleeping. He went into the kitchen to make ramen. Kurama piped up that the pair were not together yet, and Naruto decided he would give them 2 weeks before getting involved. Kurama's comment was brief and teasing, and then she fell quiet. As Naruto moved about the kitchen, he felt Shirsue's presence near him and flinched slightly. Shirsue offered an overly cheerful good morning, and Naruto nodded in response before sitting down to eat his ramen. After finishing, Naruto left to get ready for another day as an ANBU operative. Naruto changed out of his pajamas into his ANBU gear and slid his fox mask into place. Rama-sensei reproached him for hiding his face, insisting that the others had only been curious and that it hurt them when he kept the mask on, since he never wore it around just the 3 of them. Naruto tried to ignore the scolding but tensed when Rama appeared in the lounge with a small poof, her fiery presence settling on his shoulder. He felt chakra gather and press down like a weight, but he forced his posture straight to avoid showing weakness. Naruto thought about gravity seals and how they could be a double-edged sword. Adding chakra could boost strength, but when someone else added chakra he could not remove it himself. He felt eyes on him and saw Shirsue watching while Rama perched on Shirsue's shoulder. Then Itachi flashed to his side, his weasel mask glinting as if matching Naruto's fox mask. A teammate complained loudly about always being the last ready, and Naruto found it quietly amusing. He knew the squad always prepared in order of strength. Naruto believed he was the strongest of them and could best Itachi in a prolonged sparring match. Itachi's experience and his developed Sharingan made him formidable at Genjutsu, but Naruto trusted his own adaptability more. Shirsue lagged slightly behind them. Naruto considered how taking gravity seals off could let someone power up beyond the others, and guessed that Shirsue might have removed his seals to help carry him when needed. He also recalled that removing the seals too early could strain the body and that Itachi and he still had some growing to do. Snapping out of his thoughts, Naruto realized they needed to report to Gigi in the Kazekage's office. He teleported into the tower and knelt before the Hokage, with Itachi and Shirsue following his lead. Gigi let out a small chuckle and told them to stand. He explained that they were currently the only ANBU without Danzo's seal on their tongues, and that he and the Kazekage had reached an agreement. They needed a strong, specialized ANBU team to handle missions concerning Orochimaru, an ex-student who posed a unique threat. Gigi said their task was to hunt him down and eliminate any danger he caused. It might take months or years, and they would follow any lead that could bring them to him. The Hokage and the Kazekage asked if the orders were clear. Itachi and Shirsue affirmed their understanding, and Naruto nodded, feeling the weight of the responsibility settle on his shoulders. Far away, a woman in the shadows smirked and noted that the boy had finally woken. He had been left gravely wounded when he was taken, and the woman decided the boy would be kept until they could use him. She said he would have to earn his way back. In another room, a nurse offered a small piece of apple to the boy, who was 13, with long silver hair and onyx eyes full of pain and fear. The boy demanded to go home. The nurse told him he could leave when he was healed. The boy insisted he was not a SLV and demanded to be called by his true name, Kiyoshi. After the mission briefing from Gigi and the Kazekage, the trio departed. On the road back, Shursui and Itachi ran side by side, with Itachi occasionally giving Shursui a boost to reach higher branches. Gigi had explained that Orochimaru had infiltrated the sand and stolen many of their jutsu, including forbidden techniques. Because the leaf had suffered a similar violation in the past, the allied leaders had decided to take action, and Naruto's team had been chosen to pursue the matter. Naruto felt the honor of being handpicked by the Hokage and the Kazekage, but the responsibility pressed on him. He had to see that Orochimaru was stopped and protect his teammates along the way. To make matters worse, they had no solid leads on Orochimaru's whereabouts. His teammates urged Kit not to worry, insisting they believed in him and that he was the right one for the job. They told him that even if he did not believe it, he was as good as Itachi if not better, and that he and Itachi were the strongest in Umbu. They added that if it were not for his inexperience and age, they would both be Umbu captains by now and that Kit was more than qualified. Gigi told the group that when they returned to the village they would be dismissed, but he suggested they take time to research leads on Orochimaru that they had not yet examined. Kit shrugged and watched Shursui laugh with the biggest grin on his face as Itachi flipped him into the air. He noticed a small, hidden smile on Itachi's face as well. When other Umbu arrived to relieve them of guard duty, Kit slipped into a shadowed corner to change into casual clothing, ninja pants, a black long-sleeve shirt, and his favorite navy blue hoodie, a gift from Kiyoshi. He pulled the hood up and joined the casually dressed Itachi and Shursui. Following Gigi's advice, Kit created 40 shadow clones, transformed them into an investigation squad, and sent them off to search for leads. Then he walked between Shursui and Itachi as they guided him toward training ground. Concerned about being seen, he subconsciously pulled his hood lower, not noticing the sympathetic glances Itachi and Shursui exchanged. At the secluded training ground he began honing his second chakra element, water. He had already mastered wind during Umbu training. During free time, Kit had once met a black-haired Umbu who went by the name Fish. The man was Ragataki Nara, a cousin of Shikaka Nara, and appeared to be about 18. When Kit first saw him, Ragataki leaned his head against a wall. Kit used his chakra to write blue words in the air in front of him to introduce himself as Fox, though most called him Kit. Ragataki's head snapped up then returned to a lazy demeanor as he introduced himself as Fish, or Ragataki. Kit wrote the question of why he was called Fish. Ragataki replied that he could slip out of almost any agreement. Kit thought that did not sound like a good trait, but he withheld judgment. Ragataki then asked how a small kid like Kit had gotten into Umbu. Kit protested that he was not small, insisting he was 4.5 and explaining that the white headbands marked him as a protege who needed training. Ragataki raised an eyebrow at the claim. He told Kit to play or train, then suggested Kit learn about chakra natures and handed him a piece of paper. Kit ran chakra through the paper, which broke into pieces and was soaked in water. Ragataki advised that Kit's chakra elements were wind and water and recommended choosing one to train first before telling him to get out. Kit grinned and ran off. Over the next 2 months Kit learned to slice a waterfall in half and to infuse his clones with wind chakra to make them extremely fast. Now he worked on forming a water wall. Placing his arms into the water, he pumped out water chakra and raised the flow until it reached about 4 feet before it fell back. He glanced over at Shursui crafting solid rock clones with earth chakra and noticed Itachi and Shursui engaging in a mini-spar with their clones. Itachi was forming water clones while Shursui made rock ones. Itachi managed to seep water into Shursui's rock clones, causing them to break apart, though Shursui had not noticed. Amused, Kit summoned Rama-sensei to take over training. Rama-sensei ordered everyone to run 200 laps around the forest at high speed. Shursui loudly reacted to the command and then took off at a dead sprint. The next morning Kit rose from bed with a silent groan and a mental note never to summon Rama-sensei for training again. He shook the aches from his muscles, dressed in a long-sleeve white shirt, Kiyoshi's hoodie, and a pair of black ninja pants, and prepared for the day. My sandals were white. Taking a deep breath, I readied myself for the day ahead, already feeling the ache that came from having too many clones out for too long. After our extensive physical training, Rama-sensei had me summon 4,000 clones, create investigation squads of 9, and send them out of the village to look for leads on the snake Sanin. They had been out for over 4 hours and I was already feeling the strain. I suspected it was another of Rama-sensei's intense training methods, and Rama-sensei encouraged me to go find my friends. Groaning silently, I shadow-stepped out to the street and used a complex genjutsu to hide my face, knowing my chakra reserves would not allow for easier techniques. It was not long before I found myself at Itachi's door. I waited, slightly surprised when Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke, answered instead. Sasuke immediately called for his older brother, and soon Itachi appeared at the door with a small knapsack in hand, ready for some light training. I noticed Sasuke standing in the doorway, looking crestfallen that his older brother was leaving again. I grasped Itachi's sleeve and held on until he bent down in front of me with concern in his eyes. Itachi asked what was wrong with me. I glanced back toward the house where Sasuke watched, and Itachi's expression shifted as understanding, excitement, and worry crossed his face. He stood with a small smile, reached out a hand for me, and then reached another toward Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes brightened and he ran toward us with a wide grin. We walked to meet Shisui at the front gate, keeping a slow pace so it would not seem like Sasuke was being left behind. When we found Shisui leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, he still noticed the extra chakra presence and asked if Itachi's little brother was coming today. Itachi nodded in confirmation. I silently giggled, careful with Sasuke, and picked him up to place him on Itachi's shoulders before hopping onto Shisui's back, aware that my gravity seals were too much for Itachi to handle alone. My caramel hair swayed in the wind as I looked back at Sasuke, whose eyes shone with childlike wonder. I teased that Sasuke should get off Shisui and have Itachi carry him for once, and the thought made me giggle quietly. I hopped off Shisui and signaled my plan to Itachi. Counting off in my head, I gave the unspoken go. Noticing my plan, Itachi used a small amount of chakra to keep Sasuke firmly on his shoulders and lowered into a ready position behind an unsuspecting Shisui. We took off at speed. I scooped Shisui onto my shoulders in one swift motion, and we were off, Shisui letting out a startled yelp before laughing loudly. I kept a quiet giggle the entire way, mindful of the boy on Itachi's shoulders and keeping the pace fast but safe. When we reached the Forest of Death, I set Shisui down and leapt over the fence, landing on the other side. Itachi tossed Sasuke toward me, and I caught him, noting the awe already forming in his expression. I carried him in the same gentle way I had carried children in the orphanage, and he looked around in excitement as we made our way to my tree. At the tree, I summoned Rama-sensei with a small amount of chakra. She sprawled lazily on the ground and dangled a tail near Sasuke to keep him occupied so he would not run off while I climbed the side of the tree to retrieve targets. Remembering our promise of only light training, I grabbed 20 targets, an ink brush, and ink. Back on the ground, Sasuke was patting Rama-sensei and trying to play fetch, failing amusingly because Rama-sensei was as lazy as they come. I handed the shuriken and targets to Itachi and took my sealing equipment to practice with. We went to a clearing with a large tree stump where Itachi set up the targets and a small pond nearby. Leaning against a rock, I dipped my toes in the pond and began drawing a seal on a nearby stone. The seal was meant to help the owner of my teddy, even if the others thought I had not noticed him awake. I could only remember his red hair and haunted eyes. A few weeks earlier, I had asked Rama-sensei why she liked the teddy. She had said it smelled like her brother Shikaku. The pieces came together quickly, and I began working on the seal. Getting back to work, I placed the last slide on it before calling Rama-sensei over to test it. I had combined a mind-healing seal with a tailed beast seal of my own design. The original version only drove its victims insane under the torture they were condemned to. When Rama-sensei arrived, I controlled chakra through her and into the seal, and she disappeared into it. Concentrating, I joined her in the pocket dimension attached to the rock and asked her if she could get out of the seal no matter how hard she tried. She looked around and sent her chakra everywhere, trying to force the seal apart. After 40 minutes of trying, she stopped. If the 9 tails could not escape, the one tail certainly could not either. Grinning, I stepped out of the seal and broke it with a long sequence of hand seals. Then I walked to a sunny patch by the pond and sat quietly, meditating for a while. I woke from the trance to a strangled yelp and the sound of a splash. Looking up, I saw Sasuke sink into the pond. Walked across the water and scooped him up. His clothes were completely soaked, and it did not seem like any of the others had brought extra clothes. I set him down in the middle of the clearing, quickly made a campfire, and called Itachi and Shursui over for a break. Both of them came to see Sasuke shivering and trying to warm himself by the fire. I asked if either of them had spare clothes, and both shook their heads in unison. Itachi moved quickly to provide appropriate assistance and make sure Sasuke was kept warm. Using a very low-level wind jutsu with the least amount of chakra I could manage, I dried him off. Then I took off my hoodie and long-sleeve shirt, exposing most of my scars. There was a shocked silence. I turned and saw Shursui pale and horrified. He stumbled forward, traced a finger along a few of my scars, and asked who would do this to such a sweet kid. I told Naru that while I was glad she had finally reached this level of trust, she always changed first, and Shursui was usually eating breakfast so he had never actually seen her. I blushed, tossed my white long-sleeve shirt to Itachi, and pulled my navy hoodie back on to hide the scars. Sasuke looked very worried about me, but I was relieved he was only 6. He would not have understood the words or connected them to me if I ever returned to the academy to meet friends. I admitted to myself that I probably would never tell him the full truth. It seemed better that he not know what some villagers could be like. I glanced over at Shursui and saw him leaning against Itachi while Itachi poked at the fire. I smiled at Sasuke. The oversized white shirt I had given him fit him terribly, hanging almost to his knees and requiring the sleeves to be rolled up. He was drawing in the dirt with a stick. From where I sat I could make out only 4 people and a fire before a sharp reminder of the clones pulled my focus. I sat down and concentrated on keeping my clones stable. If they failed now it would be disastrous. The strain felt like a migraine trying to split my mind, demanding most of my attention. 4,000 of my clones had been active for a month and a half. It had stopped being about training. If a single clone collapsed, all the memories it had formed over that time would dump into my head. The current pain told me that would be very bad. I forced the pain back as I reactivated the genjutsu that disguised me as Naru. Once the illusion settled, I stumbled to my wardrobe and grabbed the clothes I used to fit this larger form. A simple white shirt, Kiyoshi's hoodie, and smoky gray ninja pants with white sandals. Leaving the small, dingy apartment, I shadow-stepped to my old home. I was in no mood for noisy children today, so I pinned most of that week's umbu pay to the door with a kunai and left a short, practical note about food and clothing. I also attached the older kids' training exercises and a list of chakra drills and meditation, knowing they would be upset if I left them without a schedule. A fresh wave of stinging pain flashed through my head and I expelled more chakra to support the clones, who were still training and gathering information. I was seriously low on chakra and I had a double S-class mission today. By ninja standards, S stood for secret, 2 S's meant super secret. Such missions were usually handed only to the most qualified solo ninja or teams. I returned to the team to notify them while conserving chakra by relying on physical movement rather than technique. When I walked in, I caught Itachi and Shursui sharing a quiet, affectionate moment. I remembered that their instructor had linked their minds as part of an intensive training exercise for a week and a half. During that time, each had heard the other's thoughts, and it led them to realize their feelings for one another. I ran a hand to my temple and tried to massage away the ache. Smiling at them, I tossed a kunai with the mission details toward Itachi and left to pack for the gate. Itachi lazily caught the kunai. The mission was to investigate a man who seemed to be able to foresee events and who had been passing information to rebel groups in Kirigakure. The estimated time to complete the mission was around 8 months. We had to locate him first, then determine how he was seeing the future, and finally stop him. It could end up being one of the hundreds of high-risk operations our team had handled. Kiyoshi thought that this was the 12th fight he had been forced into that week. It had been early when the handlers had come for him. They wore blank white masks that made him uneasy. He braced himself for whatever came next. I recognized the village hidden in the rain by the scratched-out forehead protectors. As soon as I could stand, they shoved me through a door into a room where many kids my age were training on punching bags and throwing shuriken at targets. I even saw a few people blink out of sight and then reappear in the same spot. It looked like some kind of training chamber. Glancing over at the people behind me, I barely ducked in time to avoid a strike aimed at my neck. Cursing myself, I jumped away from the attacker. One of them declared that Rule 1 of the SLV spy program was to keep attacking until a participant was severely injured or killed. I frowned. This certainly was not fun, and they were not joking. All I could do was survive the onslaught from the masked figures. Whatever the future held, I promised myself I would do everything I could to get back to Naru and the others. Itachi noted that a week had passed since the mission began and that Naru had withdrawn into himself. Naru's face was pale and distant, and he kept massaging his temples as if he had a severe headache. He rarely responded to messages or spoke to the others. They traveled through many towns and had yet to find a lead. Naru seemed to be functioning on autopilot. Eating, sleeping, and running. Itachi had spoken to Shisui, and despite Shisui's adorably oblivious nature, Shisui had noticed it too. They agreed to ask Naru about it right away. Itachi guided the shell of their friend to the side and snapped his fingers in front of Naru's face to get his attention. It took a full 6 minutes before Naru noticed. Itachi and Shisui urged Naru-san to tell them what was wrong, explaining that if they knew they could help. Naru blinked and a flash of doubt crossed his face, making Itachi wonder what the problem could be. Shisui nodded in agreement. Naru sighed quietly and led them to sit on the ground beneath a tight cluster of trees for cover. For the first time, Naru spoke in a raspy voice and explained that his problem was the clones. Shisui grinned, hugged him, and shouted with joyful disbelief that Naru had spoken. Itachi sat back and considered the word clones. The last time Naru had used his clones had been just before and after training more than a month and a half ago. Itachi asked Naru-san if he was referring to the investigation and training squads that Rama-sensei had made him spawn. Naru met his gaze and nodded, then grimaced in pain as he clutched his head again. Itachi gaped. There were squads that meant well over 4,000 clones. He realized, with growing alarm, that Naru had been suffering only from migraines and chakra strain. Anyone else might have collapsed days into that burden. Itachi understood then that releasing the clones would mean inheriting all their memories, nearly 2 months' worth from every clone Naru had made. There was no avoiding it. With Naru's chakra strains so bad that he finally had to speak, they would have to make him release the clones now. Itachi asked Naru to call Rama-sensei out. Naru stared into space for a second, and then Rama appeared in a small puff among her 3 students. Itachi asked Rama if she was aware of the dilemma Naru-san faced. Rama admitted that she was. Itachi told her that because she had requested Naru to do this, they would need her to remove the extra weight she had added to his training weights. Rama frowned, accepted responsibility, and agreed to help. As she acted, seals on Naru glowed white through his clothes and across his visible hands. Itachi then told Naru-san to lie down and release all his clones. Naru frowned and looked like he wanted to protest, but Itachi raised his hand to stop him. Naru lay down, and a huge buildup of chakra dissipated around him as he went limp. Itachi asked Shisui to carry him, explaining that even with Rama-sensei's added weight removed, Naru would still be heavier than they could bear with their seals activated. Shisui grinned and whispered that he would carry Naru only for Itachi. The glow around Naru dimmed as the seals deactivated. As Shisui lifted the young child, Itachi stopped him and used a simple jutsu to swap Naru's clothes for his favorite hoodie and some villager clothes, then placed his material face mask on himself to preserve Naru's privacy. Itachi knew Naru would hate people seeing his face without consent. With the all-clear given, they headed to the next town to find a small inn where they could stay until Naru-san awoke. Kiyoshi planned his escape. There were still things to work out, like who would patrol where during the night. The place had taught him valuable skills that he hoped would help him get away. His body protested as he sank onto his bed, wanting to avoid another lesson from the supervisor about curfew. His mind drifted to memories of Naru, especially the time he watched Naru build a tall block tower with another child and heard his giggles echo in his mind. Kiyoshi fell asleep holding a quiet promise to himself that he was coming home. While unconscious, hundreds of images passed through Naru's mind. He replayed scenes from the village hidden in the mist, where a full-scale struggle for the position of Hokage had erupted. He remembered a red-haired woman manipulating lava and a powerful man moving through snowy villages with a frail young child at his side. He saw ninjas from the sand village offering respect, figures in red cloaks, a yellow-haired figure marked by red clouds, an image of purple ripple eyes, an old white-haired man with red facial markings, and a pet pig accompanied by an imposing blonde woman. These fragmented memories swirled as Naru rested. There was a hideout that was in the middle of being staked out. The red-haired boy Gaara sat there with his new tailed beast seal. I had done so many things in the span of a month that it was hard to decipher the order. My head held 1,000 overlapping versions of the same time. Pain was a constant scream, though it slowly calmed. I was subconsciously aware of being lifted, then my mind slipped back into inky darkness, blissful, safe darkness where pain and nightmares could not find me. I lay there for a long time before deciding to get up from the black silk bed and float over to the cage where Rama lay. Her ears were pressed tightly against her head. She only looked up when I curled into her tails for comfort. Getting the rest I needed allowed my chakra reserves to replenish, and as they did it became apparent that they had grown to almost double what they had been. The chakra felt like a constant, slight burn under my skin, an acidic heat that would not go away. It was uncomfortable and always present. My mind slowly sorted itself, and I remembered that the man who had left the snow village was one of the 7 swordsmen and the child had a Kekii Genkai from the late snow village. I had become friends with them. Zabuza had been a sensei to me, teaching me to use my katana better. When I disappeared, I had been in the middle of training and had left only a sheet of paper explaining that I was a clone of the original and that I had been out with around 100 others for a month and that eventually I would disappear. The young boy Haku had been only 6 years old and nearly froze to death. We had been best friends, and I had once explained to him that I would disappear one day and that, when it happened, I would meet them at the falls on the 20th of September with Zabuza-sensei. Sadness passed, then a memory of the red cloud cloaks returned, and an image of a sickly-looking man with long greasy black hair and purple lines around yellow, slitted eyes came to me. My eyes widened when I realized his involvement in a group called the Akatsuki Orochimaru. It took another week for all my memories to finish sorting. I hesitantly lifted my head from the confines of Rama-chan's tail to meet her worried gaze, and she gently nudged me out of my mindscape. My body felt heavy, more than usual, although my weights were lighter after Rama had done what she could to ease the seals. Movement hurt, and the acidic feeling under my skin felt more like a burning itch. Sweat rolled down my forehead as I lifted my eyelids and looked around. The first thing I noticed was the sheets bundled at the end of the bed. Then Itachi and Shursui came into focus, their heads lying on the bed next to me. They held hands, and Itachi's other hand was clasped in mine. My burning body was discovered to be gently shaking. I was so hot I felt as if I might melt. I gasped for breath, trying to cool my lungs, and realized I was in my boxers and singlet. The scars across my arms and legs were clearly visible. I flinched away self-consciously when the hand I held started to move, unsure of what would happen after the conversations I had had. Itachi looked over at me and smiled, and I, hesitantly and a little strained, smiled back. Concern crossed his face as he lifted his other hand to my head. He gently shook Shursui awake, and they both looked over me. Itachi took my legs while Shursui took my torso, and together they carried me out of the bedroom and into an adjoining bathroom where they placed me on the tub. My singlet was removed and cold water was turned on. Steam rose in small wisps as the water hit my skin. Relief washed over me as the water cooled the burning sensation beneath my skin. I unconsciously poured chakra into the bath water, letting it help soothe the heat. Gradually, after what felt like years, I could think clearly again, even if a small headache remained. After a short, quiet moment of recovery, he turned his head to his 2 teammates and gave them a shy smile, then spoke to them. A brief pause followed, and the calm of the room settled around us. POV 1. It was finally time. My silver hair was cut short to just below my chin. Long hair was what everyone expected of me, so the change felt like a small rebellion. My dark eyes surveyed the room. I had realized not long after arriving that this place was a charm school, where young people were trained and strengthened. Once they were strong, their memories were taken and they were prepared for a mission. Getting a mission was the only way to leave. Even though I could already defeat many of the stronger members, I had not yet been sent to the jutsu room where memories were altered. Grateful for the luck I had, I rose and headed to the door. The clock had just struck 2 in the morning, the only time the chakra monitors in every room powered down. Those monitors were charged by a large crystal that captured and used chakra. Each morning at 2 they were removed and replaced. As soon as the small blinking light disappeared, I used chakra to perform 3 jutsu in the time it took for the power to be restored. The first opened all the doors I needed and unlocked the air vents, though they still appeared closed to onlookers. The second created 2 clones, one transformed into a helmet. The third was a high-powered camouflage jutsu that rendered me effectively invisible. I sent the other clone to take my place in bed, placed the transformed helmet on my head, and slipped through the unlocked doors. I had made it outside for the first time in the years I had been here when an alarm sounded. Moving freely with chakra, I avoided the higher-ranking ninja and almost reached the barbed wire fence when the woman who led the place emerged. It was obvious why she resented me. She was Barge, the mistress as we were forced to call her. After my family died, I had lived with her for 6 years and knew her well enough to recognize her presence even beneath the mask she wore. She towered over me, her bulky figure and pulled-up hair unmistakable. I had once provided evidence against her at a hearing that led to her conviction. She hated me for that, because she knew I had been the only one willing to stand for the boy she had mistreated. Her anger made her dangerous. Caught off guard by her sudden appearance, I channeled chakra into my hand, shaping it into a blade-like extension and striking her to create an opening. She retaliated with a powerful electric snake jutsu that lunged for me. I barely dodged. I turned and ran, slipping past other defenders and making it outside the compound. Their laws forbade leaving the grounds, but revenge clouded her judgment and she pursued me regardless. I pushed toward the direction of the Leaf Village, wondering briefly if this was how Naruto had felt when he had been chased. It seemed worse to me, to be hunted by people who showed kindness to everyone else but him. As I picked up speed, I glanced back and saw Barge being restrained by another member and dragged away, but not before she sent one last jutsu. I didn't have time to fully evade it. A strong gust of wind struck me, sending me flying. My head struck a large rock and I slipped into darkness. Third-person POV. The boy went flying and struck a rock, losing consciousness. Morning came before a small child found him, but that child ran back to where she had come from and soon returned with a woman dressed in simple, modest clothes. Her hair was a warm orange blonde, she wore glasses, and she worked at a nearby orphanage. She lifted the boy, helmet and all, carried him to the orphanage, and used gentle healing jutsu that many caretakers knew. The boy began to stir. Kiyoshi POV. When my eyes opened, a dull ache throbbed in my head. I sat up and looked around in a panic, unsure where I was or whether this was home. A woman held a cloth beside a bucket and smiled at me. She returned my helmet and told me it had been found with me, though I could not remember anything about it or about myself. I whispered that fact to her but otherwise kept quiet. Something inside me urged caution and told me not to draw attention. Lying back down, I listened as the woman introduced herself. She said her name was Nono, though she added that people called her Whisper because of her soft voice. She told him she would call him Kabuto, after the helmet he had arrived with, until he remembered his name. Naruto thanked them, his voice scratchy from misuse. Their heads instantly turned toward him, and for once audible giggles spilled from him. Itachi looked away, offering only a small sound in reply. Shursui reached forward and hugged Naruto, relieved and happy that he had finally opened up. Naruto sighed and began to sort through what he knew. He noted that on the 20th of September he had to visit Zabuza and Haku at the falls. Orochimaru had joined a group called the Akatsuki, and the group's base was somewhere in the Hidden Leaf. A revolution was underway in the Hidden Mist Village, led by a shinobi with a lava-based technique. He had revisited Gaara, thanked him for the teddy, and placed a seal so the raccoon could not escape. He had also learned that 2 members of the Akatsuki, Sasori and Deidara, were in a quiet, budding relationship. The leader of the Akatsuki went by Pain and had acquired the Rinnegan. Naruto had met his godfather Jiraiya without revealing himself to see whether Jiraiya would come to the village or had truly abandoned him. He had met Jiraiya's former teammate Tsunade and helped her work through her fear of blood. Naruto had even seen the old ANBU recruits he had trained in the hidden sand salute him out of instinct, which required some explanation. He groaned and knew where the man they were after was. Just outside the Mist Village, that man had been using a crystal ball to observe current events and feed information to the rebels, allowing them to anticipate each other's moves. The easiest way to complete the mission would be to take the crystal ball. Now it was a question of priorities: go after Orochimaru or secure the crystal ball. Naruto shrugged and explained everything that had occurred during the month, and half his clones had been active to Itachi and Shisui. They both quietly discussed the best course of action while Naruto wrote down everything he knew about the Akatsuki and Orochimaru. When they finished, they decided to retrieve the crystal ball before the Mist Village could protect it, and to return it to the leaf on their way back. They agreed they would only pursue Orochimaru's hideout if he was alone, and not when he was surrounded by 6 highly dangerous S-rank criminals. They traveled with speed, covering kilometers in a short time. By midday they had crossed the country and reached the Mist Village border, where the man with the crystal ball was camped. Creeping into the campsite, Naruto moved behind the so-called fortune teller and restrained him, holding him firmly while a kunai rested against his collar to prevent sudden movement. Itachi and Shisui searched the camp and soon located the crystal ball. After securing the crystal ball, the 3 subdued the few guards with swift, non-lethal moves and began their return. Not far from the camp they encountered the red-haired revolutionary who wielded lava techniques. She had already realized that the fortune teller had been leaking information to her group and was approaching to retrieve the device. Naruto cursed softly at the complication. She wanted the crystal and knew we had it. Running was not an option. She would kill them in an instant. She was Kage level and I was not there yet. I glanced at the others. Teamwork was the only option, and I ordered them to fight to disarm, not to kill, and to return to base. They nodded. She began throwing jets of lava as if it were nothing. I sent a wave crashing toward her while Shisui wrapped earth around her ankles and Itachi sent a sharp wind blade at her legs. I formed a bubble of water to cover her head, designed to disorient and immobilize her rather than to cause lasting harm. Before she lost consciousness, a large spray of lava erupted. Shisui took the brunt of it and was injured on his arms. I grunted as she collapsed and got to my feet. The scroll with the crystal was safely tucked along the blade of my Anbu sword so it would not be found. I placed one arm under Shisui and Itachi took the other, carrying our injured teammate away before the lava user could recover. After we crossed the border safely into leaf territory, we patched Shisui up with my healing chakra and some burn salve. The mission had been clearly SS class if 2 war enemies were both attempting to get the same item. It seemed a third party had taken the crystal from both sides, and if anyone discovered who had removed it, the Leaf Village could be plunged into war with both factions. Finding the hideout that the Akatsuki were using in the Leaf suddenly became the new priority. We hurried back to the Leaf Village by morning. I kept the scroll in hand and restored my Genjutsu disguise as my Anbu persona. My caramel hair and height matched Shisui's again, and my honey-colored eyes completed the narrow persona I used in public. After debriefing the Hokage, I handed over the crystal ball for safekeeping, unaware that it would later be used to watch over the village. The SS mission was complete. We had just enough time to rest for 2 days before deciding our next move. Using my Naru persona was customary everywhere except when I was alone at the orphanage or with Shisui and Itachi. It saved me a lot of trouble, like avoiding being recognized when buying certain foods and clothes. After a good night's sleep, I sent Rama-sensei away so she could take the day off. Today was one of my rare days off. I planned to deliver the children's new schedule, which would last for the next 6 years, and then spend the day with Itachi and Shisui on a simple and fun mission we called cat nabbing, though Itachi thought it childish. Heading to the orphanage, I saw the 2 children I had looked after before joining the academy. They were running around and building towers with blocks. I smiled and carried the scroll in my Naru disguise, then dropped the guys once I was safely inside. The orphanage was chaotic. Kids were screaming and running over the sofas, playing tag. I winced, knowing they would soon swarm me. I stepped in to find Queenie, who could take the scroll and explain what was happening. Before I could reach her, I sensed 3 leaf ninja presences, clearly genin and a team leader. I grinned and shifted back into my Naru persona. Following the presence, I found 3 11 to 12-year-olds trying to get Team 1 under control. Training chakra did not make them any easier to handle. A jonin sat on the rafters, watching with a mix of curiosity and amusement, holding the current leader of Group 1 Kai. Kai was 12, with spiky black hair and bright blue eyes that flashed with anger. He struggled and glared as if to say he was the leader. I stepped forward and told the jonin that any mission involving Team 1 should be at least C rank, not D. Instantly, every child in the room recognized my guise and ran at me, determined to be the first for a hug. I stood my ground and hugged at least a dozen children of various ages. All except Kai, who was still being held by the jonin. The jonin had positioned a kunai at my back. His green eyes narrowed as he demanded to know who I was and what I was doing there. The jonin warned that he would not touch the children if Naru knew what was good for her. Naru grinned and told him that if she were him, she would not threaten her in the vicinity of the kids or hold a kunai to her back. Naru watched with satisfaction as the children responded with anger and leapt at the jonin, whose face went decidedly pale. She smiled, grabbed Kai from his hold, and formed a wind chakra platform to lift him well above the chaos on the ground. She picked each child up and placed a gentle kiss on each forehead as she set them on the wind barrier. Once the children were safely on the barrier, Naru assessed the damage to the jonin. She went to the sink, took out the medical kit, and set it on the floor. She splinted his arm, which had been injured during the scuffle with one of the older children, and rubbed bruise balm on his chest before using medical jutsu to mend his injuries. The jonin glared at the children, then turned his stare toward Naru. His 3 genin stood frozen in shock in the middle of the room. Naru ignored him and lowered the wind barrier to the floor. Many of the children gave the jonin scowls. Naru reminded them that the jonin had been doing his job, and a few shuffled their feet in embarrassment. Kai understood the correction but did not seem pleased. Naru told Group 1 to form up. Instantly, every child lined up from youngest to oldest. Naru was glad she had put her umbu gear away before coming. She knew it would confuse the jonin. She walked up to Kai and hugged him, thanking him for taking care of the group while she had been away. Kai beamed proudly and told her they had completed everything on their training regimen from last time. Naru apologized for being away so long and mentioned that she had brought a much longer training plan this time that should take them 3 years to finish, deliberately ignoring the fact it was usually supposed to take 6 years. She turned back to face the jonin, who stood defensively in front of his genin team. Naru told the jonin that she had been serious. These kids only listened to 2 people, and this group knew quite a bit about chakra. She asked whether the Hokage had given him the mission. The jonin confirmed that the Hokage had assigned it as a D-rank job to look after the children in the orphanage while the owner was away. Naru grinned and said that sounded like the old man. She introduced herself as Naru and explained that she and Queenie were the only people the children would truly listen to. She warned the jonin that if any of the children had been injured, she would not expect him to be walking out of the place. The genin all looked pale. Naru then announced loudly that she was home and asked everyone to come give her hugs. The noise and screaming that had filled the room stopped and was replaced by a chorus of the children crying out her name as they ran from every direction. Naru was barreled over by the children as they all hugged her. She returned as many hugs as she could while Group 1 joined in. After the hugfest, the children lined up in their groups. Naru smiled at Emi and Hataru, pleased to see Hataru's younger sister without injury for once. She noticed a few of Group 4 sending hostile looks toward the jonin and gave them a disapproving stare, which made them stop. Naru asked where Queenie was. Emi stepped forward and explained that Queenie had gone out to meet the people she visited each semester to report on how the orphanage was doing, and that it usually took all day. Naru observed that this was probably why the old man had hired ninjas to look after them. Naru outlined the plan for the day. Everyone would clean up, prepare lunch, and get the little kids down for naps. Then they would all sit down for a debrief. The children responded affirmatively. Naru assigned Group 4 to clean the living room and make sure all the drawings were picked up. She asked Group 3 to round up the little kids and keep them occupied outside during the cleaning. Group 2 was instructed to go into the kitchen. Naru said she would be there soon to help prepare pizza and salad for lunch. Once the children had left to do their duties, Naru turned to Group 1. She expressed disappointment in them for failing to look after everyone and for allowing the older kids to run around near the younger ones. One of the group protested that as long as the children older than 5 stayed out of the way, it was fine. Naru reminded them that their job was not to keep the younger ones out of the way so others could do what they liked. It was to keep everyone safe and to help in any way needed, whether lifting heavy things or tending to injuries. Feeling sufficiently chastened, Group 1 was sent off to help the other groups. Turning to the ninja team, Naruto told them that the junior ninja could go help Group 3 keep the little children occupied while the senior ninja would come and help the cleaners with the roof. A few junior ninja gave quick nods, and the instructor stared in disbelief. Heading into the lounge room, Naruto noticed the instructor eyeing the roof and the children with distrust. He thought it was understandable. He had no idea how toddlers had managed to draw on the roof either. It did not matter, as long as the instructor cleaned the roof while Naruto helped make pizza for the kids. In the kitchen, despite some last-minute tidying, Naruto pulled the ingredients from the refrigerator, explained how to make pizza, and prepared the salad. After lunch, Naruto watched the junior ninja trail behind him like lost puppies as he put the little kids down for a nap. He tucked all 12 in, gave them goodnight kisses, and told them bedtime stories about a guardian lion and Tachi, who had taken care of their adoptive brother Nalo. He smiled, knowing that if they remembered the story as they grew older, they might realize he had been talking about himself and his 2 teammates. Once the children were asleep, Naruto went to the kitchen with his prop tail and made cups of hot cocoa for everyone. In the now-clean lounge room, he had Group 3 help him hand out the cocoa, making sure there was a cup for the babysitters as well. After everyone had been debriefed, Naruto heard Queenie arriving and stood up, ready to leave. The kids groaned as Naruto hugged them one by one. When he reached the senior ninja, he noticed the man sweating and smirked inwardly, pleased that he now knew to be cautious around the children. There was a knock on the door. Naruto gestured for the instructor to answer it, which he did. Queenie greeted them warmly, asking whether the children had been well behaved and expressing surprise at the absence of screaming. The instructor answered her questions with relief, explaining that the kids had been a handful until someone with caramel hair and honey-colored eyes came in and suddenly calmed them all, leaving him confused. Queenie called out excitedly for Naruto and rushed in for a hug, clearly glad to see him. After the hug, she used the mental link Naruto had taught her to ask how his mission had gone. Naruto answered her questions through the same link, then said goodbye and set off to find Itachi and meet up with Shursui. Naruto headed to Itachi's house first, where Itachi sat on the front steps reading a scroll to his younger brother, Sasuke. Naruto noticed admiration in Sasuke's eyes and a small trace of resentment when Sasuke glanced at him. Perhaps Sasuke resented that Naruto often took his brother away. Keeping up his illusion technique would be easy that day since Itachi had not yet seen him. Naruto walked over, picked up Sasuke, and ran off toward the meeting place with Shursui. Itachi called out a loud protest as Naruto ran off with his little brother. Naruto knew Sasuke did not deserve to lose his brother every time Naruto visited, but he grinned and carried Sasuke over to where Shursui was already waiting. He put Sasuke down on the floor and used a transformation technique to take on Shursui's appearance. Itachi finally caught up and lightly struck Naruto on the head. Naruto accepted it as deserved, realizing how foolish it had been to hide from someone with the clan's special eye technique while using a transformation. Naruto argued that they could bring Sasuke on the mission so he would not miss out, and Itachi smiled and ruffled both Naruto's and Sasuke's hair, even though Naruto's transformation made him appear taller. They then made their way to the woman who cared for stray cats on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. When they described the mission, Naruto could read determination in Sasuke's eyes. They prepared with a seal scroll and placed pink cat ears on Sasuke, since he was the youngest, then entered the cat shelter with one goal in mind. They tracked every paw print without any fighting. It took an hour, and the team agreed to let Sasuke do the printing while the others handled the convincing. After another hour, all the cats had been processed except one, the large boss cat, easy for most of them but not for Sasuke. The team leader told Itachi that the boss was not that strong and asked if they should save it for Sasuke when he became a genin. Itachi nodded with a soft smile. Itachi remembered lifting the little boy from his shoulder and seeing the caramel hair of Naruto as he ran off. He smiled softly, thinking back to the first time he had met him when the boy had been barely 4. He had been worried when he heard the tapping in Morse code. The memory of his father speaking about war prisoners who had been starved and grown sick made his blood run cold. Naruto had disappeared trying to go home. Itachi had found him before he passed out on the road and carried him home. Carrying the boy as he would his own little brother, Itachi froze when Naruto hissed in pain. He held him carefully to avoid hurting him and noticed him rubbing his chest. Naruto began shivering, and Itachi quickened his pace, his movements becoming frantic as he moved through the hallways. He found his parents in the kitchen. When they saw his panicked face, they rushed to help. Itachi laid Naruto down gently, careful not to cause further harm. Naruto's lips had been turning blue from cold, and he trembled so badly Itachi had to hold him so he would not fall. Their mother came with medical ointments infused with chakra and scanned him with medical ninjutsu. Her worried frown tightened Itachi's chest. He had grown attached to the silent blonde who had arrived with Shisui. Their mother asked Itachi to remove Naruto's shirt. Naruto resisted at first, but then gave up, tears running down his cheeks as Itachi lifted the shirt off. Looking at him, Itachi's heart raced. The boy was young, probably younger than Sasuke, and his torso bore many scars and signs of past abuse and neglect. The sight hardened Itachi's resolve to become ANBU. He decided he would do everything he could to stop things like this from happening. Tears spilled down his face. He took the hand Naruto had reached out and traced some of the healed scars, paying particular attention to one that stood out. Itachi and his parents saw that Naruto's chest showed signs of infection and that an older wound had become aggravated. After their mother treated him, Naruto simply needed to sleep it off. Not wanting to take him to his apartment that night, Itachi carried him to his own bed and let him fall asleep there. He could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes he saw Naruto's tear-streaked face and the scars across his torso, and he worried. He stayed up all night checking on Naruto. It would not do for Shisui to lose one of his best friends. Naruto's presence had been a constant subject of conversation for Shisui since the boy joined the academy. Around dawn, Naruto's face screwed up in pain and tears slipped from his sleeping eyes. Itachi tried to wake him by shaking him, but the cries grew louder. Itachi cradled him to his chest and rocked him the way he used to when Sasuke was sick. Naruto slowly woke and, to Itachi's surprise, used a high-ranking technique to communicate into his mind. They went for breakfast, and Naruto later attended the academy exam after astonishing Itachi with his gravity seals. Over time he learned to eat properly and to speak again. He was not the same physically, but he had returned. Back in the present, Naruto offered to leave the leader of the Cat Kingdom for Sasuke once Sasuke became a genin. Itachi smiled at the boy's generosity, but he knew there were difficult decisions ahead that Naruto could not foresee. Later, the team prepared to go to the hideout where Orochimaru was last seen. They still needed one more team member because Gigi had warned that taking on an organization full of S-ranked criminals would be absurd, especially when none of them were over the age of 18. That meant Naruto's genjutsu would need to be active for the whole mission, and that Naruto would have to direct the team as its leader. On top of everything, the narrator and his teammates could not remove their masks in the man's presence. Waiting at the gate with his fox mask in place and clad in the white ANBU uniform, he waited for Itachi and then Shisui to arrive. The three of them stood waiting for their last member to arrive. The newcomer was the only one not wearing the white ANBU garb. He was likely not an elite. Frowning, the narrator studied him and concluded that he must be Yamato, really Tenzo, sent most likely to keep him in check. The narrator ordered the team to leave and told Shisui to carry Tenzo. Tenzo did not seem pleased, but once they took off at breakneck speed, he realized he could not keep up. They reached the hideout at midday and sent out clones for reconnaissance. After the all clear, the team approached the weakest wall of the hideout. The narrator used a jutsu to mix his and Rama's chakra to heighten his hearing. Listening, he could make out an argument. The oily voice of the Sannin stood out easily from the rest. He ordered the group to wait until the Sannin left. An hour later, the snake left the Akatsuki, the argument evidently resolved in his departure. Confronting the Sannin as he was leaving, the narrator unleashed a shadow-based mind technique, a variant of a mind-speaking jutsu created for communication. Its purpose was to overwhelm the opponent with a barrage of mental noise to give them an advantage. The Sannin screamed in pain as thousands of imagined screams assaulted his mind. The narrator scowled and coldly ordered the others to attack. The group moved with fluent coordination, but Tenzo's presence slowed them and left them out of sync. The narrator ordered Tenzo to stand down and assist only if necessary. Dodging a giant snake, the narrator sent a ball of wind chakra to Itachi to help empower his fire attack. Tenzo watched in awe as the caramel-haired ANBU captain executed fluid attacks and protections, using his wind chakra to assist the Uchiha's fire and his speed to cover their backs. He realized the captain was the key to the group's survival. Without him they would have been defeated many times over. The captain ordered Tenzo to stand down, and Tenzo understood why. Once he was out of firing range, the group accelerated to inhuman speeds. Only flashes of white from their oddly colored ANBU clothing could be seen. The display was amazing, but it was still not enough. Although they had gotten the jump on the snake Sannin, he remained largely unharmed while the team bore several scratches from his sword and snakes. Curiously, the captain always seemed to take on the snakes, as if he were least likely to be affected by the poison. Tenzo watched as the team slowly became overwhelmed and ran to help, but the captain barked an order telling Tenzo not to get involved and to stay out of it. Tenzo stepped back and watched with wide eyes as an Uchiha was seized by a snake and began screaming. The Sannin swings missed widely, as if a genjutsu had been placed. Tenzo suspected Itachi had set it. The group was injured and the younger Uchiha was poisoned. It was clear they had lost the straightforward fight. The only thing keeping them from certain death was the captain's speed, who was now carrying the poisoned ANBU. Tenzo watched as the captain made a hand sign, gathered an enormous amount of chakra, and performed a body flicker technique that produced a small poof of smoke. In an instant he vanished from sight. The Sannin reeled as if had been struck, but the captain had simply moved with impossible speed. Tenzo realized the captain was now so fast he could hardly be seen. His jaw dropped. Snapping out of it, Tenzo hoisted the injured ANBU, who was barely standing under his own weight. Helping the injured into cover, Tenzo used with style to conceal their position and continued to watch the fight. Bear and Captain Fox had teamed up and attacked in tandem. Bear hit harder, but the captain was faster. The captain was extremely careful to prevent further injuries to Bear, protecting him at every turn. As Tenzo's eyes adjusted to the incredible speeds, he could make out jutsu exchanges one after another and caught glimpses of the signature Uchiha fire technique, confirming that Bear was an Uchiha. Tenzo grinned as he watched the snake Sannin being pushed back. The team had a chance, however small. He turned to the injured ANBU and uncovered the arm that had been bitten. Using a medical jutsu, Tenzo drew the poison from the wound into his own technique, ensuring none remained. The injured NBU was unconscious from the pain. It was safer to leave him that way since there was nowhere better to carry him. Glancing back at the fight, Tenzo saw the two fighters more clearly. They were tiring. The Sannin laughed as he attempted to bite Bear, who was continually protected by the captain. Sweat dotted the captain's and Bear's faces, signaling they would not be able to hold out forever. After dozens more exchanges, the Sannin seemed finally beaten until he shed his skin and revealed a renewed form. Tenzo swore and saw the captain grab Bear around the waist. Suddenly Tenzo found himself being dragged along at impossible speed, following the captain. The captain ran while carrying the injured ANBU and Tenzo, moving with ridiculous velocity. Tenzo kept a lookout behind them and could see no sign of the Sannin. They had escaped, but Tenzo understood the team was not yet ready to face the Sannin in open combat. After some 40 kilometers, the captain finally stopped. They set up camp for the night. Itachi was kept by the fire until he woke, and Shursui tended to everyone's injuries. Today they had failed. They returned to the village in silence. Shisui and Itachi requested to debrief the Hokage and then left Naruto to sleep for the night, unaware that both had placed him under genjutsu. Itachi felt a twisting sickness in his gut that night, disgusted by what he was about to do. He could not have gone through with it without Shisui's resolve. After debriefing the Hokage and triple-checking the genjutsu Naruto was under, Itachi prepared to follow orders. He and Shisui steeled themselves for what they had decided to do, each action driven by their loyalty to Sasuke. Danzo gave final orders without leaving room for refusal. He instructed Itachi and Shisui to destroy the Uchiha clan and to join the Akatsuki, insisting the life of the village depended on the information they could gather and the clan's destruction. They accepted and moved across the rooftops, using chakra to verify Sasuke was not in the clan compound before they carried out their mission. Naruto woke to a sense of foreboding and the unsettling absence of Itachi and Shisui's chakra. He readied himself, slipped the genjutsu aside, and raced across the rooftops to the clan compound. The compound lay in ruins in an abrupt, anime-style scene of devastation. Many clan members were motionless. Naruto's heart pounded as grief and fury rose in him. He screamed to the sky at the unfairness of it all, then his senses picked up a faint chakra source. Racing toward it, he found Sasuke collapsed and barely conscious. Naruto slid to his knees and held him close, relieved that someone had survived. A sealed note had been pinned to Sasuke's shirt. Naruto removed it and read its contents. Itachi and Shisui apologized and explained that they had acted on Danzo's orders. They said they were attempting to infiltrate the Akatsuki and that, in carrying out the orders, the clan had been wiped out. They expressed their love for Naruto, Sasuke, and the village and explained that their priority was the village's safety. They had placed a sealing scroll on the back of the note containing Fugaka Uchiha's Sharingan and left it in case Sasuke gained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and needed them. They asked Naruto to look after Sasuke, warned that Sasuke might want revenge, and requested that Naruto not interfere and allow Sasuke to decide his own path. They said they would send a summons once things had settled and asked Naruto not to tell Sasuke about the note unless Sasuke wanted to speak with them. The letter was signed by Shisui and Itachi. Reading the note over and over changed nothing. Carefully, Naruto rolled up the note and the sealing scroll and secured them to his belt. He carried Sasuke to the Leaf Village Hospital and left him in the care of the medical staff. Naruto went to the Hokage's office and requested a solo mission. The Hokage granted him a scroll for an S-ranked assignment, and Naruto accepted, departing the village to channel his anger elsewhere. A year later, with Naruto 7, almost 8, and already adopting an ANBU persona, the constant stream of S-class distractions had driven him to take on responsibilities that made him the youngest ANBU general in the elemental nations. This fact was known only to Danzo and the Hokage, because no one else knew of his status or his true age. The teammates who had defected had not contacted him yet, and his nerves were worn extremely thin, especially now that he had the responsibility of training the new ANBU recruits. That job required him to use his voice. His youthful tone was hidden behind a genjutsu that, had any Uchiha been present, would have been instantly discovered. September 19th. Naruto's point of view. He dashed along the rooftops and used Shadow Step at the Uchiha compound to make sure nobody saw him enter. He double-checked the advanced genjutsu henge mix he used to maintain the body of Naru. It was normally a simple henge genjutsu blend, but when entering the Uchiha compound he always took extra precautions. He was not wearing an ANBU mask, only the standard pants, a katana, and a white long-sleeve shirt. Sasuke would not remember this Naru persona anyway, not until he awakened his Sharingan. He went to the only house with the lights on, the familiar home of Itachi Uchiha, one of the two best friends left to him. He entered through the kitchen window, checked the fridge, and restocked it as usual, ignoring the 9-year-old who was trying to be stealthy. He turned around and grinned as the child leapt at him. Catching him in his now 16-year-old arms, he put the boy on his shoulders while he cooked dinner of tomato rice ball and a plain, salted portion for himself. He noted that the boy had only 3 more years in the academy before becoming a ninja. He thought that Gigi had not let him graduate yet because Gigi did not want him to leave the Leaf Village too soon and perhaps grow to resent it. After dinner, Naruto took the excitable Uchiha to the clan training grounds and watched him practice. Later, grimacing slightly at having to do Itachi's job, he tucked the exhausted child into bed and told stories about the missions he had done in ANBU, doing so in a way that the boy did not even realize he was talking about his brother. He mentioned the pairings of Itachi with Karasu and Shursui with Kuma. Naruto began, explaining that it was one of the more memorable missions he had gone on with Karasu and Kuma. The assignment had been to protect a feudal lord from enemy ninja. Its difficulty had been A rank. However, in order to give the genin some experience, the Hokage had presented it as a C rank mission, and it had been Naruto's team's job to protect the feudal lord. Their orders were to stop them at any cost and leave no trace. The feudal lord, however, was carrying a supposedly extremely valuable item he had bought from an enemy ninja. The ANBU team's mission was to infiltrate the camp without alerting the Jonin and steal the artifact, which turned out to be a bomb set to detonate when the lord reached the gathering of feudal lords. He trailed off as the boy fell asleep and told himself he could continue another time. Frowning, he placed the genjutsu on the boy again. The boy would not remember him unless something jogged his memory, unless he saw him directly, or unless he unlocked his Sharingan. He knew it was cruel, but otherwise the boy would learn to hate the leaf for taking his brothers. He had explained why the brothers had left and then had promptly erased the memory. Whenever the boy saw him, though, it was as if he had never forgotten, and when the genjutsu was recast the boy did not question why the refrigerator was always stocked or why he was so adept with shuriken. It was a harsh choice, but if he did not act, Danzo might discover the boy's knowledge and order the Yamanaka clan to erase his memories legally, something they could do until the child developed the Sharingan. Once the boy had that, Yamanaka techniques would fail and the genjutsu would break on its own. After tucking the boy in, he did the laundry and put the boy's things away. It was the first time in months he had been able to do anything for him besides restocking the refrigerator. It might also be the last time, since he was leaving for the falls to meet Zabuza and Haku to continue his training and, if all went well, bring them back to the leaf. Later, Naruto stood by the falls and felt as if nothing had changed since the last time he had seen them. Water gushed over the picture-perfect cliffs that formed the village border, shrouded in mist. The sun peeked over the cliffs, making the water appear briefly golden. Suddenly the air changed and the water began to feel sinister, and with that shift I ducked to avoid a massive sword. Spinning around, I used my ANBU katana to block the strike, and for the rest of the morning we sparred. I was barely keeping myself together using only my swordsmanship. As if by mutual agreement, we both stopped attacking. I let my wounds be tended by Teacher Rama, then I dove toward the figure who had been watching our fight and tackled him. Once I was holding him, I allowed myself to relax for the first time in a long while. He smiled, and I looked over at Haku with relief. There was still someone who was there for me. In a similar motion, I also dove toward my attacker and pulled the huge swordsman into a tight hold. With my frayed nerves, it was good to have someone who wasn't falling apart. I sat cross-legged close to the pair and smiled for the first time since Shursui and Itachi had left, and despite everything it felt good. I spent the next few days traveling with them and learning from Haku how he instinctively combined water and wind to create ice. Zabuza and I sparred in the mornings the way we had done for months, with me practicing as a decoy, and in the afternoons we gathered under the stars to cook over a fire and enjoy each other's company. On the third day, Zabuza pulled me aside while Haku trained and offered a listening ear. That day, even as narrow as he knew me, I finally spoke to him. I told him, my voice breaking, about the two friends I had made in the ANBU unit. Zabuza smiled, glad I had people to rely on. As I recounted the discovery of the Uchiha clan, tears silently ran down my face and Zabuza drew me in and hugged me, his body tense as he listened to what had happened to my team. As I retold the note, I felt anger rise when the swordsman learned exactly what the teenage Uchiha had been forced to do and that he had been left with the responsibility for the last Uchiha. I explained how I had become an ANBU general after going on mission after mission. Zabuza frowned and asked how someone so prominent in the Leaf Village had managed to get here to meet with them. I tensed, my eyes flashing red for the briefest moment, and told him that according to the village leader I was on a self-destructive path. He refused to let me undertake any more missions until I formed the squad of NBU that every general was required to create and train. It was mandatory that I assemble one and train them. Shisui and Itachi had been part of that team, but I could not allow them to join until their mission was complete. I grimaced, pulled away from Zabuza, wiped the last of my tears away, and ran off to rejoin Haku in training. Another week of practice and quiet conversation passed before I finally managed to form a shard of ice. It wasn't much, but it left Zabuza speechless, and Teacher Kurama face-bombed in my mind with a few muttered complaints about how only I could defy the known rules of the shinobi world and make it seem simple. We were still traveling most days and still dealing with the occasional ninja who wanted Zabuza's head. On one of those days, however, a familiar energy signature accompanied one of those attackers. I froze, rooted to the spot, and Zabuza began whipping his head around to find the source. My heart pounded with a mix of relief and tension as the signature grew closer. I assessed my narrow persona. There was no way this technique could be handled by whoever was accompanying Itachi. A few seconds later I saw the telltale black and red cloud cloaks of the Akatsuki. Glancing behind me, I saw Haku standing where he usually did when dealing with bandits and lesser shinobi. Desperately, I lashed out with wind energy and accidentally sent Haku into the branches of a tree, leaving him confused and dizzy. He would not be able to join the fight in that state. We all felt the tension as Itachi came around the corner. The past year had left its mark on him. He had deep lines under his eyes from sleepless nights. His eyes, however, were a different Sharingan than the one I had seen before. I realized he had acquired the Mangekyo. I could also sense small traces of Shisui's energy in them. They must have traded eyes to avoid blindness. Looking at Itachi's companion, I could feel a dangerous hunger emanating from him. He did not feel human, that much was clear, especially with blue skin and what looked like gills on his face. Even more alarming was the huge, bandaged weapon he carried. The man grinned and attacked. I moved in time and barely managed to catch Zabuza as he warned me not to fight the shark-like opponent. I scoffed and stood to the side. I had not shown the older swordsman what I was truly capable of, but I was not that weak. He had only seen my swordsmanship. I used a mental technique to converse with Itachi so the others would not notice. I sent a message asking if they were okay. Itachi, surprised, answered that they were all right and asked how Sasuke was. I relayed that Sasuke was fine but had a weak illusion on him that would automatically break when his eyes awakened, so Sasuke was not aware of it yet. Itachi then asked how I was doing and how ANBU had been. I scowled and explained that I was currently on leave because I had been portraying self-destructive behavior and that I had been made an ANBU general. Itachi expressed amazement at the news. Naruto asked if that meant Itachi could have his own team that could go on missions, recalling that there were only 50 teams per village and their group had never been one. Itachi explained that he had intended to include Naruto and Shisui, but Naruto was now on a mission. Itachi asked if Naruto still had his white headband. Naruto confirmed that he and Shisui would never go anywhere without it. Itachi told Naruto to keep the headband, that his squad would be represented by it, and that Naruto would be an honorary member of Itachi's squad when he returned. He could rejoin anytime. Naruto asked Itachi to be sure Shisui knew, and to tell him that Naruto missed them both and that the buzz had died down so they could contact him again. Itachi said he would tell Shisui and that they could still use crow summons for communication. When Naruto admitted he had not recruited anyone for his own Umbu squad because he did not trust anyone in the Leaf, Itachi understood the trust issues and suggested Naruto choose only people he trusted, whether or not they were already Umbu. Naruto smiled, and Itachi returned the smile, his Sharingan reflecting the expression. Naruto tapped a message in Morse code to Itachi. He sent a brief goodbye for now and included the words older brother. Itachi smiled, looking livelier, and Naruto turned back to the fight, surprised to see Zabuza weakening against the shark-like opponent. From where he stood, Naruto watched Zabuza begin to falter as the shark man's weapon disrupted chakra defenses. Naruto felt a cold knot form in his stomach. Walking into the middle of the fight as the opponents prepared to strike again, he slammed both fists down, one against Zabuza and one against the shark man's head, then dragged Zabuza to safety. A sword flew at him from behind. He dodged and unleashed a focused surge of chakra and intent at the shark man. The shark man staggered and then collapsed, unconscious. Naruto left Itachi to deal with the partner and dragged Zabuza away, making sure Haku followed. When they were a safe distance away, Naruto seated Zabuza against a tree and helped Haku tend to his injuries. Zabuza's eyes fluttered open and he glared, demanding to know what Naruto had been thinking. Naruto explained that Zabuza had been losing and the opponent had a partner. He had to act to protect Haku. If Zabuza had been defeated, Naruto could not have fought both enemies and kept Haku safe. Zabuza groaned and rubbed his bandaged face, admitting gruffly that Naruto had taken down the opponent without appearing to lift a finger. Naruto reminded him quietly that he was an Umbu general and that the title had its merits. Zabuza softened into a playful scowl, suggesting that perhaps Naruto was stronger and that maybe he should be learning from him. Haku certainly should be. Naruto smiled shakily and lowered his eyes, worrying inwardly that Zabuza might resent him for being stronger, but no such resentment showed. Naruto then changed the subject, saying he had to return to the Leaf Village soon and asking if Zabuza would like to join the village instead of taking shady jobs for money. Zabuza replied gently that he had suspected as much and that he would come if that was Naruto's wish. They set up camp for the night. Haku was not angry about being thrown into a tree. He understood that Naruto had acted to keep him hidden and safe in case they lost, and he needed a chance to run. Naruto thought about going back to the village the next day and how nice it would be to have Zabuza and Haku travel with him, to have people to train and practice with when he was not on missions. He silently wished for a mission, anything at least C-ranked. He did not want to be assigned D ranks again. The next morning they left for the Leaf Village with the 2 new members of Naruto's Umbu group. Haku walked carrying a small white snow rabbit he had named Kori. Naruto smiled, knowing Haku would go wherever Zabuza went, and Zabuza was going with him. As they neared the gates, Naruto paused to equip his Umbu gear and mask. He led the 2 former rogues through the front gate with a calm, deliberate presence so the hidden Leaf Umbu on duty would recognize them and allow them to pass. He took both of their sleeves and guided them toward the Hokage's office. When they arrived, the Hokage looked surprised, apparently not expecting Zabuza and Haku to be with Naruto. The Hokage immediately scolded Naruto, insisting that he would not receive any more missions until he officially had members in his Umbu squad. He told Naruto not to try to get out of it, saying that Naruto had pushed himself too hard over the past year and that this situation would not continue. The Hokage ordered Naruto to return and spend time with the children and with Queenie or otherwise ensure that he had people in his squad before any further missions would be assigned. The Hokage started lecturing, and the narrator's face slowly heated as the rant continued. The fox mask hid most of the blush, only the pink ears were visible. Zabuza snickered and the narrator scowled playfully. The Hokage then coughed, embarrassed as he realized there were more people in the room. The Hokage asked why there was a boy and a rogue ninja in his office. The narrator sighed and told him in a monotone that they were friends, that they had been visiting, and that it seemed they were willing to join the Umbu squad. The Hokage blushed, stood up, and walked over to the nervous pair, handing them each a mask. Haku received an obvious rabbit mask and Zabuza a plain mask with 2 purple lines down the cheeks. The narrator smiled and whispered a request into the Hokage's ear. The Hokage obliged and soon both new recruits had white Konoha headbands like the narrator and the 2 Uchiha who cared deeply for one another. The Hokage mumbled that the narrator should take them to the Umbu headquarters and make sure to give them the seal beforehand, adding that they did not need any more followers of Danzo. The narrator turned to leave with the others. The Hokage also asked the narrator to tell Naruto to visit sometime, a request the narrator understood as code for wanting to speak to him in private without other Umbu present. The narrator nodded and left. Shrugging, the narrator stopped at their apartment to gather the seal-making equipment and went to a nearby training ground to prepare the seals for both recruits. Zabuza's point of view. Naruto showed up around dawn at the falls, and before Naruto noticed, Zabuza launched into an attack with his signature long sword. Naruto's head whipped around, caramel hair flicking as he parried the blows. Neither of them gave up until well into the morning. After exchanging enough blows to satisfy them both, they wound down and exchanged a small nod before stopping their attacks. Naruto broke the tension by hugging Haku in an affectionate, if out-of-character, gesture. Looking over at him, Zabuza noticed that Naruto seemed starved of human interaction, as if he had not touched or spoken to anyone for a long time. Despite this, Naruto's body remained slightly tense during the hug and his eyes held a subdued look where the usual brightness was missing. Zabuza reflected that Naruto's youthful moments with them still revealed his true age, but that did not change the respect he felt for him. He was surprised to find that he respected the boy deeply, regardless of secrets or age. Naruto pulled Zabuza into a hug, and Zabuza returned it with a grin, sensing that Naruto needed the comfort. They spent several days wandering the countryside together. Zabuza understood why Naruto wanted to meet and planned to return to the village with him. On the third day, sensing Naruto's hidden sadness, Zabuza walked him away from Haku and asked about the year since they last saw each other. To Zabuza's surprise, Naruto spoke clearly and directly, not with mumbles or the old mannerisms, and he told stories about two amazing teammates, two Uchiha who made Zabuza smile. It was clear Naruto had people he cared about. Haku would be proud. For a moment Zabuza forgot they were talking, listening and smiling as Naruto spoke about his friends and an incident involving a snake. Then Naruto mentioned finding the Uchiha compound, and Zabuza stiffened, pulling the crying boy into an awkward, protective hug. Zabuza reassured himself they were not dead, even without knowing for sure. He could not bear the thought of Naruto losing teammates to prejudice because of their clan. Fortunately, they were alive, and the alternative outcome was not as bad as his fears. After Naruto finished his story, he ran off to train with Haku, continuing to travel with a sense of awe. Zabuza shook his head as he heard Haku trying to explain how he made ice. If Naruto had not, days later, managed to recreate ice himself, Zabuza would have laughed at his childish wonder. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zabuza followed the person called Fox to a small, run-down apartment that seemed to belong to him. The fox then led them to a nearby training ground and began writing seals on two small pieces of paper. When he was done, he told them to place the seals on their tongues and run chakra through them. Zabuza unwound his bandages, placed a seal on his tongue, and ran chakra through the paper, surprised to feel it dissolve as if it were not there. He turned to Naruto. Naruto tentatively smiled, nodded, and did the same with Haku. Zabuza POV. With unparalleled caution they entered the Leaf Umbu headquarters dressed in their new Umbu gear. Danzo's presence had put everyone on edge. He must be a dangerous man if even Zabuza felt unsettled after his encounter with the Akatsuki. Danzo was an old man, wrapped mostly in bandages and leaning on a walking stick. Zabuza knelt behind his Umbu captain and Danzo, who had by no means earned his respect. Danzo led him into a room with a cruel smile, leaving the others waiting outside. Zabuza was instructed to pledge allegiance to Danzo, and after he complied Danzo marked his tongue with a seal, placing it where another seal had once been. When that was done, Danzo returned Zabuza to the others and called Haku in next. After the formalities they were dismissed and sent to train under Nair. Nair required that they remove their outer armor so he could apply seals to their backs for the training. He drew the seals across their backs and then asked them to channel chakra. As they obeyed, the pressure in their bodies became overwhelming. They fell face-first to the floor under the strain. Naru smiled slightly, his brown eyes regaining a hint of their old color. Over the next few days, training under Naru became brutal for both Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza barely held on, and if it had not been for his refusal to quit he would have left long before. The other Umbu trembled when Naru walked by. It was clear that his standards of training were not typical in Konoha. Zabuza and Haku could endure the physical trial's strength, chakra control, senbon techniques, tactics, and sword fighting, but the mental training proved difficult. They were not improving as Naru expected. Naru POV. Over the next days Naru pushed his new members to their limits, training them to his standards. He worked them on strength, kunai accuracy, shuriken, tactics, sword fighting, senbon, and chakra control. He discovered that Zabuza had a water affinity and Haku had both water and wind. They also meditated to calm their minds so that Naru could link his mind shadow to their emotions, making it easier and less chakra-consuming to find them if they were in danger. For some reason Zabuza struggled to calm his mind, while Haku could not relax enough. After a week of training it was decided that Naru would ask the Hokage for permission to send them to the monks, masters of mental discipline. Naru went straight to the Hokage's office and received permission without questions. The next morning at 4 he woke them both from their apartments and dragged them to the gates, adding extra weight to the gravity seals to get them moving. They traveled for a while, defeating bandits and covering their tracks as standard Umbu practice. Within hours they reached the base of the mountain where the fire temple was hidden. From that point, the anger inside all of them had to be contained, because the closer they got to the temple gates the stronger their emotions would become. If they spoke before reaching the gates, they would lose the way to the temple. Naru backtracked everyone out of range and explained the details of the trial to follow. They began the climb. Naru knew that Zabuza would have the most trouble holding back an outburst. By the third hour Zabuza's face was flushed and his teeth were clenched. Everyone felt the strain, but they kept going. By the fourth hour Zabuza began hitting things with his sword to stop himself from shouting. As a group they reached the gates just in time to see Zabuza about to shout. As his anger washed away, he simply announced that they had arrived. Naru smiled knowingly behind his mask, removed it, and the others did the same. They opened the gate to the next trial, a test of perseverance that required walking only on their hands up a steep hill without using chakra. They stopped before entering and made camp for the night. In the morning they packed up, ate, and Naru removed half of everyone's gravity seals except his own, where he left most of the weight intact. They flipped upside down and began walking. The trial proved to be not only a test of strength but also of balance. If they let their legs fall too far back they toppled and risked falling off the incline. It took most of the day to reach the top, and by midnight they had finally arrived at the next set of gates. They set up camp and slept, aching and exhausted. In the morning they all groaned from the pain in their arms and the headaches caused by the blood rushing to their heads. The next trial awaited at the top of the volcano, a surface covered in fine, spidery silk that required precise chakra control. If a person did not channel chakra exactly right, the silk would split and send them down into a pit of lava. This was the final test before they reached the path to the temple. Haku, the narrator believed, would have little trouble with the trial. Zabuza would find it hard, and it was likely the narrator would struggle with the limited chakra reserves. To help, he cut off his direct access to the fox's chakra and sent his own chakra outwards so his reserves would be easier to control. They began. The heat from the volcano had them sweating within 20 minutes, and the precise application of chakra meant they spent long moments steadying themselves before moving forward. It was grueling. By midday they were only halfway done. Haku could have gone ahead but stayed near them in case he was needed. Zabuza looked just as drained as the narrator, and the narrator resolved that when they returned to the village they would practice chakra control exercises to get back up to standard. When they finally reached the other side of the volcano they followed a narrow path and made camp in a small grove of trees. The next morning they would enter the temple and ask the monks for help. When the narrator woke he re-equipped his Umbu gear, keeping his Umbu katana sheathed, and returned the chakra he had taken from the others the day before. Soon they were walking down the desolate and used path. Haku rubbed his eyes and yawned as he slowly woke. The narrator carried the camp supplies tucked in a scroll in his pocket. Within 10 minutes they came across a large white iron entrance and a bald man in a robe who ushered them in quietly. For the next few days they trained. The narrator's mindscape was easy to enter. While everyone else practiced, he filled his inner space with blocks and toys and used games of hide and seek as a way to meditate. It was not ideal, but he admitted to himself that he got bored. During a prayer day, while his two teammates practiced meditation, he explored and found a small cave. From inside came the sound of someone training with wind chakra. A quick check of chakra levels froze both him and Kurama. The presence inside the cave had a chakra that reminded them of Kurama's. They crept in using shadow step. The narrator moved up the wall and used a swapping jutsu to exchange his white Umbu vest for an old navy hoodie. He watched a boy, about 3 years older than himself, attempting to infuse wind chakra into his fist and failing. The narrator dropped from the roof and delivered a precise strike that rendered the boy unconscious. When the boy regained consciousness, The narrator had him restrained with chakra cuffs. The boy scowled and tried to lunge, his anger and sadness clear. He seemed the kind of person who had been ignored and feared wherever he went. After the boy calmed, the narrator summoned Kurama and watched the boy's expression soften. The boy's tailed beast connection appeared calm and not trying to break free. They spoke while the narrator worked on a sealing talisman. The boy introduced himself as Sora. The narrator identified himself as Naru and indicated Kurama. When the narrator finished the seal, he carefully removed the old seal despite the boy's distressed protests and placed a new one in its place. The boy cried out and then slumped forward in exhaustion. The narrator carried him back to Zabuza and Haku. After asking, Haku agreed to apply pressure points to speed recovery and reduce the boy's exhaustion. I carried Sora to my room and laid him on my bed. That night, while he still slept, I opened my window and sat with my legs dangling out. I leaned on my katana and kept watch, marveling at the stars. When Sora woke next, he was furious. His killing intent bled through, ensuring no monks came near my sleeping quarters, and his face was flushed with anger. I sighed. This kid was seriously screwed up in the trust department, but I liked him. Keeping my expression calm, I ignored every insult he threw at me, and when he was done I asked him if he would like to train with me. Surprisingly, he agreed. When I met up with Zabuza and Haku, I suggested to Haku that he add ice to the floor for his mirror jutsu so captives would have a harder time dodging. We moved past him and I fought Zabuza in an intense win match. He lost in the end, and I knew where he needed to improve. That afternoon, as we were leaving, Zabuza had made progress in meditation and Haku was almost a master at it. After training, I hurried to speak with the elder monk Abel. Abel sat in his office, expecting me as he always did, and he already understood what I would ask. Abel told me that if I thought I could handle the boy, I should take him, because his presence at the temple would only cause him to suffer and lead him away from the proper path. He explained that they had made a mistake forcing a child to contain the residual chakra from the nine-tailed fox before it had been sealed. Abel asked that I treat the boy no differently than any other child. I agreed quickly, and soon Sora was packed and ready to join my team in the Hidden Leaf Village. Sora was feisty, but it was clear he trusted me more than the monks he had lived with for nearly his whole life. Naruto's perspective. The Hidden Leaf was lively that day, and more than ever I was glad for Rama-sensei teaching me. Without that training, I might have been beaten to death. Times had changed, but my ANBU squad had 3 active members and 2 on leave. As we reached the gates, I turned to my squabbling team and gave Sora and Zabuza a disapproving look that froze them both guiltily. Within minutes, Haku and I walked through the gates cheerfully while Zabuza and Sora scowled at each other in grudging silence. We first went to the Hokage. His raised eyebrow prompted me to explain that Sora would be joining my ANBU team and that he carried chakra from the nine-tailed fox. This revelation raised more eyebrows, including Zabuza's. I made no further comment. Sora's secret was his to tell, and if he chose not to, he would not have to while I was his captain. The Hokage warned that if Sora negatively impacted the village, he would be held responsible for his actions, holy monk or not. Sora left with a white headband and that warning. I decided it was time to find our ragtag team a larger training area. Like most ANBU captains, I had 2 acres of land. I led the group to a dense brush on my property and created 60 shadow clones. I stood back with my team and watched as the clones uprooted trees, sawed logs, and transformed the space into a large training ground and a small clan home with 6 rooms, a kitchen, and 6 bathrooms. I walked everyone inside and pointed to the 3 rooms with each person's name on the door. Sora dumped his bag in his room. I systematically dispersed the shadow clones, leaving one to go into the town district and buy everything our small home would need. Training began when I summoned Rama. The reaction was immediate and noisy. Sora smiled lightly for the first time since he left the temple. Zabuza growled at Rama, and Haku leapt back, wary of Rama and her 9 tails. Rama stood tall and imposing at my shoulder height for a beat before collapsing into laughter, unable to wrap her head around everyone's reactions. I watched each face until comprehension dawned, and then I met everyone's eyes. I apologized to the group and warned them that the coming days would be difficult. Rama then took charge and ordered us into chakra control exercises. Unsurprisingly, Sora and Haku excelled. Rama ordered Zabuza and me to reach their level before dark, and we were forced to do laps around the village as part of the training. By 9:30 p.m., Zabuza and I were leaning against each other, drinking from canteens outside while everyone else slept inside. After hundreds of failed attempts, our chakra control had improved dramatically from that morning. Tomorrow Sora promised to spread the spider-like chakra silk we used to reach the temple so we could see the difference. Apparently the first job of a monk was to learn how to weave that chakra web, since it required precise control of a medium amount of chakra. Within minutes I fell asleep exhausted against Zabuza's back. If I had been awake I would have seen Zabuza carefully lift me and place me in my captain's quarters, muttering about the insane training and wondering how long it would take me. He left soon after and went to his own room, exhausted from the day's training. The next morning I woke early and decided it would be a day for pancakes. After some stealth practice, I slipped past the highly trained ninja's rooms and went into the kitchen, where I began making pancakes as quietly as possible. Soon there were enough for everyone, and Rama, the teacher, and I plated them and went to wake my exhausted team. I started with Sora and gently woke him, asking him to be quiet and come with me. Sora smiled and I led him back to my room. I asked Sora how he thought we should wake the others, and he grinned as he described a prank he had in mind. I sent out a clone for supplies, and before long Sora and I were setting up a stink bomb paint prank and a large water bucket outside Haku and Zabuza's doors. Sora and I returned to the kitchen and sat at the table while I taught him a small wind technique to carry the smell into their rooms so the prank would go unnoticed. We laughed together as Zabuza walked in covered in foul-smelling pink paint. Haku came in through the back door with a small smirk, clearly having figured out the trick, and entered through his window. I fist-bumped Sora and dumped the water and detergent over Zabuza to remove the paint and smell before he could retaliate. Using a wind technique, I dried him and left him smelling clean, then gathered the water with energy and let it drain out the window. We all enjoyed pancakes for breakfast, including Rama, who woke up in a sour mood and increased the weight on everyone's gravity seals, causing us to groan and dread the training ahead. The morning moved on. I woke Sora early again and the two of us tried another prank on Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza walked into the kitchen under the influence of an illusion technique that made him act strangely until Haku arrived and burst out laughing. After breakfast I finished a web obstacle course that Sora had built the previous day. Zabuza was still trying to work through it while Haku and I began sparring. Haku trapped me in an ice prison and I struggled to escape. The training left the floor mostly covered in ice after I burrowed through the ground and escaped the first time. Haku refused to change his tactics, so we worked together to create ice needles that gave him an unlimited supply for practice without escalating danger. Today was our first mission as a team and my first time directing them. I gathered the team with the voice I used for the orphanage children when I noticed a hawk circling above. I called the team to assemble and they all came, crouching in formation. Each of them responded with "Yes, Captain." I explained the plan. We were going for our first mission as a team, likely to be an AS-level mission, and most of them had never been above a B-level mission. I set the rules. First, we would complete the mission unless I judged otherwise, and I expected everyone to voice concerns so I could make informed decisions. They all agreed. Next, everyone had to wear their headbands at all times unless the mission required otherwise, and we would be discreet so that villagers and civilians saw as little of us as possible. They acknowledged this as well. Finally, I told them that on missions we would not use personal names but refer to masks or weapons. Zabuza, lacking an animal emblem on his mask, would be called Swordsman, Haku would be called Rabbit, and when other shinobi were present they would address me by title, General Fox. The team nodded in agreement. Sora asked what he would be called, and I told him we would find out when the village leader assigned him one. Everyone then went to their rooms. I used a substitution technique, swapping with a small stone I kept in the middle of my room, grabbed 2 scrolls with camping supplies, and changed into a long-sleeved white shirt to hide my scars, long black pants, white sandals, a black Ops vest, and my white headband and fox mask. I waited for my team by the front door, and in less than a second they were all ready and walking out of their rooms. We headed straight for the village leader's office and I wondered what it would be like to go on a mission with a different team. Would I make mistakes? Would I let anyone down? I took a calming breath, knelt before the village leader in the middle of the room, and the 3 members of my team lined up behind me, copying my posture. Gigi handed me a scroll with the mission details, and I acknowledged receipt. Gigi also reminded me that Sora still needed his undercover mask. General Fox nodded, took the mask from a drawer, and handed it to Sparrow. Sparrow turned to his team, looked Sora in the eye, and gestured him to stand. Sora knelt and vowed to protect the village and its people to the best of his ability. Sparrow placed the mask in Sora's hand, welcomed him to Anbu Coyote, and, with a small smirk, led the team off. Their feet barely brushed the rooftops as they headed for the gate. As they moved, Sparrow read the mission scroll. It was an S-rank assignment. The ANBU team was to travel to the Land of Iron, where the ANBU general was to teach the samurai. The mission risks listed full-scale war, possible Jinchuriki release, mass attacks from unknown enemies of the samurai who did not want ninja instruction to spread, and the possibility of life imprisonment. Sparrow briefed his team and waited for the other squad. When the other squad arrived, Sparrow recognized Inu, the ANBU who liked to tease his civilian identity in the Hokage's office. Sparrow introduced himself to General Fox and explained that Inu, Tenzo, and his own squad would accompany the general. He warned everyone that this was a high-risk teaching mission to the Land of Iron, that enemies of the samurai would not want them there, and that if the enemy discovered who was teaching the samurai it could spark war with their village. One of the students was rumored to be a Jinchuriki, though the truth remained unknown. Sparrow warned that they might be required to neutralize any enemies who discovered them. He sent the rest of the briefing through a mind shadow jutsu, then turned to leave, catching the disappointed sighs of Zabuza and Haku and the bewildered look on Sora's face. Naruto took point on the mission and led the team toward the Land of Iron. Sparrow, Inu, and Tenzo kept pace with his slow jog, while Sora, new to the group, lagged behind. The rest of the ANBU struggled to match the required speed. Naruto remained silent. He did not yet trust these people. Using Rama and his chakra together to expand his sensory range, Naruto carefully guided the group around ninja waiting in ambush. At one point they had to cross a lake to avoid detection. The enemies in the area loathed the samurai. If the team were seen, the situation would become deadly. Naruto moved as cautiously as possible. When they paused for a break, Sparrow bent double with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. He had the speed and jutsu training of an ANBU but had less physical endurance than those whose training emphasized strength. Naruto kept his sensory range active while drinking water, and Sparrow, short of breath, demanded to know what he was doing. Zabuza reacted to the exchange with a menacing glare that radiated hostile intent. Naruto stepped between them, placing a hand on Zabuza's bicep to calm him and ordering him to stand down. Zabuza complied with a rigid nod. Naruto kept his face and body impassive, his caramel hair shifting as he showed mild annoyance at Sparrow. Sora paced like a caged animal, impatient despite obvious fatigue. They moved out again 10 minutes later. Naruto kept his genjutsu active, unbothered, having not removed it since Itachi and Shisui had left. Suddenly, to his right, Naruto detected a large burst of chakra where none had been before. He formed a single-hand seal and sent a clone to investigate while the team continued moving. The clone soon dispersed. The threat had been neutralized and the opponent restrained with a sealing technique. Naruto inspected the sealing scroll on his hip. It was slowly acquiring more seals. The trip was shaping up to gather many more restraints than usual. Naruto felt the weight of responsibility for each opponent he had neutralized, but he kept avoiding unnecessary confrontation, which extended the journey from a few hours to roughly 3 days with only short stops for food and water. Sora began to stumble from exhaustion, and Naruto called a halt. Using his mind shadow jutsu, Naruto checked on Sora and learned that he was merely tired. Naruto placed his glowing hand on Sora's shoulder and eased the burden of the gravity seals in place there, relieving much of the weight. Sora straightened and breathed more easily. Naruto took out a protein bar and remembered Itachi and Shisui, determined not to slip back into old habits. After finishing the bar, He walked to Haku, referred to as Rabbit, and gave him a soldier pill. Haku had less chakra than Naruto, Sora, and Zabuza, so he had used most of his reserves running. He nodded gently and thanked me as General Sensei. I sighed, thinking that give a man a few name options and he'll still find another acceptable one. Walking over to the guest Inu, Tenzo, and Sparrow, I scrutinized them, noting harsh breathing, slumped shoulders, and low chakra levels. I asked Haku to use pressure point healing on the three. Haku nodded and moved to them. He pressed several points along their backs and necks, and they breathed easier afterward. I handed each a soldier pill and advised that they train for speed rather than strength and jutsu, a suggestion I also offered to Sparrow. The mask hid Sparrow's reaction, so I could not tell whether he was angry or sad. I asked Rama what he was feeling. Rama replied that he was pretty angry but understood I was right and would not be a liability. I accepted her answer. We were almost there. Zabuza was tiring but keeping up, though weaker than Shursui, and the others were on their last legs as the three mountains came into view. I sensed about 100 chakra signatures and determined they could not be allowed to interfere with our mission. I steeled myself and became emotionless. These ninja were here to stop us from intervening with the samurai, and even one escape would compromise everything. I closed my eyes and reopened them, fixing my gaze on my team. I wove a genjutsu, one of Itachi and Shursui's favorites, to keep my team from seeing what I was about to do. The other three had been sent by the Hokage to assist me in clearing the threat. I merged my chakra with Kurama's, my eyes glinting ominously, and my mind signaled the three about what lay ahead. I summoned 6 foxes, my best, and kept them circling my unconscious squad. I ignored Inu's widening eyes and the fear in him. He might not want to do this, but neither did I. Gathering all of my combined chakra, I released a powerful mind-affecting jutsu toward the enemy designed to incapacitate them without graphic harm. With that I launched from cover into the masses, the 3 other flying after me. After the engagement, I sealed the last opponent into the second scroll on my hip. The other scroll was already full. There had been exactly 102 opponents neutralized that day by Tenzo, Sparrow, and me. I turned back to the rest of the group. The 3 new walked toward my team, and before I could call them back my foxes stirred. Kurama, whom I had neglected to keep restrained over my squad, leapt from her rest and lunged straight at Inu with teeth bared. I moved in front of Inu, grabbed Kurama by the scruff, and slammed her down to the ground as I demanded why she was attacking. Kurama answered that the heat of the fight had riled her up and that she would not do it again. I dispelled the foxes with a sigh and checked on the shaken Inu. He was confused but appeared mostly all right. He tried to stand tall and not show weakness, but he favored his left leg and had a small scrape. I placed my hand gently on his leg and found a shallow cut about the length of my hand. I guided him to sit down and walked to my genjutsu-affected team. I put a small amount of my chakra and Kurama's into Sora to wake him. He opened his eyes, dazed and worried. I searched his expression for any lingering effects of the genjutsu but saw only confusion and concern. I took his hand and led him to Inu. Since Sora had been a monk and learned the chakra web when young, he had the chakra reserves and control to perform medical techniques, and I trusted his skills. I made a careful opening to expose Inu's scrapes so Sora could see it clearly. Sora, annoyed at the interruption, set to work and began to heal Inu. I smiled gently at them, then moved to Tenzo. From the fight I had learned he could manipulate wood, which was impressive. He showed signs of dangerous chakra strain, so I handed him a few soldier pills. He would need them to recover. Sparrow was tired and a little chakra drained but otherwise fine. 1 soldier pill would set him right. I then walked over to Zabuza and Haku, who were still sleeping under the genjutsu. I grabbed both and pushed chakra into them, releasing the genjutsu and waking them. Of the 3, only Zabuza seemed to realize what had happened. He eyed me with concern and gruffly shoved me towards Sora, who had just finished dealing with Inu. I sat down and allowed Rama to tend the kunai wounds in my back from protecting the who for some reason had failed to watch their own backs. I smiled at Zabuza and we packed up, taking a walk so that Inu and the others could rest. Now that the mountain was visible, we would not need to hurry so much. I felt chakra assessing me from a few hidden samurai and shuddered at the memory of the recent attack. I was tired. If I was tired, my team was far worse. Looking back, I realized the others actually seemed to be faring better than I was. I noticed the look Zabuza shot Haku and Sora, then turned back to continue. I resolved not to stop unless they needed to. My exhaustion came from 3 days without sleep, poor food, and major chakra depletion. Fighting while maintaining a complicated genjutsu had drained me. My head began to ache in a way that reminded me of the time I had kept clones active for an extended PRD. I made a mental note to work on my chakra reserves. As we continued, it grew cold. My hands went numb and I wrapped bandages around them while running. Umbu clothes were made to breathe for easier movement. Soon it was freezing and we ran through snow. I alone seemed to tread lightly. The others slushed through, leaving trenches across the surface. The narrator instructed Coyote, Swordsman, and Rabbit to wait up and announced a new training exercise. They explained that snow walking was like combining water walking and tree walking. It required enough control to stick to the ground like tree walking while also hardening the surface of the snow like water walking, and they told the team to practice on the move. Sora understood immediately, Haku improved after a few tries, and Zabuza had trouble at first. Sparrow, the leader of the 3 extra Umbu, signaled his team to follow. Soon we were running across the snow as if we had done it for years. We reached the entrance to the samurai headquarters and, exhausted, I felt I might need Rama's help just to stand. The samurai ushered us in and led us to their leader, who took the mission details and then sent us to bed since it was after 2 in the morning. I collapsed onto the floor with a pillow Zabuza had offered after I refused to share a bed, which raised Zabuza's eyebrow and annoyed Haku and Sora. There were 3 beds in the room. Zabuza and Sparrow shared one, Inu and Tenzo another, and Haku and Sora the third. I was expected to share with Haku and Sora, but I did not want to keep them up with the nightmares that were sure to come. With one last jutsu I summoned a clone to keep watch and drifted off to sleep, haunted by images of Kiyoshi seizing a sword, the clan's attack, and the recent assault in which I had been involved. Whenever I moved or made noise, the clone would wake me. The next day I woke tired and dispelled the clone. There had apparently been samurai soldiers trying to enter our room the previous night, but the clone had dealt with them. I went into the bathroom and took a shower, staying in my narrow persona. My body still bore scars from the past despite my genjutsu attempts to hide them. I traced one scar over my heart and remembered how it had forged an unbreakable bond between me and Itachi. Shaking off the memory, I dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt, a navy blue hoodie from Kiyoshi, navy blue ninja pants, and white sandals. My caramel hair looked perfect because it was an illusion. In truth, my hair had not been cut in over a year and was probably very long. I forced that thought away and moved to wake Sora, my chakra allowing silent steps as I remained mindful of the other sleeping Umbu. I shook Sora awake. He rose quickly as he had grown used to this, and together we went into the kitchen of the small apartment we all shared. We exchanged grins and began scheming. We had more targets that day than usual. In 20 minutes we had constructed an elaborate trap using Sora's chakra strings, known only to our personal team, ensuring the other Umbu would be caught unaware. I used Rama's chakra to weave another version of the chakra web around Haku and Zabuza. This chakra string required an enormous amount of chakra to hold without breaking. This meant that, since my team knew about the string, they would use as little chakra as possible and break it instantly because it worked in the opposite way. It worked exactly as planned. The other Enbu walked into the kitchen covered in neon slime that smelled strongly of soap. He noted that they did not smell like blood anymore, which was a positive. He grinned, high-fived Sora, and sent everyone else off to the showers. The new ANBU team were angry but could do nothing because he was their team leader. After making breakfast with Haku, who he was slowly realizing loved cooking, he ate and then put on his ANBU gear. He reminded his team to bring their weapons, his own ANBU katana slung lazily across his back. Inu seemed the same as always, but he only then noticed the book Inu was holding. After reading the cover he scowled, summoned his chakra, and sent a whip of 9 tails chakra at the book. The intense heat reduced it to ashes, and Inu paled. Satisfied, he gave the ANBU the hand signs to move. They followed as they set out to teach the samurai. He stopped at the exit of the house and dug into one of his sealing scrolls to bring out a sealing brush. Grimacing, he lifted his shirt and, holding it up with his teeth, he applied a temperature seal on his chest to keep his body warm, ignoring how visible his scars were to everyone, including the new ANBU team. Once he was sure he had pumped enough chakra into it without harm, he walked to the nearest ANBU, Haku, dipped the brush into the ink, and applied the seal. Haku pumped chakra into the seal, sighed in relief, and thanked him. He went through the team and soon they were all warm. He hesitated at the next group, unsure whether offering the seal would seem rude, but he dipped the brush anyway and stood in front of Sparrow. Sparrow turned his head away and lifted his shirt. He carefully applied the seal, feeling jittery at being so close to someone he did not trust. He breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped away, sealed his ink and brush, and led the team through the blizzard toward the head of the samurai village. The village had explained that the village had endured a rough winter and lost many members to famine, and that the current samurai's skill was not enough to hold back the ninja that usually attacked them. He nodded as they entered the training dojo. The room was empty, and despite the group's unease and warnings, he eagerly followed their leader, Yuji-sama, down a secret flight of stairs where he could hear training. He thought the secret base under a base was very cool. The bunker room had been strategically built with at least 15 exits but only one entry. He hardened his eyes beneath his mask and reaffirmed his genjutsu. When Yuji-sama left, he announced that everyone should line up because it was time to train. The samurai obeyed. His own team lined up as well, but his irritation grew when he saw the extra leaf teams standing behind them as if they were above training. Several samurai looked irritated, and he could see the distaste in Zabuza's eyes. He walked over to the leaf team and asked Sparrow if he was injured. They responded that they were not injured and addressed him as General Fox. He growled as Zabuza and several samurai projected hostile intent toward the team, readying themselves in response. He warned them that if they did not get in line in the next 2 seconds, he would personally remove them from the mission. Sparrow scoffed and replied that he did not need to train under him, insisting that if anything he and his team should be training others and questioning who he was to order them around. Rama-sensei became angry and looked ready to attack Sparrow, but he restrained her. She remained tense, no longer held back by a seal. He turned to the rest of Sparrow's team and asked whether they felt the same. Inu stood and lazily joined the line, his silver hair standing on end and practically glowing among a sea of black hair. Tenzo still looked low on chakra, so he tossed him a soldier pill and sent him back to their rooms. Sparrow, as leader, received no special treatment. Looking him in the eye, he turned away and addressed his trainees, asking how many of them knew the basics of chakra. All of them raised their hands. He then asked how many knew jutsu. About 52 of the 200 samurai raised their hands, along with his team and Inu. He separated those who knew jutsu from the rest and allocated resources. He gave each of them 10, made a clone for Inu and led him away to train, gave an extra 20 to Zabuza, and distributed 2 extra to each Sora and Haku. From that moment until 9 o'clock at night, he lectured the trainees, using his genjutsu-enhanced voice to teach. I explained how chakra was formed, the different ways it could be manipulated, and what happened when it was shaped in various ways. I sighed. It was going to be a trying week. My team had evaluated their group skills, discovered their chakra types, and decided the easiest ways to train them. Today was only a setup for the intense discipline the samurai would face over the next week. By the 3rd day my group learned their first jutsu. To ensure each samurai had a jutsu none of the others possessed, I created around 150 clones. Each clone paired with someone and, while mentally linked to the others, determined which jutsu to teach. That day they mastered their first technique. The next day they learned 2 more, and soon the samurai forces could cover every element and every scenario if assembled together. I smirked as I received my clones' memories. 2 days of training remained, and I planned to teach them teamwork. Each samurai's elemental jutsu was placed in groups alongside complementary elements so the squads could perform combo moves and swap opponents to their advantage. On the final day I taught them a sealing technique, specifically the gravity seal. By the end of the day they had all learned it, with my clones moving along the ranks, correcting mistakes and adjusting stances. At the end of the day, I carefully watched as the samurai applied the gravity seal to one another. Then I dispelled my clones, leaving only the one who had trained Inu, the only clone that had remained all week. Tenzo had joined him the day after training began. I realized I had taught Inu to use his lightning element to increase his speed, and we had begun developing a lightning jutsu that concentrated in the hand. Eventually the technique was intended as a covert strike, but first we needed to fix an annoying chirping sound issue. Tenzo learned to gather chakra into his unique wood element, making it sturdy enough to serve as a shield and to act as a reservoir he could draw from when needed. We fashioned a band of wood around his wrist into which he could pump chakra and withdraw it later. We left satisfied with the samurai's progress. The only thing left for now was to return home without another battle. Naru's perspective. Naru scowled as Sparrow's grumbling continued. They had been moving for most of the day without a real break, and Sparrow had not stopped once. Naru was restraining an intense aura as another clone went out to retrieve the shinobi who had just spotted them. That shinobi would, of course, be returning in a body scroll. She was getting tired of Sparrow's loud complaints. He was noisy enough that they risked drawing attention from shinobi they could have otherwise avoided. That was why she had been sending clones out repeatedly all day. When Sparrow began to deride the samurai for not knowing a single jutsu, Naru stopped abruptly and spun. Her glare could have leveled mountains. The intensity of her presence softened and Sparrow hit the ground, mumbling apologies almost immediately. Zabuza raised an eyebrow and a predatory smile tugged at his lips behind the bandages. They continued on, and when they finally reached the gates, Naru dismissed everyone and headed to the Hokage's office to report. An ANBU knelt before the Hokage and delivered the mission report. The Hokage noticed Naru's simmering irritation toward Sparrow. She smoothed her expression and finished the report. After she received the payment for her ANBU squad, Naru returned home, where her team relaxed in the kitchen. She distributed everyone's share, took only the smallest amount for herself, placed it in her wallet, and formed the summoning signs. She called one of her messenger foxes and entrusted the envelope of money to it, instructing it to deliver the payment to the queen as she had every time she had been paid. Sora and Zabuza exchanged incredulous looks as Naru stretched and cracked her back. She smiled at the sunset outside the window. Zabuza cleared his throat and then told Naru that he, Sora, and Haku wanted to know what she really looked like. He explained that although she was their leader, one day they might not know who to look for when they needed her, and they wanted her to trust them. Naru flinched slightly and met his gaze. The others shifted, trying to hide their curiosity, and nodded in agreement. Naru lifted the genjutsu. As the illusion faded, they all seemed to grow taller and their expressions fell slack with surprise. She scratched the back of her head, suddenly aware of how long her hair had become, falling past her shoulders. Her 8-year-old self stood revealed. Apparently none of them had suspected anything. Naru sighed and pulled her oversized shirt over her head, walking back to her room to change into clothes sized for Naruto. She did not notice the pale faces watching as the scars along her body were revealed. In the land of the samurai, those scars had been partially concealed with genjutsu to blend with her skin, but now the full extent of the damage was visible. As she was entering her room, Sora called out, asking what kind of mission had caused the scars. Naru turned back toward him and told him that not all Jinchuriki had been ignored like him. She told him that she had not gotten those scars from a ninja as she left the room. She walked into the bathroom and groaned at how annoying her hair would be to fix. She grabbed a kana and a chunk of hair. It was time to fix this. She cut her hair back to the length she used for her imitation technique. Dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt and comfortable black ninja pants, she stretched out on the bed and finally allowed herself to sleep. Without the strain of the illusion, it was the deepest sleep she had had in a very long time. If she had looked out her bedroom window, she would have seen an impatient crow familiar on the sill with a letter addressed to her, but she did not, and the crow waited until she woke. Zabuza's perspective. Captain Naru was furious, and Zabuza could tell, so could Sora and Haku. Sparrow was really testing his patience. Zabuza took a step back out of the captain's immediate range as he watched Naru irritably form another clone, which returned not a minute later with a scroll. Putting the pieces together, Zabuza realized Sparrow was loud enough that the enemy could hear him, and they were coming running. Naru was taking down the enemy ninjas because Sparrow would not stop shouting. Zabuza hissed at Sparrow, ordering him to be quiet before Captain Fox lost control. Sparrow brushed off the warning arrogantly and continued complaining and insulting. For another mile Sparrow kept talking, and more clones returned with scrolls. Zabuza's irritation grew. If the captain did not act soon, Zabuza feared he would. It felt like Christmas when Naru finally erupted. Naru's glare was ice cold, and the killing intent he had been holding back focused entirely on Sparrow. Zabuza grinned privately. Sparrow deserved the reprimand. He was slightly relieved when Sparrow ended up on the floor, stammering apologies. With the captain's temper released, Zabuza noticed the shimmer of an illusion around Naru again, a reminder that he still had no idea what Naru actually looked like. Sora seemed surprised when he noticed it too. It was high time Naru showed them his true appearance. He should have done it ages ago, Zabuza thought. They reached the gates to the Leaf Village, and Zabuza sighed with relief. Naru dismissed them back to their home base and headed to the Hokage's office. Zabuza hoped Sparrow would get a talking to from the Hokage. Back at their shared home, the team relaxed in the kitchen. Sora asked Zabuza whether Naru was under an illusion. Zabuza sighed. Of course today would be the day to ask. He confirmed that Naru had been under an illusion since before Zabuza met him, and even his clone had been affected. Sora asked aloud what that meant for trust. Zabuza massaged the bridge of his nose and explained that the illusion was used to hide Naru's age, that much he had figured out. Sora asked why Naru would hide his age, and Zabuza glared but answered. He told them Naru was very young, younger than both Sora and Haku, and likely worried about how they would treat him if they knew the truth. Haku was stunned, reminding them that he believed he was the youngest at 13. Zabuza told Haku that Naru probably had not even reached double digits yet, very young, though mature for his age. Their disbelief showed, but Zabuza insisted he would ask Naru to remove the illusion when the captain returned, provided they both promised not to treat him differently. If they did, he warned, Naru would likely never take it off again. Both agreed. It was not long before Naru returned and handed each of them an envelope. Opening his, Zabuza saw they had earned a substantial payment, 1,500 Australian dollars, and grinned as he put it away. Naru took a small amount for himself, about 210 Australian dollars, which was hardly enough to live on. Zabuza almost dropped his jaw when Naru sent the remainder to the orphanage. Composing himself, Zabuza asked Naru to reveal his true appearance. He explained that although they knew Naru was their leader, one day they might not know who to look for, and they wanted Naru to trust them as his team. Naru flinched at the request, and Zabuza felt a moment of guilt but maintained his curiosity. Naru finally nodded. Before Zabuza's eyes, Naru became smaller, his hair lengthened and became bright blonde, his honey brown eyes turned bright blue, and the 3 marks on each cheek sharpened, looking more like scars than birthmarks. He stood at least 2 heads shorter than Haku and appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. His clothing hung on him. Naru turned and left the room, leaving his stunned team behind. He pulled the oversized shirt over his head, and Zabuza held back the urge to react. The scars on Naru's torso were visible, marked with cruel words: monster, freak, demon, brat, mutt, idiot, and similar taunts. Zabuza and the others were left speechless at the sight, their shock giving them only a moment to process the depth of what Naru had been carrying. His body was lithe and thin, looking less muscular than everyone knew he was. He was almost around the corner to his room when Sora called out, asking what kind of mission had caused that kind of damage. The narrator shook their head at Sora's naivety and let the captain answer. The captain said softly that not all tailed beast hosts had been ignored like Sora. He had not gotten those scars from another ninja. The narrator closed off their expression, knowing the reason he maintained the illusion was more complicated than hiding his age and identity as special forces. He was hiding himself from the villagers. The narrator sighed and put an arm around Sora, who was holding back tears at the revelation. The narrator gently told him not to worry and guided him to the couch in the living room, where Haku was trying to distract himself by watching a movie about a princess. Later, the narrator went to sleep, ignoring the annoying crow outside, and resolved to deal with it the next day. Naruto woke to light and groaned. He felt unusually rested and sat up, looking around his room and at the dresser. A pile of plates and bowls showed 3 days' worth of food. Sighing, he stood. He had clearly slept too long. It was dangerous that the ninja who had left him food had not woken him. He ran a hand through his now yellow hair and headed to the bathroom to shower, taking his shirt off on the way. In the shower, he avoided looking at his scars. They were another thing that made him feel like a freak, like a monster. He finished, dressed in his smaller clothes, including Kiyoshi's jacket and a pair of knee-length shorts. Some scars were still visible, but not enough to matter. He placed his hand on the ground and summoned a fox-sized Kurama, which ran off to hunt. Running a hand through his hair, he went into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and began eating an apple. Munching on it, he looked outside and saw his team sparring in a battle royale while a crow pecked at the window. Taking another bite, he did a double take when the crow took a closer look. He went over and plucked a letter from it. Itachi and Shisui had finally sent contact. Naruto read Shisui's letter and held back tears. It had been 2 years since he had heard from him. Shisui wrote that it had been ages since they had spoken and apologized for leaving the way they had, explaining it had been in order. He urged Naruto to keep training and warned that he and Itachi were working with a group of S-rank criminals, so Naruto had better stay strong if he wanted to remain captain of their team. Shisui apologized for leaving Sasuke in Naruto's care, acknowledged how distraught Sasuke must be, and hoped that if Sasuke hated them he would nonetheless be loyal to the village. He signed the letter with affection and told Naruto not to beat himself up and to keep taking care of himself and Sasuke. Naruto smiled through his tears and opened the other letter from Itachi. Itachi thanked Naruto for keeping an eye on Sasuke and remarked that Sasuke needed to be cared for even if he would not admit it. Itachi confessed that he missed Naruto and that it annoyed him to take orders from anyone else besides Naruto or Danzo. He urged Naruto to take care of himself, joked about how the first year had been tough and about Naruto's name ending up in some kind of wanted book next to the 4th Hokage, and told Naruto not to take too many solo missions. At the back of the paper, Naruto found a wanted poster. He stared at the images of himself, one as his usual persona and one as the younger Naruto, both shown in white forehead protector and special forces garb, crouching with glowing red eyes. The book had noted uncertainty about his true identity, which was a small relief. The poster had dubbed him the Unholy Kitsune, listed a large bounty in yen and Australian dollars, and rated his skill level extremely high. Identifiable details included eyes that glowed red when agitated, a huge amount of chakra, 3 parallel lines across the cheeks, and white special forces clothing. The poster claimed the Unholy Kitsune was a general of the Leaf Village who led a team of unknown identity and warned that he was wanted for multiple assassinations of formidable opponents. If someone found themselves targeted, the poster advised them to run, noting that he was extremely stealthy despite wearing white and had infiltrated many barracks and other secret military buildings. I had taken part in attacking and defeating the newest Mizukage with 2 others believed to be part of his team. I smiled at the mention of our mission to get the future-telling orb and continued reading Itachi's letter. Itachi wrote that I needed to stay healthy to remain our captain, that I had to keep training Naru and Shirkuin, and that he and the others had gotten a lot stronger since joining, so I had to keep up. Itachi added that they missed me and awaited my reply excitedly. I was grateful for the messages and quickly wrote a reply letting them know who was currently in our team and how things were going before handing the note to a crow summon. Zabuza walked in while I grabbed some ramen from the fridge to heat. Zabuza greeted me and said he had been worried. I told him I was fine and that I had been wiped out after holding that genjutsu for so long. He nodded, and I went outside to train, increasing my gravity seals by 50 kilograms to a total of 950 kilograms. I spent the next 2 weeks training myself and my team intensely, and during that time Kurama turned 9. The rest of the year passed in a blur of missions with my team, pranks with Sora, cooking with Haku, intense training, sightings of Orochimaru, infiltration missions to gather intel on him, and messages from Shisui and Itachi. I was getting better. I ate more regularly, especially as Haku and I cooked for everyone and we all sat down joking around at mealtimes. I kept my genjutsu off on our team grounds, but when we left, the Naru genjutsu returned. My ANBU status had risen among the elemental nations and everyone knew who I was or who Naru was. I was the unholy Kitsune, but I was an ANBU general of the Leaf first and foremost. I visited Queenie and the kids and kept teaching them chakra. They were almost on par with Genin by the end of the year, which made me proud. A few of the children were adopted when potential parents discovered their chakra control and were found suitable for clans to adopt. I still visited Kiyoshi's grave now and then to leave flowers and remind him that I missed him. The hoodie he had given me was still worn whenever I was in my Naru form and remained one of my most precious possessions. Sasuke still brooded, and it only got worse as he grew older. He was in the academy training to be a genin, and I still took care of him whenever I could. The gravity seals I wore allowed me to lift the Hokage tower if I removed them and then some. They had progressed a lot and I had started training to remove the gravity seals entirely. Life was getting better, and I was happy. In the showers at night, looking at the scars on my body, I would smile. Those scars had brought me to who I was, and it felt worth it. Later, I was summoned to the Hokage's office late in the afternoon. The Hokage mentioned a long-term mission beforehand. The Hokage informed me that my ANBU team was being disbanded. I froze and my heart began to race. I protested that we had done nothing wrong and offered to fix things. The Hokage explained that the council had noted not a single one of my team members, barring the 2 banished ones, were legally registered ninja in the village. In order for my team to be reassigned together, they would have to reach Genin and Chunin levels within the village, which meant going through the academy and forming new teams until they advanced. The Hokage acknowledged that this would likely separate them from me and said he had a non-negotiable mission for me. He told me that Sasuke Uchiha was a target for Orochimaru and that it was likely Orochimaru would try to make a move against him soon. The Hokage ordered me to remove the genjutsu and rejoin the academy, making sure I was placed on Sasuke's team. He instructed that I would act as the lowest-ranked student until I reached Genin and rejoined Sasuke's team. The Hokage made it clear that I must protect Sasuke and his Sharingan from Orochimaru, and that I must defeat Orochimaru if necessary. The team would take the accelerated academy lesson and become genin as soon as possible, likely within a week or 2. They would train with their instructors outside the village afterward and then partake in the Chunin exams as scheduled. Weeks went by, and Naruto worked day and night until his hands bled. He believed he had to atone for being a monster, and he had accepted the punishments the mistress had started giving him. He worked so hard that every surface of the orphanage was always clean, even the outside. It was difficult to maintain, because almost every day new graffiti appeared on the walls, creating more work for Naruto. Things had become harder now that he had stopped rummaging through garbage cans in the village, and he had not had a proper meal since the previous Monday. Naruto felt dizzy and lightheaded from lack of sleep and malnutrition, certain he deserved the punishment and unable to convince himself otherwise. Despite everything, he was excited to see his grandfather after weeks apart. He could finally ask him what he needed to know. Naruto had figured out that simply working harder at the orphanage would not change how the villagers saw him. He decided that becoming a ninja of Konoha was the only way to earn forgiveness. Using the limited logic of a small child, he believed the most important person in the village could help him, and the person he trusted most was his grandfather. Naruto froze at his reflection in the mirror, thinking he could not go to the Hokage looking like that. He ran to the kitchen, found the scissors in the 3rd drawer, and returned to the mirror. His hair was long, matted with dirt and dried blood, and its color was more brown than blonde. He cut it close to his scalp, buried the discarded hair in the backyard, and tried to shake as much dirt as he could from his face before leaving the room. As he reached the door, the mistress grabbed him from behind and held him by the throat. She slammed the skinny blonde boy to the ground. His head struck the stone floor with a heavy thud. Her face flushed with rage as she raised her fist and struck his jaw, leaving a bruise. Seeing her anger, Naruto stopped struggling, believing he deserved the punishment. Her fury only intensified. She pinned him with a hand to his middle and produced a small blade. She accused him of being a demon and of stealing food from her stores, declaring that he would pay. She brought the blade near his face and made a deliberate cut across his cheeks that left painful marks. Naruto struggled and cried out as she continued to strike him, After some time, his screams subsided. Only the mistress's heavy breathing and soft whimpers from the boy filled the room. Satisfied, she hauled him to the basement and threw him down the stairs. Naruto patched his face as best he could and managed to stop the bleeding. The injuries would undoubtedly leave scars. Sarutobi, occupied with his duties as Hokage, had grown increasingly worried about Naruto, whom he had not seen in about 2 months. He promised himself that if Naruto missed the meeting the following week, he would go find him, Hokage duties or not. A short neutral sentence bridged the gap in events. Sarutobi thought it would do Naruto good to learn defense skills. He was too young and might not even be able to write yet, but he had to learn sooner than most to avoid getting picked on and to keep him away from the villagers during the day. Inside Sarutobi's head he weighed the pros and cons. The biggest question so far was whether Naruto could read. Naruto watched Sarutobi's face as it shifted from shock to pride to worry and then confusion. Sarutobi told Naruto that he thought he was a bit young to join the academy. Naruto hung his head sadly. Sarutobi believed it was in Naruto's best interest to join the academy early because it would reduce the harsh treatment he endured, so he planned a literacy test for Sunday to see if Naruto could keep up with the older children. Sarutobi added that even if Naruto passed the exam he could only enter after he turned 4, because 3 was too young. Naruto grinned widely and thanked him enthusiastically. Sarutobi spoke sternly so Naruto would understand he was not joking. 4 was not much better, Sarutobi thought, but Naruto did not notice his concern. Naruto smiled the happiest Sarutobi had seen him for a while and continued to eat another bowl of ramen. With a low whistle, Sarutobi summoned Enumbu. Sarutobi asked Fish-san to go to the orphanage, arrest the woman in charge, and send her to Ibiki for interrogation, and to have Queen come to see him when he returned to work. Fish-san acknowledged and left. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Sarutobi sighed at the paperwork that this would create. Paperwork or not, he would not make the same mistake twice. Queen could take over the orphanage. She was inexperienced, but he trusted Naruto would help her. Glancing up, Sarutobi noted that Naruto was finishing his 3rd bowl of ramen to the shock of Tuchi and Ayam, and that his head drooped slightly with tiredness. Sarutobi told Naruto that the exam would have to be on Sunday because there was no time the next day. Naruto groaned and then launched himself at Sarutobi for a surprise hug. Naruto said he would miss him and suggested Sarutobi use the next day for study. Naruto then cheerfully said goodbye and promised he would be fine, using his familiar verbal tick only when extremely happy. Sarutobi smiled. It was rare to hear Naruto use that tick unless he was truly delighted or trying hard. Back at the Hokage building, Sarutobi walked past his office to the interrogation chamber. Borga Funbu, the orphanage mistress, sat sweating in cuffs while Ibiki glared. Sarutobi introduced Ibiki to Borga with a stern expression. Borga shouted in protest that she ran an orphanage and refused to accept the charges. Sarutobi growled that Borga had been arrested for the abuse and torture of Naruto Uzumaki and that Ibiki would interrogate her to collect every piece of evidence. He added that the head of the Yamanaka clan would inspect her memories and record the evidence on a scroll. Borga cried that it was an outrage. Sarutobi told Ibiki to conduct the interrogation and, if Borga proved guilty, to send her to jail so Sarutobi could impose an appropriate sentence. With most of his anger spent, Sarutobi left the chamber and headed to his office. He went to see Queen, the kindest and most unexpectedly simple-hearted person he had ever met. Passing through the door, Sarutobi noticed her short caramel hair cut to her chin. Once he sat, Queen hurried to his desk, visibly worried and asking if everything was all right. Sarutobi grinned and said everything was fine, then suggested a job. Queen reminded him that she was no longer a ninja and could not join missions. Sarutobi explained that since she had been injured and had to quit being a ninja, and had given up her dream of having children, he thought she might like the position he had in mind. When Queen asked what it was, Sarutobi told her that the owner of the orphanage was in Ibiki's custody and would soon be jailed, and he wondered if Queen would like to take over the orphanage. Queen accepted immediately, delighted, and hurried off to the orphanage at once. Sarutobi was surprised by her eagerness. Queen asked where the orphanage was. Sarutobi said he would drop her off and asked her to let Naruto in when he arrived. He then used his instantaneous movement to appear in the middle of the orphanage with her and, after placing her amid the children, he disappeared. Finally reaching the front door of the orphanage, Naruto heard the children screaming but also a woman trying to calm them. Entering, he saw a woman with short caramel pixie hair and forest green eyes who looked upset and worried. Naruto tugged on her sleeve. When she turned, he asked who she was. She introduced herself as the new orphanage manager and said to call her Queen. Naruto timidly gave his name and asked why she seemed sad. Queen said it was nothing, only that she was having trouble calming all the children. Naruto felt sympathy for her. She wanted to introduce herself properly but could not get the children to settle. He thought he should help her. It was the least he could do for her kindness. Letting go of her sleeve, he walked to the middle of the room and stood there. He called for everyone to gather, and the effect was immediate. The children froze, turned toward him, and beamed as they prepared to celebrate him. The others were about to swarm him with hugs, but he raised his voice into a stern, quiet tone to regain order. He took a deep breath and announced that Group 1 should line up. A ripple of gasps ran through the room as the first group hurried forward and formed a line. He smiled briefly at Kiyoshi before calling for Group 2. Around 7 girls moved, including Emi, who limped over and stood behind the first group. Next he asked Group 3 to step forward. 5 children between 11 and 13 came and stood behind Group 2, and he noticed Queenie looking stunned. Finally he instructed Group 4 to assemble. About 17 boys, some strong and some less so, came forward. He glanced at Hataru and the girl returned his smile. Then, speaking barely above a whisper, he told everyone that this very kind woman over there would like to speak to them. They all nodded and turned to Miss Queenie. He slipped from the room to the kitchen to prepare dinner and to make hot chocolate for everyone. Queenie watched the boy Naruto as he stood in the center of the room. He seemed so small and thin compared to the others. She observed how everyone in the orphanage really looked up to him and cared for him. When she snapped back to the present, he had already drawn the children's attention to her. A few offered small smiles. Queenie introduced herself as the new owner of the orphanage. The faces of the older and middle-aged kids went hard at the news. One of the boys from the older group stepped forward and demanded that she treat Naruto fairly. He warned her to be kind to Naruto and to allow the children to help with the chores. A boy from the first group, his eyes shadowed, explained the reason for the warning. He said their former mistress had not liked Naruto and had punished him severely. The boy showed concern as he recounted how the mistress had singled Naruto out. Another boy clarified that Naruto acted like their little brother. He took the punishments for them, tended to their cuts and injuries, cooked their food, and tucked the younger children in at night. Yet Naruto was not permitted to have help with chores, rarely slept, and was fed only once a week. When he did sleep, he was forced to sleep on the basement floor even though there were many spare beds. The boys were angered most by the fact that Naruto believed he deserved such treatment. They had organized themselves when the mistress disappeared for days. The boy explained the responsibilities of each group. Group 1 handled heavy lifting and healing and reported to Naruto. Group 2 prepared food and went shopping. Group 3 cared for the youngest children under 5 years old, excluding Naruto, and Group 4 managed cleaning duties. The children looked to Queenie and insisted that she allow them to help. Queenie promised she would allow them to share the work. She asked where Naruto was so she could tell him about the changes. A girl from Group 2 said with relief that Naruto was probably in the kitchen cooking dinner. Queenie followed her to the kitchen door and went inside. She found Naruto there. She told him to use the groups to complete the chores so he would not have to do everything alone. She also instructed him that he would eat dinner with them every night and sleep in a proper bed in one of the rooms. She thanked him for all his help and observed that the children clearly listened to him. Naruto smiled at the kindness and then called for Group 2. The sound of running feet and cheerful activity filled the kitchen. When Queenie turned around, the smile on her face vanished. The next early morning, Naruto woke groggy. The light showed it was just past 4. He crawled out from under the covers. He thought back to when Queenie had said he could have a bed, and he was surprised and uncertain that the children would accept the change. He still felt like a monster and could not understand why she treated him kindly. He made the bed perfectly so there would be no sign that he had used it and left his sleeping roommate undisturbed. He had hardly slept at all. The villagers, it seemed, still haunted his nights. Trying to occupy himself, he decided to practice reading and remembered the cookbooks in the kitchen. Walking quietly down the hall, he heard crying and followed the sound to the 6th room, the nursery for the little children. The door was ajar. Inside, he saw little Junko hanging half out of his crib, stopped only by a caught piece of clothing. Naruto hurried over and lifted the child, holding him to his chest to calm him. I did not really know how to look after children, but I had learned to do for others what I had wanted when I was little. Giving Junko a rub on his back, the narrator carried him to the kitchen. Junko was the newest addition to the orphanage and only 9 months old. He was quite heavy and not much smaller than the narrator, but he managed to carry him down the long paths to the kitchen. The narrator placed Junko in a high chair, picked up a book from the counter, and read aloud. 2 hours later, the narrator understood all the words. Reading the text aloud helped bring the memory back. Rising from the bench, the narrator noticed Junko asleep, picked him up slowly, and carried him back to his room. After putting him in his crib and closing the door, the narrator stepped outside, climbed a pipe to the roof, and moved about silently so as not to wake anyone. The narrator began to clean. Scrubbing graffiti off was harder than it looked, but they did it anyway. It had been their fault, and they did not want the others to have to see or clean it. When the graffiti was gone, the narrator went back inside already exhausted, and it was only 7 in the morning. People would be waking soon. Walking into room 6, most of the children were already awake. The narrator gathered the children who could walk and led them to the small playroom, then returned to fetch Junko and Rin, who were the same age. After placing them on bumper chairs, the narrator sat and played with the other kids their age. Another girl, Ami, and the narrator built a tower with blocks as tall as the narrator, and when it fell they both giggled. Turning around, the narrator felt watched and saw Kiyoshi grinning, which made the narrator happy. The narrator walked over to Kiyoshi and tugged his sleeve, asking if he would help with writing. Kiyoshi looked the narrator over, noticed the dark bags under the narrator's eyes, and his smile faltered. He wondered whether the narrator had been sleeping properly. Kiyoshi told the narrator that the room was his as well and that they were roommates, offering reassurance. The narrator's worry was visible, but Kiyoshi let the matter drop and agreed to help. They went outside into the sun to write. When the narrator was sad, they spoke more maturely and did not stumble over words. When they spoke like an average 3-year-old, they were usually in a good mood. Kiyoshi wondered why the narrator wanted to write, but if it made the narrator happy, he would not complain. As they worked, Kiyoshi was surprised by the narrator's writing ability. It was almost as neat as Kara's, who wanted to pursue calligraphy. Kiyoshi compared his own handwriting to scribbles next to the narrator's neat letters and realized how capable the child was. After hours of practice, Kiyoshi asked if the narrator was hungry. The narrator said no. Kiyoshi was not surprised. He knew the narrator was used to eating very little. Leaving the narrator to continue, Kiyoshi went to the dining hall and saw Queenie watching the narrator from the sink window. Queenie looked worried and frowned slightly when Kiyoshi told her the narrator had not been hungry. From Sarutobi's point of view, he puffed on his pipe and finished writing the last question on the narrator's exam. The exam was easier than the academy entrance test, but it seemed perfect for assessing the narrator's skill set. Sarutobi did not expect the narrator to fail. He did not know another 3-year-old who could read or write at that level. He thought that Itachi, who was already in the academy, might be the only other child capable at that age. Most children entered the academy around age 10, and the narrator would be only 4 when he joined. It might not have been the best choice, but he was sure the boy could get it done. Listening carefully, the narrator heard bare feet running on the wooden floor and smiled as he set his pipe down. He counted down 3, 2, 1, then the door slammed open and a messy, yellow-haired boy burst in shouting for Gigi. The boy ran until he collided with Dog, the masked operative, as he always did. The narrator noted how much the boy loved teasing Naruto. Amusement radiated from him. He waved the masked operative away. Naruto ran back, and when the narrator picked him up, the narrator noticed he was not much heavier than the last time. Sighing, the narrator asked how the orphanage had been treating him. Naruto replied in rapid, excited bursts that the orphanage had been a lot of fun. The caretaker had been very kind, he had saved Bubby Junko, Kiyoshi had helped him with his writing, he had read Junko a cookbook, everyone had helped with chores, and he had even had fun with the other kids. He spoke so fast the narrator needed a moment to decipher him. When the torrent of words was done, Naruto looked bored. The narrator smiled and pointed to a desk, telling Naruto that the desk had writing utensils and his academy entrance exam. Naruto brightened and ran over to flip the test. From Naruto's point of view, he had crept into Gigi's building on his stealthy feet and then run as fast as he could to Gigi's office, slamming the door open. He called out for Gigi while scanning the room for the masked operative, trying to guess where he might appear. He misstepped and tumbled, his tailbone aching from the fall, but he picked himself up carefully and ran back to Gigi. Through one eye hole in the operative's mask he saw worry. He wondered if the operative thought he might hurt Gigi, because that was what monsters did in Naruto's mind, hurt people. Gigi asked how the orphanage had been, and Naruto, in a rush to begin his exam, poured out everything he could think of. He waited on Gigi's lap until he was noticed, then dashed to the desk and turned the exam over. The desk sat right next to where the masked operative was standing, and a small inward sigh reminded Naruto that he apparently was not fully trusted by anyone, not even Gigi. He pretended to be excited and sat at the desk. The first instruction told him to listen to the words and then spell them. Confused, Naruto felt something placed on his head. His hand could not feel it. He shrugged and looked back at the exam. The first spoken prompt in his head said the word strategy, so he wrote strategy in his neatest handwriting next to question 1. After half an hour he had completed the spelling section. The only real trouble had been writing the character for mission. It took a few minutes to get it right. Then came the read and answer questions. On the desk he found a thin book about ninja history. He read it carefully, noting information and page numbers that would help with the questions. Once he finished the book, he answered the questions thoroughly, including everything he knew on the subject. When he finished and checked his work, he realized how easy the exam had been for him. He patted his head to locate the small tag the masked operative had placed there. When his hands felt nothing, he concentrated and sent energy into his fingers until he could sense it again. It took some effort, but he managed to peel the tag off. The tag had squiggly lines and, in the middle, the character for spelling. He noticed he could no longer hear the spelling prompts. Sad that the helpful voice had disappeared, he tried to stick the tag back on his head. At first it would not stay, but with more focused energy he finally affixed it again and the prompts returned. Naruto had been so absorbed that he had not noticed the quiet chuckles from the masked operatives and the village leader in the room. Gigi asked if Naruto had finished. Naruto announced that he had, then eagerly held up the tag and asked if anyone else could hear the funny voice. The masked operative and the village leader reacted with surprise. Naruto giggled, moved close to the operative, and used his energy to attach the tag to the operative's head. He asked the operative whether the voice could be heard. The operative confirmed it could. Naruto removed the tag and asked again. The operative said the voice could no longer be heard. As Naruto looked back at Gigi, he realized how the tag worked. A short pause followed as they all processed the simple trick that had made the exam questions audible, and then the scene moved on. Naruto thought that only magic could put funny voices in someone's head. He slipped the tag into his special pocket to keep it safe, took his test, and handed it to Gigi. Gigi examined the exam, worked over it for about 10 minutes, and told Naruto that he had answered all the questions correctly and had even provided extra answers in case his first ones were not what they were looking for. Gigi remarked that few people did that, not even some of his umbu, and asked why Naruto had gone the extra mile when he had obviously known the answers. Naruto reflected that he had always felt pressured to be perfect since birth and tended to double-check himself. He decided that Gigi might not like that reason, so he told Gigi that he had done it because he wanted to become Hokage. Gigi smiled, said he was impressed, and encouraged Naruto that if he tried his best every day he could become Hokage. Gigi then asked to see what Naruto could do with the strange tag, curiosity plain on his face. Naruto grinned, pressed the tag to Gigi's forehead with its odd energy, watched Gigi chuckle, then took the tag back and put it in his pocket. The memory faded, and Naruto wondered whether Gigi had been impressed by his performance or by the act. He considered whether acting even more cheerful and energetic would make Gigi more impressed. Walking through an alley lost in thought, Naruto did not notice how everyone turned to stare or how the street behind him grew silent until whispers began to follow him. People called him a demon and muttered cruel names: heartless monster, worthless, murderer, unwanted, burden. Each insult made him run faster. The whispers swelled into violence as some voices urged others to attack, claiming they would be heroes for doing so. A childhood memory came back with terrible clarity. He was not yet 4 and begged that he could not die. As he ran toward the forest near the orphanage, something sharp struck his leg and he fell. He dragged himself up and hobbled on despite the pain, trying to escape as his pursuers closed in. A sudden flame knocked him out of the trees and onto the path. He could see the orphanage but could not get up. He watched helplessly as the attackers inflicted cruel markings on him and left him badly wounded. The crowd stepped back, and one voice urged them to finish what had been started. Weapons were raised and hurled. A sword flew toward his head, but it did not strike him. Kiyoshi stepped in front of Naruto and was struck instead, collapsing with a grave wound. Time seemed to stop as Naruto looked at his best friend, who had sacrificed himself. Naruto crawled to Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi smiled through his pain, told Naruto that he had been saving him the way Naruto had saved others, and with one last smile said goodbye. Naruto screamed in anguish. Tears blurred Naruto's vision. Kiyoshi had been the only one who cared for him and had given his life for him. Grief overwhelmed him. He hugged Kiyoshi, lowered him to the ground, and then turned to face the villagers, resigned to die. At the last moment, a thrown knife flew toward him and was deflected. Naruto looked up to see Queenie standing between him and the crowd. Queenie glared at the villagers, made a hand sign, and raised a dome of earth that protected them all. She was breathing hard from the effort. An Umbu team arrived and carried Kiyoshi's body away. Naruto sat motionless and then collapsed into darkness. Queenie had been helping with the children's care when she heard the scream. She ran to the window and saw Naruto laying Kiyoshi down. Anger propelled her into action. She used a teleportation jutsu to appear in front of Naruto and deflect the incoming throwing knife. Her chest burned from expending chakra, and she pushed herself to perform another technique. She formed an earth sphere that created a rocky dome around the villagers to contain them. The effort left her gasping and wiping her mouth, breath ragged. An Umbu team took Kiyoshi away, and Naruto fell unconscious. I fell to my knees beside Kiyoshi and checked for a pulse, but there was nothing. A medic from the covert unit came and carried his body away. Naruto stood nearby, staring into nothing, his body swaying until he collapsed. I lifted him and felt my hands stained from the aftermath of the fight. I carried him inside and laid him on the old table. I cut off his shirt and wrapped his torso in gauze and bandages, working steadily until the bleeding slowed. When it stopped, I dampened paper towels and gently wiped the rest of the blood away. As I cleaned, the truth settled over me. I understood why Kiyoshi had died and why the villagers had turned on him. Across Naruto's back and chest were cruel words like monster, demon, murderer, worthless, burden, idiot, killer, all of them spanning inches and covering his torso. I was baffled. Didn't they know he was holding the fox back for them? Didn't they know he was saving them? Unable to look at his scars any longer, I wrapped him in fresh bandages and discarded his shirt and jacket. I laid him down on the sofa and took in the room. Children crying and frightened, their faces hollow with fear. Thinking of what I would have to tell them if Naruto woke up filled me with dread. She used instant movement to reach the village leader's office and knocked gently on Saru's door. Saru told her to come in, and she entered with a grim expression. Telling him about Naruto's condition did not go over well, but when she mentioned Kiyoshi, Naruto's first friend, Saru began to tremble with rage. The trembling stopped and he asked quietly where the attackers were. She hesitated and fumbled an answer, embarrassed and nervous. Saru suddenly bellowed, demanding to know where they were. She swallowed and stammered that they were where she had left them. The admission made Saru's expression change to one of satisfaction. He instructed her to deliver them to Ibiki and Snake in the interrogation unit. She agreed and left by the window, running across the rooftops as fast as she could. At the forest's edge, She moved slowly until she found tracks, small, frantic footprints that skidded as if the child had been sent flying. Burnt leaves suggested a fireball attack had thrown him. Scattered kunai and other signs of a struggle littered the ground. She found where Naruto had landed. The scene showed he had been badly hurt, with a kunai lying nearby, its blade marked by the battle. Nearby, an earth dome rose from the ground. She punched a chakra-covered fist through the wall of the dome, then released a sleep gas inside. After waiting for the coughing to subside, she shattered the dome with a physical strike and grabbed 12 civilians, moving them swiftly to the torture and interrogation unit. Naruto floated in a dark, empty place. He felt numb and wrong. He should have been in pain and grief, yet the void made him panic. He told himself he could not be dead. He could hear screams. He forced himself to open his eyes. When his vision cleared, the bright light made his eyes close again, but he soon adjusted and could hear the children screaming more clearly. He noticed tubes in his arm, and the ache across his chest, back, and leg flared into sharp pain. He curled into a ball and waited for it to pass, and then the memory came back. Tears came as he realized it was his fault. Kiyoshi had died. If he had taken a different route through the alleys and sewers, Kiyoshi might still be alive. He imagined his friend alive and felt the weight of the loss keenly. Kiyoshi would still be his older brother in his heart. Queenie told herself that if she had just stayed in the basement, Kiyoshi would never have cared about her. It was all her fault. She thought the villagers were right and that she had killed Kiyoshi. Tears fell until her face was clean, and then she forced herself to stand. Her arm throbbed around the tubing, but she removed the lines and pushed the discomfort aside. Hearing children crying, Queenie grabbed the first aid kit from the bedside table. She noticed a small tag on the kit that she had meant to show Kiyoshi, but she set it aside and limped toward the sound. The living room held a few children sitting and crying while others ran and wrestled. Sighing, Queenie took a pan and banged it against the wall until everyone noticed her. When the room quieted, Queenie moved through the group to the first injured child, a 5-year-old named Hachi with curly red hair and freckles. He had a swollen bump on his head, so she asked someone to fetch an ice pack. Hachi offered a watery smile and followed a member of Group 1 to the kitchen. Queenie then attended to Emi, who had scraped her hands. Hataru was already by her side, offering water and comfort. Queenie cleaned and disinfected Emi's wounds and wrapped small bandages around each. Scrape palm. Next she checked on Korra, who was holding a red mark on her arm. Looking closer, Queenie realized Korra had been stung by a bee. She applied a soothing balm, covered it with a bandage, and told Korra to get some ice. Queenie instructed Group 4 to straighten the furniture, asked Group 3 to round up the children and take them to the playroom, and politely requested that Group 2 prepare dinner if they were able. Group 4 immediately set to work arranging the couches, the girls went to cook, and Group 1 helped collect the smallest children. Queenie stayed to clean, scrubbing walls and the coffee table to remove drawings, gathering dirty clothes, and picking up food wrappers. After Ibiki had questioned the civilians and Snake had restrained them, Queenie was told to place the subdued villagers into the holding area. She walked home thinking about how to calm the lingering screams in her head and how they would get Naruto to the hospital. Passing the damaged Earth Dome made her wince, though she felt a conflicted sense of relief that the civilians had been stopped after what they had done. Arriving at the orphanage, Queenie opened the door expecting chaos. Instead, the living room was spotless. In the kitchen, everyone sat quietly eating dinner. She poured a cup of coffee but spat it out when she saw Naruto carrying Rin on one hip and Junko on the other. She took the two children and handed them to Group 3, then approached Naruto closely. Queenie spoke sharply, demanding to know why Naruto was out of bed. Naruto shrank and flinched, and seeing his reaction she immediately softened and took a step back. The silence in the room pressed on them. All the children's faces were turned toward them with an intense focus that reminded Queenie of Captain Yamato's stare. She gently guided Naruto back to bed and told him that she had not yet told the others about Kiyoshi and that they should wait until the next day. Later, Queenie stood outside Naruto's room, nervous and wondering if the others would blame her or stop listening to her. Looking inside, she found the room filled with many small sky lanterns, each bearing a single word written in neat calligraphy. Naruto sat with ink on his face, head propped on his hand, working on more lanterns. When his breathing became quick and his body began to twitch, Queenie hurried over and roused him gently. He jerked awake, eyes darting around before settling on her, then returned to crafting lanterns. Queenie told Naruto softly that they had to tell everyone today. He replied by tossing a crumpled scrap of paper that bore a single word, afternoon. Puzzled, Queenie left the room, wondering what the word meant and whether it had something to do with the lanterns. She went around the house and asked everyone to meet outside at 5 o'clock for an important announcement. Naruto POV. I had been making sky lanterns since 11 o'clock the night before, after waking from a nightmare of Kiyoshi dying over and over. I decided to write my words down. My last actual words would be said that afternoon before I sent everything I wanted to tell Kiyoshi up to him. Words felt dangerous to me, so I preferred to stay silent and write my thoughts instead. Kiyoshi deserved the perfect send-off. I just hoped he would not hate that his killer had organized it. I was sure the other kids would hate me. By that afternoon, Naruto had finished. There were exactly 42 blue and 42 pink sky lanterns, just enough for 2 each for everyone at the orphanage. The time was 10 to 5, so Naruto called for everyone to come. Naruto called for everyone to come to his room and collect 2 differently colored sky lanterns. It took 2 minutes for everyone to gather. Naruto handed out the lanterns as they came. Outside, Naruto and Queenie each held a lantern. Naruto asked everyone to quiet down and announced that he had some grave news. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Naruto reminded them that a couple of weeks earlier Queenie had dragged him inside when he was bleeding. He explained that on his way home from Gigi's, he had forgotten about some villagers who saw him and chased him. Tears came freely as Naruto recounted being attacked and injured by their assault. A thrown object had struck his leg, slowing him, and a burst of flames had blocked his path some distance from the orphanage. By then he could not move. They had marked him and then prepared to finish hurting him. Naruto explained that one of their older brothers had stepped in front of the fatal blow. He sobbed as he announced that Kiyoshi, their older brother, was gone. Gasps and crying swept the yard. Naruto fell to his knees and then rose to release his lanterns. Soon everyone else launched their lanterns into the sky. They sat together, crying for what seemed like hours, before people began to leave. Naruto sat staring at the floor, tears streaming down his cheeks, until Queenie put a hand on his shoulder and urged him to go inside and rest, warning him to be careful of his leg. Naruto went inside and only then noticed how dark it was. Tomorrow everything will change, Naruto thought. No words, no ties, no one else will be hurt because of him. He did not want people close to him. That night he lay in bed thinking about what having people close to you meant. He fell into a seemingly endless nightmare of Kiyoshi dying repeatedly, the faces of the villagers and mistresses swirling in his mind. You're pathetic. Why did I die for you? Wolf in sheep's clothing, monster, demon, murderer, let's kill him, let's finish what the fourth started. The voices and images chased him through the darkness. Since the funeral for Kiyoshi, Naruto had scarcely spoken. He ate more than he used to but remained thin. October 10th. Queenie POV. Queenie wondered what they would have for dinner and realized there was no food, so she planned to have Naruto go to the shops that afternoon. She still could not believe he had not said a word since his brother's funeral. The other kids tried to get him to talk, but he shrugged them off and walked away. He still performed all the chores no matter what they said, and all they could do was try to help him. Queenie washed the dishes and made sure they were completely dry before putting them away. Hearing a child cry, she followed the sound to Junko and gave him the last of the baby formula. While feeding him, her thoughts drifted to Kiyoshi. That poor kid had tried his best for Naruto and had paid with his life. Naruto had come very close to dying. Queenie could not figure out how anyone had known about the fox inside Naruto. She felt as if she had forgotten something important that day, but she could not remember what it was. Queenie checked the clock and realized it was 4 o'clock. If they wanted dinner, Naruto needed to go to the shops now. She called for Naruto and told him to pick up food for dinner and more baby formula. Naruto looked ready to protest, pen poised over his page, but Queenie insisted that he go. He nodded, eyes close to tears, then left and the front door slammed behind him. Naruto ran through the forest at a dead sprint, hoping to make the trip without being seen. When he burst out of the trees, he ran straight into a mob of people carrying torches. They dragged him to an abandoned building, bound his hands, and forced him inside. There were at least 50 people, and looking around, he noticed children among them, many around 11 or 12. It dawned on him that those kids would be in the academy. He might have to see them in class if he survived. Once they had him secured, the crowd formed a line. The person at the front stared at him with so much hatred that a wave of blows followed. They struck him repeatedly. The attacks left him battered and gasping. As more people joined in, the assault became overwhelming and chaotic. Weapons flashed and pain spread through his body. He fought to stay awake until darkness closed in. Inside Naruto, the Nine Tails watched in helpless fury. The extra seal that Danzo had placed prevented it from freely using its power to mend Naruto. The seal forced it to watch as Naruto was battered, powerless to intervene. When a villager struck Naruto in the head and another wounded him, the Nine Tails felt rage flare. It screamed and slammed against the barrier Danzo had imposed. The scream reached Naruto in his mindscape, and he woke, collapsing to his knees inside the abandoned building. The Nine Tails told Naruto to rip the seal away or he would die. Naruto, with fierce determination, stood and tore off the main seal and then the additional seal Danzo had added. The Nine Tails froze at the realization that the seals were broken and escape was possible, but instead it reduced itself to the size of a car and rushed to Naruto. It curled around him and offered its chakra to heal him, careful not to give the darker nature it also held. The Nine Tails explained that it had been sealed inside Naruto by his father and that it was not the malevolent force many assumed. It said that a masked man had once controlled it and forced it to attack the village. The Nine Tails also explained that Naruto was in his mindscape because he had passed out from the beating. Seeing Naruto's small,